Chapter 8:11. On the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stood more than 20 martial arts masters. Each of them had extremely powerful agility techniques and were famous experts in the martial arts world. Although her hairstyle was very rustic, her skin was snow-white, and her eyes were watery as if they could speak. She was a beautiful and pure young girl, who was about 15 or 16 years old. Curiously asked the white-haired old man on the side, "Grandpa, Hero Lightless Sword Li Wujian is most famous for his lightless sword. It is said that the lightless sword is a peerless divine weapon that is difficult to find in the world, ranking 9th on the divine weapon list. Why don't I see his lightless sword now?" The white-haired old man looked at Li Wujian from afar, and his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. He sighed slightly. Hero Li Wujian has cultivated to the point where there is no sword in his hand but a sword in his heart. There is nothing that cannot be used as a sword. Flowers, grass, trees, and everything else can be used as a sword. This realm is far beyond our imagination. A handsome young man in a white brocade robe with an extraordinary temperament gently waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Li Wujian with an unruly glint in his eyes. "One day I, Zhao Chongkong, will surpass Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong and become the strongest person in the world. He's here. Taoist Lingkong is here. What a powerful agility technique!" The agility technique Lingkong's step of the Lingkong 7 senses is really extraordinary. Walking in the air, almost like an immortal. On the summit, the famous experts from different places of the great Zhou Empire suddenly had a flash of excitement in their eyes, and they began to discuss spiritedly. A tall Taoist priest with a clear face wearing a green Taoist robe seemed to be walking on air. He lightly tapped on the steep cliff and leaped up like a bird. With a single leap, he leaped more than 10 meters. His Taoist robe slightly puffed up and fluttered in the wind. As if he was walking on air, he flew towards the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The beautiful girl with a braid stared at the Taoist priest and couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. "Amazing! What a powerful agility technique! It's really heaven-defying that a human can cultivate agility technique to this level. Taoist Lingkong is worthy of being one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world of the great Zhou Empire. Truly amazing!" The eyes of the handsome young man, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, slightly narrowed. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What a powerful Qinggong! As expected of one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world, Reverend Lingkong, who is a mainstay of the righteous path, is indeed extraordinary. The Lingkong 7 senses is worthy of being one of the strongest techniques of the righteous martial arts world. After a few ups and downs, Wu Lingkong descended from the sky like a large bird and gently landed on the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The famous experts of the great Zhou Empire clearly saw the appearance of the strongest person of the southern martial arts world. Although he was already over 40 years old, his hair was still jet black and beautiful, without a single strand of white hair. His skin was sparkling, rosy, and incomparably smooth, like the skin of a baby. Spirit of Senses Mountain Master of Wu Sect, and Spirit Techniques of the Mountain, Senses Wu of Mountain Yang, and Sect the World. Of Lingkong, young man, and old in Ling Wu Lingkong stood quietly on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He seemed to have merged with the entire summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, as if he could shatter the void and ascend to immortality at any time. As soon as Wu Lingkong set foot on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, the eyes of the 5 women on the summit were deeply attracted to him, almost unable to look away. "You're here." Li Wujian slowly got up. Every time his body moved an inch, his aura grew stronger and sharper. When he completely stood up from the ground, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if he had become a peerless sword. "I'm here." Wu Lingkong's voice was ethereal, and his temperament was ethereal. "Where's your lightless sword?" Li Wujian's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing directly at Wu Lingkong. I don't need it anymore. Disappointment flashed in Wu Lingkong's eyes, and he sighed faintly. Unfortunately, although you have advanced to the realm of swordless in hand and swordless in heart. But you are still not my opponent. Unless you can advance to the realm of man is man and sword is sword, you will be able to fight me. The current you is not my opponent. I have practiced swordsmanship for 27 years and have never stopped practicing swordsmanship. Since my debut, I have never tasted defeat. I hope you can let me taste the taste of failure. Li Wujian stretched out his hand, and a gust of energy rolled out and sucked a branch 20 meters away into his hand. With a slight tremble of his internal force, the countless branches and leaves on the branch were shaken away, circled around the branch, and turned into a tiny tree sword. He revealed a frightening cultivation base that could injure people by plucking leaves and flowers. Okay, I also want to see the power of the lightless sword that slayed the 72 bandits of Desert North. Wu Lingkong smiled slightly and walked step by step towards Li Wujian. Every time he took a step forward, he left a footprint several centimeters deep on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. At the same time, with every step he took, his aura grew by a fraction. On the summit, all the martial arts experts held their breath, looking forward to the shocking battle. At this moment, a meteor suddenly dropped from the sky and slammed into a mountain peak beside the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, leaving a trail of fire behind. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the mountain next to the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain collapsed. The earth trembled, a gust of wind blew, and countless shattered rocks flew in all directions. Amid the terrifying natural disaster, the duel between the two powerhouses on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stopped, and all eyes looked towards the collapsed mountain. Meteorite. There may be meteorite iron. The peerless godly weapons on the divine weapon ranking are all forged from meteoric iron. Different meteoric iron has different abilities. If I can get a piece and find a divine smith to forge it in the future, I might be able to obtain a peerless godly weapon on the divine weapon ranking. The martial arts experts on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain looked at each other, their eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and they performed agility techniques and walked towards the collapsed mountain. Wu Lingkong's eyes, which are full of passion for life, suddenly flashed with a look of confusion, and he said with some uncertainty, "Li Wujian, I seem to have seen a person in the meteorite just now." As a great grandmaster of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong has extraordinary eyesight. He can even clearly see the leg of a mosquito 100 meters away. But there was actually a person inside that meteor. It was simply unimaginable. It was something that no one dared to imagine. Li Wujian hesitated for a while before saying, "I seem to have seen a person too. I'll go take a look." Wu Lingkong's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the other side of the cliff. As soon as he jumped out of the cliff, his inner force surged, his Taoist robe fluttered, and he flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was treading on air. Li Wujian's figure fluttered, and he also jumped out of the cliff and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain. Every tens of meters, he would eject a leaf suspended in the air. With a light tap of his foot, he unleashed a peerless agility technique and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was flying. In the center of the collapsed mountain, in a huge cave, Yang Feng got up and stretched his body, which issued crisp sounds. It's difficult to use magic power. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, but the power of the fleshly body has not been reduced. This is a world similar to the magic band world. With a flick of his wrist, a magic stone appeared in Yang Feng's hand. After the magic stone appeared, Yang Feng felt that the life magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Before long, more than half of the magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Yang Feng took out another magic stone and observed it carefully. The life magic energy inside the magic stone also began to slowly overflow, but at a much slower rate than that of the magic stone. Yang Feng took a deep look at the magic stone and frowned. Before I analyze the laws of this world, I can't find a way to prevent this magic stone from overflowing with life magic energy. Is that the treasure brought by the meteorite? Boy, offer me the treasure in your hand. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A handsome young man with a face as clear as jade, eyes as bright as the stars, and skin as translucent as jade walked over with large strides while fanning himself with a folding fan. Young Master Yuema, with matchless martial arts, you will rule the world for thousands of years. Young Master Yuema, with mysterious martial arts, you will command the world. 40+ guards in black attire with bulging temples appeared beside the young man and pointed their crossbows at Yang Feng, shouted slogans, and pointed the crossbows in their hands at Yang Feng. Is this a wuxia world? That's right. If there were no extraordinary forces, then the world might evolve into a wuxia world, or it might evolve into a technological world like Earth. However, fortunately, the world I transmigrated to is a warlock world. Otherwise, even if I dominate this low-level world, I won't be able to live forever, let alone achieve eternity. Yang Feng looked at the guards shouting loudly with a look of novelty in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart. Young Master Yuema, what brings you and your Black Moon guards here? Along with creepy laughter, a blind, short, hunchbacked old man with a scimitar on his waist walked out step by step, a gloomy smile on his face. Young Master Yuema said with a cold smile, "One-eyed demon camel, you came as well. Did you come to avenge your blindness at the hands of the lightless swordly Wujian?" The one-eyed demon camel's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took a deep look at young Master Yuema. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng. Staring at the magic stone in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he uttered, "Kill that kid and we'll divide his treasures equally. Hurry up. Otherwise, once Li Wujian, Wu Lingkong, and them arrive, we won't be able to do anything." Chapter 8:12. We Green Mountain 6 demons want a share of that treasure as well. 6 shadows flew out from the side. 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons appeared at the edge of the large hole formed by the meteorite fall and stared at Yang Feng with greed in their eyes. The low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand is overflowing with life magic energy. The martial arts experts were all sharp-witted. Their strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Once they arrived at the edge of the big hole, they felt their inner force slowly increase, and the treasure that increased their inner force was the low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand. Young Master Yuema took a deep look at the 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons in their hands. His eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he said solemnly, "Green Mountain 6 demons, you 6 are indeed qualified to get a share. Each of the Green Mountain 6 demons is a pinnacle innate realm powerhouse who cultivates a set of strange cultivation method. When the 6 of them join forces, they have even slain a Grandmaster realm expert. Individually, the Green Mountain 6 demons are only first-rate experts in the martial arts world. But when the 6 of them join forces, they are equivalent to top experts in the martial arts world. Young Master Yuema is extremely apprehensive of the Green Mountain 6 demons. Not wanting to complicate the issue, he just wants to seize the low-grade magic crystal from Yang Feng as soon as possible. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master has arrived. Flowers suddenly floated down from the sky, and 8 beautiful girls in white silk clothes walked over, carrying a luxurious palanquin made of silver and inlaid with countless diamonds, which was shrouded in a curtain of pearls. Dozens of beautiful female swordsmen were guarding the palanquin as they walked towards them. In the lead is a beautiful swordswoman dressed in white. She has an unearthly temperament. She is a first-class beauty. More than a dozen girls about 13 or 14 years old with extraordinary agility techniques, holding flower baskets, jump up and sprinkle the flower petals in the baskets at will. The beauties and the rain of flower petals form a beautiful scenery. The myriad flowers temple's temple master. But when young Master Yuama, the one-eyed demon hunchback, and the Green Mountain 6 demons saw this scene, their faces changed dramatically, and they looked at the luxurious sedan chair with apprehension in their eyes. The Myriad Flower Palace was one of the top sects among the 7 Devil Dao sect. The palace master of the Myriad Flower Temple was publicly acknowledged as one of the 5 most beautiful women in the Jianghu. At the same time, she was also the strongest and most vicious demonic Dao witch. The great Zhou Empire's great Grandmaster Saber King Qian Quangren had never been defeated in his life. However, he fell in love with the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master and eventually died at the hands of the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master. Apart from that, at least 20 Grandmaster experts had died tragically in the hands of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. The white-clothed female swordsman smiled faintly, and with a touch of fragrance she took a step forward and said faintly, "Everyone, that person is an escaped slave of our Myriad Flower Temple. He stole a few treasures from our Myriad Flower Temple. Please give us some face and let our Myriad Flower Palace take him away." Young Master Yama's eyes narrowed as he looked at the beautiful swordswoman and slowly said, "The head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers, crepe myrtle flower? Apart from the mysterious, powerful, and peerlessly beautiful Myriad Flower Palace mistress, there were also the 10 flowers. The 10 flowers were crepe myrtle flower, Chinese rose flower, azalea flower, daffodil flower, plum blossom, white lotus flower, yellow chrysanthemum flower, clivia orchid, tulip flower, and green radish flower. Each of the Myriad Flower Palace's 10 flowers was an extremely outstanding and stunning beauty. At the same time, they were also martial arts experts. Each of them was a true disciple of the Myriad Flower Palace, and even the weakest was a consummate Khanate expert. The crepe myrtle flower of the 10 flowers was rumored to have cultivated to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. She was only one step away from the mysterious and unfathomable Great Grandmaster realm. "Everyone, you've come at the right time. You've really schemed and schemed to get here so quickly." A calm voice rang out from the sky, clearly entering everyone's ears. In the sky, Reverend Linkong's Taoist robe fluttered as he soared in the wind. He was like an immortal walking in the air as he walked toward them step by step. "Reverend Linkong! Reverend Linkong!" The expressions of the evil Dao experts present changed drastically, and fear flashed in their eyes. Young Master Yuama, one-eyed demon camel, the Green Mountain 6 demons, and the experts of the Myriad Flower Palace gathered here. It was naturally not a coincidence. Li Wujian and Wu Linkong were among the top experts of the righteous Dao. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured and kill them here, it would definitely be a great loss for the righteous Dao. Moreover, the evil Dao experts gathered here either had a grudge against Li Wujian or Wu Linkong. Young Master Yama looked at Reverend Linkong, who was flying in the air, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" The Black Moon Guard holding the divine martial crossbow suddenly raised the crossbow bolts and shot them at Wu Linkong in midair. More than 40 black crossbow bolts shot towards Wu Linkong like raindrops, completely sealing off the space for Wu Linkong to dodge. "What a vicious method! I'll return them to you." In midair, Wu Linkong flicked his sleeve and swept up the 40-plus black crossbow bolt. Then, surging with inner force, he flicked his sleeve, and the black crossbow bolts flew back and shot into the Black Moon Guard. A dozen-plus Black Moon Guards were run through, and they fell to the ground and howled in pain. "So strong! This is a great Grandmaster!" Seeing this scene, the countenance of the evil Dao experts changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. As if a feather, Wu Linkong floated lightly and landed on the edge of the huge pit Yang Feng created. He looked curiously at the hole behind Yang Feng, completely ignoring the evil Dao experts. Leaves carrying wisps of sword chi fell from the sky. Li Wujian stepped on the leaves carrying wisps of sword chi, floated in the air like a sword immortal, and slowly landed. So this is a martial arts expert, interesting. My name is Great Sky Demon. No, this name isn't domineering enough. By the way, my name is Demon Ancestor. Today, I will establish the Myriad Demons Temple. Originally, with your cultivation base, you aren't fit to be my subordinates. But since you and the Myriad Demons Temple are brought together by fate, let's join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve me. Yang Feng looked at Li Wujian, who fell from the sky. Instead of showing a look of horror like the others, he smiled and strode towards young Master Yuma. A fierce ray flashed in young Master Yuma's eyes, and he smiled coldly and barked, "Demon Ancestor? What a big tone! Let me send you off and let you be the Demon Ancestor in hell." Fire! Among the 4 personal guards of young Master Yuma, one suddenly appeared, pointed at Yang Feng with a divine martial crossbow in his hand, and fired an arrow. Wu Lingkong and Li Wujian just frowned slightly, but they didn't stop the personal guard of young Master Yuma. Yang Feng calls himself the Demon Ancestor and wants to take the 2 of them as subordinates. Even though they have extraordinary bearings and are broad-minded, but they are naturally displeased. Ding! Along with the crisp sound of metal striking metal, the crossbow bolt stabbed into Yang Feng's forehead, and then was sent flying aside and fell to the ground. Wu Shang! There's no trace of injury. How is this possible? That divine martial crossbow is a military crossbow that can even kill Grandmaster rank experts. Even a great Grandmaster who practiced a top-notch defensive martial art can't resist that crossbow bolt. How could he resist it and not be injured at all? Dumbfounded, the experts of both the righteous and wicked path couldn't believe their eyes. Young Master Yuma's face fell, and he barked, "Fire, everyone, fire at once!" The 40-plus Black Moon Guards have already reloaded their crossbows. They pointed at Yang Feng, and a rain of crossbow bolts shot towards Yang Feng. Ding! 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 Amid crisp sounds, the crossbow bolts shot at Yang Feng, ricocheted, bent, and issued crisp sounds of metal striking each other. That's right. If I don't show you the gap in strength, I'll make you submit to me. How about this? I'll let you see the gap between us. Yang Feng smiled and blew lightly, and a breath of air formed a sword of qi that swept towards the more than 40 Black Moon Guards. In the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on the bodies of over 40 Black Moon Guard. With a gust of wind, their bodies were split into 2, and a large amount of blood splattered out of their bodies, splattering all over the ground. Killing people by blowing air. Besides, he killed 40 people in one breath from 100 meters away. He's not a human. He's definitely not a human. He's a demon, a demon. The ferocious one-eyed demon hunchback's face was ashen, his lips turned purple, and his body trembled. Suddenly, he turned around, shouted, performed a qigong, and fled into the distance. Did I say that you can go? Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He joined his middle and index fingers together and flicked them, and an air shockwave shot out in a flash, slammed into the one-eyed magic camel's head, and exploded it. The head of the infamous one-eyed magic camel in the martial arts world exploded. Seeing this scene, the complexions of most of the experts from the righteous and demonic paths turned ashen, their bodies trembled, and their eyes shimmered with fear. To be able to kill a Grandmaster rank expert hundreds of meters away by blowing air and flicking a finger, this is a means that only ancient transcendents and transcendents have. Young Master Yuma, who is very clever, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng until blood oozed out. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor. This little one is willing to join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve the Ancestor. You're quite clever, kid. Originally, the Ancestor wanted to kill you as an example to others. However, now that the Ancestor lacks manpower, I'll reluctantly spare your life. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and crossed a distance of 100 meters. He touched young Master Yuma's forehead with his hand, stimulated the other party's power, and formed a strange brand that entered the other party. Chapter 8:13. Young Master Yuma was startled, yet he gritted his teeth and didn't move. As a clever man, he knows very well that in front of a terrifying existence like Yang Feng, he has no chance. If he resists, only death will await him. Yang Feng uttered flatly, I placed a life and death seal on you. Every year, if you don't get the antidote, you'll be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. If you want to test the power of the life and death seal, you can find someone to help you remove it. However, if you touch the life and death seal, you'll experience a fate worse than death. Young Master Yuma trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he responded even more respectfully. Yes. This subordinate is loyal to you, ancestor. I won't let you down. Yang Feng turned around and pointed to the martial arts experts coming from the Myriad Demons Temple, and said flatly, Okay, I'm not familiar with these people. Explain them to me. The Myriad Demons Temple needs to collect some minions, that's more convenient. This small world was discovered by Shi Shui, who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. During that long period of time, it is very likely that other powerhouses will come to this world. Yang Feng wants to establish a force to act as his minions and search for traces of those powerhouses. If the situation turns bad, Yang Feng can abandon the Myriad Demons Temple like a gecko cutting off its tail. In any case, with his Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can casually establish such a force. Young Master Yuma responded, Yes, ancestor. They are the Green Mountain 6 demons, famous experts in the underworld. The 6 of them once killed all 138 people in the Green Plum Manor because of a disagreement. Each of them is a first-rate expert in the underworld. When the 6 of them join forces, they can slay a Grandmaster Realm expert. The Green Mountain 6 demons knelt on the ground and shouted, We are willing to serve the demon ancestor. Please take us in. I don't like the sight of you 6 good-for-nothings die. Yang Feng glanced at the Green Mountain 6 demons, then grabbed a handful of gravel and waved it. The sand and stones swept up and instantly enveloped the 6 devils of Green Mountain, blasting them into pieces and turning them into a bloody mist that scattered on the ground. Young Master Yuma trembled slightly. He looked at the location of the Green Mountain 6 demons with fear and rejoice. So strong. He's so strong that he's inhuman. None of the 6 devils of Green Mountain was a match for young Master Yuma, but even young Master Yuma might not be able to defeat them if the 6 of them joined forces. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the famous Green Mountain 6 demons were turned into fragments. This kind of might was simply heaven-defying. Young Master Yuma pointed at Li Wujian, his eyes flashing with endless malice. That is the #1 swordsman in the great Zhou Empire's northern martial world, Lightless Sword Li Wujian. Lightless Sword is known as the fastest sword in the world. He once went to the lair of the 72 Gobi bandits alone with a sword and killed all of them by himself. In young Master Yuma's view, since Yang Feng calls himself the demon ancestor, he is naturally an enemy of the righteous path. He introduced Li Wujian first because he wanted to kill Li Wujian with a borrowed knife. Demon ancestor, please guide me. Li Wujian stretched out his hand and his internal force surged. Not far away, dozens of swordsmen suddenly unsheathed their swords and flew towards him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a steel longsword in his hand, while the other longswords stabbed into the ground one after another. As a top swordsman, Li Wujian knows that having a sword in your heart and a sword in your hand is far inferior to having a fine steel sword in your hand. Since he hasn't practiced Honglian martial arts, he naturally doesn't dare to be careless when dealing with a top powerhouse like Yang Feng. Lord Demon Ancestor, May I ask if you came from beyond the heavens? Reverend Wu Linkong took a step. As if he has integrated with the environment, his ethereal eyes are full of curiosity about the world, without a trace of fear towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a fearsome shock wave shot towards Li Wujian and Wu Linkong. Li Wujian's face fell. His internal force surged, the surrounding leaves fluttered, and he stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. A 30-centimeter-long sword ray ejected from the fine steel sword and stabbed into the void. Under the pressure of the demon ancestor, Li Wujian finally made another breakthrough, broke through his limits, and stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. Bang! Along with a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Li Wujian's hand shattered, and he fell to the ground like a broken rag doll. He spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Defeated! Even a peerless swordsman like Li Wujian was defeated by him. This demon ancestor isn't human. Too strong. What martial art does the demon ancestor cultivate? How can he be so strong? The demon ancestor isn't human, but a monster that crawled out of hell. Seeing this scene, the martial arts experts felt a chill in their hearts, shivered, and revealed fear in their eyes. The leader of the 10 flowers, Myrtle Flower's beautiful face became incomparably pale, and her delicate body trembled from fear. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying and despair-inducing expert. How can this person be so powerful? No, how can there be such a strong person? Lord Demon Ancestor, excuse me. Wu Linkong sighed slightly. As if he blended into the environment, he took a step forward and shot towards Yang Feng, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the beautiful swordsman of the Myriad Flowers Temple, and he showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, they are really pleasing to the eye. I wonder what their cultivation aptitude is like. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and an air shock wave instantly slammed into Wu Linkong and blasted him away. He spewed out blood and fell to the ground like a broken rag doll, his face ashen, and he coughed up blood. The martial arts experts watched dumbstruck as the great grandmaster of the Spirit Void Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, was flicked away like a dead dog by Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the martial arts expert. Then, like a ghost, he abruptly appeared in front of Crepe Myrtle and pressed his hand on the head of Crepe Myrtle. This was the first time that Lagerstremia was so frivolous by a man. She wanted to resist, but she was so afraid that she couldn't budge. As if a mouse seeing a cat, she didn't dare to move. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with joy, and he revealed a smile. Superior level, 7 soul aptitude, how remarkable! You and I are brought together by fate. From today on, you are one of my disciples. I will teach you a supreme secret method to break through the limits of the human body and set foot on the on the path to immortality. In the world of warlocks, level 5 soul aptitude was already considered excellent, level 6 soul aptitude was considered a genius, and level 7 soul aptitude was considered a genius among geniuses. Geniuses such as Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian originally had superior level 7 soul aptitude. Lagerstremia turned out to have superior level 7 soul aptitude. If this was the Zhangji Plain, no matter which warlock group it was, they would fight over her. Being quick-witted, Lagerstremia knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng. Disciple Qinghe Lagerstremia greets teacher. Young Master Yuma stared at Lagerstremia with jealousy in his eyes. Damn it, why is it her and not me? Why didn't he accept me as a disciple? Yang Feng took out a mid-grade magic stone, crushed it, and touched Lagerstremia's forehead with a finger. Formidable life magic energy poured into Qinghe Lagerstremia, and under his guidance, the secret treasuries inside her opened. Qinghe Lagerstremia's aura broke through to the great Grandmaster realm, and the inner force inside her churned, and she became a great Grandmaster rank powerhouse. A fearsome great grandmaster rank aura diffused from Qinghe Lagerstremia and suppressed the surroundings. Li Wujian coughed up blood and stared at Qinghe Lagerstremia with shock in his eyes. Great Grandmaster, who is this demon ancestor? What kind of martial art is that? How can it make someone become a great grandmaster all of a sudden? Li Wujian challenged a great grandmaster this time because he wanted to use the tremendous pressure in a desperate situation to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop and promote to a great grandmaster. Qinghe Lagerstremia was originally much weaker than Li Wujian, but now she has become a great grandmaster rank powerhouse, which is simply heaven-defying. Wu Lingkong coughed up blood and his eyes shimmered with shock. Great grandmaster, what an amazing method! In the Great Zhou Empire, great grandmaster rank powerhouses are already at the pinnacle. Above them, there are only the 7 sacred warriors. Every one of the 7 great martial saints was a mysterious expert or a powerful imperial preceptor of a nation. They don't step into the martial world lightly. The strongest martial arts experts in the martial world are great grandmasters. Yang Feng swept the palanquin with his gaze and said lightly, "Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, come out." "Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor." An extremely pleasant voice came from the palanquin, and a flawless jade hand lifted the pearl curtain. A peerless beauty wearing a silver palace dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a perfect figure, like the embodiment of beauty. She had the purity of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. She was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Any man who saw her would be deeply attracted to her. With a touch of fragrance, she walked out of the palanquin in an elegant and flawless manner. Qinghe Lagerstremia is already a peerless beauty. But compared to the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, she is like a green leaf set off by a red flower, becoming unremarkable. When she stands next to the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, all the limelight is taken away by her. Everyone's eyes fall on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, not Qinghe Lagerstremia. When the martial arts experts in the surroundings saw the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, many people couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air, and admiration appeared in their eyes. Chapter 8:14. Yang Feng glanced at the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. Not bad, her innate quality is outstanding, and she also cultivates top-notch charm techniques. In this world without extraordinary powers, few men can escape her charm. However, compared to the Succubus Empress, she's still far behind. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's charm techniques are already at the pinnacle in this world. Every frown and smile of hers is full of charm and beauty. However, limited by the fact that she doesn't have extraordinary powers, her charm is still far from that of goddesses and succubus empresses. She can't charm Yang Feng at all. "Let me see how your aptitude is." Yang Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. "Sir Demon Ancestor." The pretty face of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled slightly, and she revealed a pitiful and endearing expression. She raised her lily-white hand and quietly unleashed 36 transformations, trying to break free from Yang Feng's grasp. Even the most stone-hearted person will soften after seeing the pitiful expression on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's face. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He pressed his hand on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's head and began to examine her soul aptitude. If it was the Zhangji plane, Yang Feng could easily scan the soul aptitude of ordinary people with a sweep of his soul force. But in this strange world, Yang Feng can only perceive the soul aptitude of others through personal contact. "Get your dirty hands off me!" Suddenly, an angry shout came from not far away, and a handsome young hero roared, unleashed an agility technique, and leapt towards Yang Feng like a big bird. Yang Feng casually waved his hand, and several stones flew out and blasted into the head of the young hero, blasting open several huge bloody holes on the young hero's head. Throwing knives, dark swords, sleeve darts, and other hidden weapons suddenly shot towards Yang Feng from the crowd like raindrop. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a handful of sand and stones entered the crowd. In an instant, as if hit by a cannonball, the crowd was shrouded in blood, and corpses littered the ground. It was a tragic sight. When the martial arts experts saw the hidden weapons experts being insta-killed like ants by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts, filled with fear, and trembled. Some martial arts experts even trembled so much that they couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed in the area. When the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master saw Yang Feng's indifferent expression as if he was crushing a group of ants, she felt a chill in her heart, and no longer dared to make any small movements. She let Yang Feng's big hand press down on her body and kneed her wantonly. Yang Feng glanced at the temple master with a look, and his eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. Superior level, 7 soul aptitude, a rare cultivation genius. This world looks pretty good. There are good seedlings everywhere. Yang Feng said with satisfaction. Very well, what's your name? The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master said with a dignified smile. Demon Ancestor, my name is Qiao Mengluo. Yang Feng said with a chuckle. Be my disciple and serve me, or die, you choose. By the way, more than 10 million lives have withered at my hands. The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master immediately felt a chill run down her spine. As the temple master of the 7 demonic path sects, more than 100 martial arts experts have died at her hands. She was already a famous monster in the martial arts world. However, Yang Feng killed more than 10 million people. Just thinking about it, the heart of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled. What he said is true. The temple master was talented and had superior level, 7 soul aptitude. She was a genius among geniuses. Besides, she had extraordinary intuition. When she realized that Yang Feng's words weren't false, she felt a chill in her heart. The temple master knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and said respectfully, Disciple Qiao Mengluo greets teacher. Haha, good disciple. Yang Feng smiled, glanced at the martial arts experts rushing over, and said flatly, Kneel down and join the Myriad Demons Temple as my minions. If you don't join, you can die. An innate swordsman barked. Everyone, run. There are so many of us here. Even if he is a martial sage, he can't kill us all. In an instant, hundreds of martial arts experts performed agility techniques and fled in different directions. A bunch of idiot. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with ridicule. He extended his hand, and stones flew up from the ground, fell into his hand, and then shot out. Like meteors, the stones smashed into the bodies of the hundreds of martial arts masters. Like cannonballs with life, they pierced through the hundreds of martial arts masters one by one. Within a few breaths of time, the hundreds of martial arts experts who chose to escape turned into broken corpses and fell to the ground. What a scary person! This is already something that only legendary god-level powerhouses can achieve. When the remaining martial arts experts saw this scene, they trembled, no longer having the will to resist. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are matchless, and you have unified the martial world for thousands of years. I am Black Mountain Leopard Jiang City. I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are profound, and you can command the world. No one dares to disobey you. I am Verger Flying Moshyong. I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. The remaining martial arts experts knelt down and shouted. They flattered Yang Feng in a frenzy. Young Master Yama's face twitched, and he knelt on the ground and sang praises. Yang Feng glanced at Reverend Linkong and said coldly, Wu Linkong, submit to me or die? Wu Linkong coughed up a large amount of blood. Still as graceful as before, he said with a smile, I can't betray my sect. Besides, I've lived long enough. Please give me a quick death, Lord Demon Ancestor. Actually, I quite appreciate you. What a pity. Yang Feng sighed regretfully and flicked a finger, and a grain of sand flew out and entered Wu Lingkong's forehead in an instant. In an instant, Wu Lingkong's aura disappeared. With a smile on his face, he lost his vitality. After killing Wu Lingkong, Yang Feng glanced at Li Wujian and asked flatly, "What about you, Li Wujian?" Li Wujian hesitated for a while before asking, "Lord Demon Ancestor, if I serve you, can I learn more profound martial arts?" Yang Feng smiled proudly and uttered full of confidence, "Of course. The martial arts you learn are too shallow, so it's impossible for you to live forever. If you learn 10% or 20% of my abilities, living for 1,000 years won't be a problem." 1,000 years of longevity. Can I really live for 1,000 years? When they heard this, the eyes of Crepe Myrtle, young Master Yuama, and the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master lit up, and their hearts beat wildly. In this world, apart from the legendary transcendent rank powerhouses, even martial sacred rank powerhouses only have a lifespan of about 110 years. 1,000 years of longevity is enough to make countless powerhouses go crazy. There is great terror between life and death. I, Li Wujian, am just an ordinary person after all. Li Wujian let out a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said with some discomfort, "Li Wujian is willing to serve Lord Demon Ancestor." It didn't take long for the news of the Myriad Demons Temple to spread throughout the world. Many martial arts experts gathered in the Myriad Demons Temple, including Lightless Sword Li Wujian, the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Qiao Mengluo, and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstreamia Qinghe Ziwei, who have all advanced to the Great Grandmaster rank. Great Grandmaster rank experts are already top experts in the martial arts world. Even the Spirit Void Road, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, only has 2 Great Grandmaster rank experts. With the 3 Great Grandmasters Li Wujian, Qiao Mengluo, and Qinghe Ziwei joining forces with countless martial arts experts as their minions, the martial arts world's gangs were annexed by the Myriad Demons Temple, and those who were unwilling to submit were destroyed. The Purple Sun Manor is the residence of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces Wei Province's hero Purple Sun Sword Li Feiyun. But now, it has quietly become the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Temple. When the beautiful swordswoman Qinghe Ziwei, dressed in white, stepped into the rear garden of the Purple Sun Manor, she saw a luxurious litter placed in the rear garden. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng is flipping through ancient books. Kneeling beside him are the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Qian Jiyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian. The Rose Qian Jiyu is a slender woman with an oval face and a slender figure. She is about 21 or 22 years old, the most beautiful age for a woman. She exudes a charming and feminine aura. The Narcissus Zhang Qian has a baby face, twin peaks almost bursting out of her clothes, and a childlike complexion and huge breasts. She is a pure and sexy beauty. At this time, the Rose Qian Jiyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian are wearing faintly discernible silk gauze clothes. They are beautiful and full of temptation. In front of the luxurious carriage, there were over 20 extremely beautiful and cute little Lolas from the Myriad Flower Palace. They were around the age of 11 or 12, and they were frolicking around, forming a beautiful scene. When she saw this scene, Qinghe Ziwei's eyes flashed with jealousy, and she cursed in her heart, "2 little foxes." The strength of the Rose Qian Jiyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian is far below that of the Crepe Myrtle Flower Qinghe Ziwei. But as soon as they joined the Myriad Demons Temple, they wholeheartedly won Yang Feng's favor. After being pampered by Yang Feng a few times, they gained fearsome strength and have become Great Grandmaster rank experts. When Qinghe Ziwei thought that she worked so hard, yet was easily overtaken by the Rose Qian Jiyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian, she felt a little jealous. When the Rose Qian Jiyu and the Daffodil Zhang Qian saw Qinghe Ziwei step into the garden, they felt slightly nervous, and tried to curry favor with Yang Feng even more wholeheartedly, hoping that he would focus all his attention on them. Chapter 8:15. Qinghe Ziwei saluted Yang Feng and handed him a stack of books. Sir Demon Ancestor, the emotionless path, has already surrendered to the Myriad Demons Temple. These are the ancient books they collected. The emotionless path was one of the 7 demonic path sects and had a great grandmaster rank expert. However, the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers were first-class beauties, and their sole aptitude was level 6 or above. Yang Feng used a secret method to promote them to the Great Grandmaster rank. The emotionless path only had one Great Grandmaster rank expert. Facing the attacks of more than 10 Great Grandmasters, it had no chance of winning. Yang Feng took the stack of ancient books and flipped through them. With a glance, he easily understood and absorbed all the information contained in the pages. The computing power of Infinity Warlocks far surpassed that of Shizu Level 4 optical computers. The computing power of Earth's supercomputers could not compare to that of Infinity Warlock. Qinghe Ziwei looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The longer I get along with him, the more I can feel how powerful and fearsome he is. Could it be that those ancient myths and legends are true? The disciples of the Myriad Flowers Temple were all beautiful women, and they were the closest to Yang Feng. Each of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers was Yang Feng's personal maids and concubines. The closer they were to Yang Feng, the more they could feel how unfathomable and fearsome he was. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out a gold page from the emotionless path, scanned it, and uttered unhurriedly, "True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method." Qinghe Ziwei answered, "The True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method is a legend. The Dragon Emperor cultivated a supreme secret method. According to legend, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable contended for hegemony. The fierce battle between the 3 god-venerable powerhouses shattered heaven and earth, rolled the seas, and shattered the stars. The Dragon Emperor's True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method, the Demon Venerable's Devour Secret Method, and the Heavenly Venerable's Mighty God Split Sky Secret Method are all invincible supreme secret methods." Qian Jiyu reminded him in a roundabout way, however, these 3 divine skills are only legendary. Since ancient times, no one has managed to cultivate these 3 divine skills. Zhang Qian smiled sweetly. "That's right, the people who cultivate these 3 divine arts either explode and die, or become crippled. As time passed, no one cultivated these 3 divine arts anymore." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Of course not. These 3 secret methods are indeed tyrannical secret methods, with the weakest being Warlock Monarch rank secret method. It was easy to imagine how much resources this secret technique required. In this world, there isn't even a single magical stone. It's no different from a fool's dream to cultivate such a secret technique. Moreover, the people who spread these secret methods don't have good intentions. If someone is able to cultivate these secret methods to the level 1 Warlock realm, that is, the Xiantian realm, then their soul will be shattered and their soul force will become the nourishment of the terrifying existence who passed down these 3 great secret method. Yang Feng is from the Battle Demon sect and has collected countless secret methods, including several Empyrean grade secret method. The 3 great secret methods are Warlock Monarch rank secret method. For Qinghe Ziwei and the others, these secret methods are as incomprehensible as a heavenly book. Yet, he saw through the essence of the 3 secret methods at a glance. "Warlock Monarch, what's that? Sure enough, he's not from our world. Is he an outsider?" Doubts welled up in the hearts of Qinghe Ziwei and the other 2 beauties. But they wisely pretended not to hear what Yang Feng said just now, and didn't ask any questions. Yang Feng has no intention of concealing his strength. In this small world, except for the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable whose strength is unknown, whether they are still alive or not, even if the people of this world come together to deal with him, they won't be able to harm him. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. The great Zhou Empire enshrines the heavenly venerable, the golden canopy imperial court enshrines the demon venerable, and the sea dragon empire enshrines the dragon emperor. It seems that these three empires are their tentacles that control this world. Interesting, let me cut off their tentacles and see how they react. Yang Feng uttered. Pass down my order. The myriad demons' temple's forces are going to attack the great Zhou Empire. Ziwei, go and organize an army of around 1,000 people. Jieyu Qian come with me to subdue the Wei province's army. Ziwei and the other two responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor. The Wei province's army camp. Suddenly, a patrolling soldier pointed outside and asked curiously, What's that? Gazes looked into the distance and saw 16 beautiful swordsmen dressed in white carrying a luxurious gold litter coming this way. There are 3 people sitting on the gold litter. They are Yang Feng, Qian Jieyu, and Zhang Qian. Lord Demon Ancestor, your divine power is unparalleled. No one dares to disobey your commands. Lord Demon Ancestor, you are accomplished in both literature and martial arts. You will rule the world for thousands of years. The 30 or so Black Moon Guards beat the gongs and beat the drums, flattering the palace of 10,000 demons, while the 200 martial arts experts who had been subdued by the palace of 10,000 demons followed behind them like a mob. If these martial arts experts fought one-on-one, each one of them could kill more than 5 soldiers. However, if 200 elite soldiers joined forces, they could completely kill those martial arts masters as easily as killing chickens. I am the myriad demons' temple's demon ancestor. Today, I came to subdue the Wei province's army. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Quickly come out and surrender to the old ancestor. Sitting on the gold litter, Yang Feng's voice was flat, and he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a railgun in the blink of an eye, slammed into the entrance of the Wei province's barracks, and blasted the entrance to the Wei province's barracks to pieces. So strong. So strong. He's not human. How can a human do this? What a monster! The demon ancestor is a terrible monster. According to legend, even great grandmaster rank experts can't resist a casual blow from him. It seems that this is true. When the myriad demons' temple's experts saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock. These experts who have just joined the myriad demons' temple have never seen Yang Feng take action. Now that they saw Yang Feng take action, they lost all hope. Under attack, the Wei province's army camp descended into chaos at once. Sitting calmly on the luxurious litter, Yang Feng has no intention of taking this opportunity to attack the Wei province's army. Not long after, an army of about 20,000 soldiers surged out from the camp. You're the demon ancestor who's playing tricks? To dare behave atrociously in my Wei province's army, what gall! You're really tired of living. Surrounded by dozens of generals, a burly general wearing a radiant armor, riding a black horse, exuding an overbearing aura pointed at Yang Feng with a halberd in hand and barked. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a stone slammed into the general's head like a meteor and smashed his head. Then, as if it has a life of its own, the stone spun towards the other generals and smashed their heads one by one before finally landing in front of the last general. The general screamed and fell from his horse. With a look of horror on his face, he looked at the corpses around him and retched. Qian Jieyu looked at the general sympathetically, her heart filled with shock. So strong! This demon ancestor is so strong that it makes people despair. Even a great grandmaster rank expert would die of exhaustion when faced with the siege of a powerful army if he didn't escape. But Yang Feng, sitting in the litter with Qian Jieyu in one hand, killed dozens of generals with a flick of his finger. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng glanced at the general and uttered flatly, "Surrender or die." Frightened out of his wits, the general knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I, Lu Sandow, am willing to surrender and serve the ancestor. A burly man glanced at Lu Sandow contemptuously and barked, Lu Sandow, you coward! Brothers, come with me to avenge the marshal. Kill. Avenge the marshal! A cavalryman exuding a valiant, iron-blooded aura galloped out of the army and charged towards Yang Feng with ferocious killing intent. Cavalryman! It's the Wei Province's black cavalryman. When the martial arts experts saw the 2,000 cavalrymen, their faces changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. Cavalrymen were the nemesis of martial arts experts. Once besieged by the 2,000 cavalrymen, the martial arts experts would be easily trampled into meat paste. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone strangely shot into the midst of the 2,000 cavalrymen and raised a mist of blood. Virtually in a breath of time, the 2,000 cavalrymen were strangely run through by the stone and turned into corpses that fell to the ground. No one survived. Ding, ding, ding. When the soldiers of the Wei Province's army saw the 2,000 cavalrymen crushed like ants, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. I surrender! I surrender! When the Wei Province's army surrendered, the entire Wei Province fell into Yang Feng's hands. As soon as Yang Feng took control of the Wei Province, he announced to the world that he ascended the throne and proclaimed himself an emperor. The Great Chu Empire was born. Many officials of the Wei Province and countless martial arts experts of the Temple of Myriad Demons directly became officials of the Great Chu Empire. The world was shocked. The Great Zhou Empire immediately dispatched 100,000 troops and had the famous General Red Tiger, Hu Yanhao, command the 100,000 troops to attack the Wei Province. Qi Province, the Great Zhou Empire, in the camp of the rebel subjugation army, gathered Hu Yanhao and many generals. Hu Yanhao looked around and asked solemnly, "Who is this demon ancestor? Who knows where he came from?" Before Yang Feng proclaimed himself an emperor, no one in the Great Zhou Empire paid much attention to him. After all, the Great Zhou Empire's officials didn't care about him at all. Chapter 8:16. Legend has it that the demon ancestor descended to our world along with a meteor from the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He is a guest from beyond the heavens, and his cultivation base is world-shaking. He subdued all the martial arts experts in the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The great Grandmaster Reverend Linkong was slain by him. The lightless sword Li Wujian and the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master submitted to him. They were taken in as minions, and he established the Myriad Demons Temple. Using the Myriad Demons Temple as his foundation, the demon ancestor went on expeditions and collected scum from the Jianghu for his own use. Not long ago, his ambitions were exposed. He killed the Wei Province's generals, forced the Wei Province's army to surrender, and then proclaimed himself an emperor in the Wei Province. A civil official said slowly. A general showed a look of ridicule. What an idiot! The Wei Province is just an inner province of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. It has a sparse population and poor resources. The Wei Province's army is the weakest army of the Great Zhou Empire. He raised an army in the Wei Province and contended against the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. He's overestimating his capabilities, what a fool! Many of the generals also showed a hint of agreement. From a strategic point of view, occupying the Wei Province and proclaiming himself an emperor is the stupidest strategy. Moreover, once Yang Feng proclaims himself an emperor, the Great Zhou Empire will destroy him at all costs. A dignified look flashed in the eyes of a general, and he said solemnly, "However, it is said that the demon ancestor killed 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the Wei Province's army by himself, which was how he subdued the Wei Province's army of 20,000 in one fell swoop. Such a powerhouse is not easy to deal with." A general sneered. To say that a stone killed 2,000 cavalrymen is an exaggeration. Don't we know what kind of trash the Wei province's army is? Most likely, after the demon ancestor killed more than 100 cavalrymen, those cowards lost their courage and collapsed. When he said this, the generals in the tent nodded in agreement. They have all heard of powerhouses who can fight 100 enemies by themselves. Martial arts experts who have cultivated to the great Grandmaster realm indeed, have the strength to fight 100 enemies by themselves. Hu Yenhao's eyes shimmered with a cold ray, and he said solemnly, I specially asked His Majesty to issue a decree to mobilize the border army's 20,000 Black Tiger Corps. Even if he's a martial saint, we can still kill him with our lives. A stocky general's eyes lit up and he said with an excited smile, Since the Black Tiger Army is here, then that demon ancestor is dead for sure. The Black Tiger Army was the most elite cavalry unit in the Great Zhou Empire's border army. They had been fighting against the elite cavalries of the Golden Tribe Royal Court at the border all year round. They were a group of iron-blooded elites who were not afraid of death. Once the casualty rate of an ordinary cavalry unit reached 10%, there was a possibility that it would collapse. As for the Black Tiger Army, even if the casualty rate was as high as 60%, they could still maintain an extremely terrifying morale. This was the biggest difference between elite cavalry and ordinary cavalry. As long as the commander-in-chief gave the order, the Black Tiger Army would jump in without hesitation even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. Only this kind of elite, iron-blooded army could use human lives to grind a martial sage to death. A general smiled excitedly and said, Once the Black Tiger Army arrives, those clowns will definitely die. Another general said worriedly, Once the Black Tiger Army arrives, those clowns will naturally be unable to withstand a single blow. But the demon ancestor is very powerful. If he personally assassinates us, how can we guard against it? There are several great Grandmaster experts in the Temple of Demons. They might not be able to fight head-on, but they are first-class experts in assassination. A general with excellent military skills could surround and kill a great Grandmaster expert with a few thousand soldiers. However, martial Grandmaster-level experts could easily take the head of a general at night if they practiced the assassin's path a little. Hu Yenhao smiled slightly and said, Don't worry. Everyone, please take a look. Who is this? A middle-aged man with short hair, a burly figure, and a thick saber on his back slowly stepped into the tent. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and his appearance was handsome. He was like an unsheathed divine saber that was incomparably sharp. Lord Saber Saint. It's Lord Saber Saint. Greetings, Lord Saber Saint. When all the generals saw the middle-aged man, their eyes flashed with awe. They stood up one after another and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the pinnacle of martial arts experts in this world, Saber Saint Ding Tong, one of the 7 martial saints. When the Saber Saint, Ding Tong, was traveling on the grassland, he encountered 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen, the most elite guards of the Khan of the Golden Tribe Royal Court, who were killing and looting at will. He drew his saber in anger and single-handedly beheaded the 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen. This inhuman and terrifying battle record established the Saber Saint's supreme prestige. The military worshipped the strong. Saber Saint Ding Tong became the idol of the Great Zhou Empire's border troops after he single-handedly beheaded 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen armed to the teeth. Ding Tong strode proudly to Hu Yenhao's side and sat down. He said with a confident smile, Everyone, don't worry. If the demon ancestor dares to come to the camp to assassinate us, I will definitely cut him down with my saber. With Lord Saber Saint here, if the demon ancestor dares to come, he will absolutely not be able to return. With Lord Saber Saint here, we can sleep peacefully. Countless praises filled the tent, and all the generals were brimming with confidence. The Great Zhou Empire's emperor, the demon ancestor, has arrived. You rebels, hurry up and get out. Surrender to the Emperor of the Great Chu Empire. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice reverberated in the tent, clearly appearing in everyone's ears. It was as if the voice was speaking in everyone's ears, incomparably clear. Ding Tong's eyes flashed with a dignified look, and he slowly said, "What a profound internal force! This is a martial arts expert at the great grandmaster level. It seems that the demon ancestor's methods are extraordinary. He was able to subdue such an expert in such a short period of time." Hu Yenhao sneered and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what the demon ancestor is capable of." Under Hu Yenhao's command, the 100,000 troops walked out of the camp in an orderly manner and formed a formation outside the camp. Spears fell like rain and swords fell like a forest. The 100,000 troops of the great Zhou Empire were clearly divided and disciplined, giving off the demeanor of an iron army. On the other side, on the great Chu Empire's side, 16 beautiful girls in white are carrying a luxurious litter. On the litter, Yang Feng is embracing the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Qiao Mengluo and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstremia Qing Heziwei. Behind Yang Feng, there are 3,000 mounted cavalrymen. The origin of the 3,000 mounted cavalrymen is complicated. There are 500 cavalrymen who are soldiers of the Wei Province's army, while the remaining 2,500 are martial arts experts who can ride horses but aren't proficient in horsemanship. In front of the luxurious litter, there are 2 people standing. One is lightless sword Li Wujian, the other is young Master Yuema. Young Master Yuema is quick-witted and efficient. Since Yang Feng is skilled in using him, he helped him advance to a great Grandmaster realm expert. A bunch of mobs. Hu Yenhao led the generals to look at the great Chu Empire's army from afar with a look of contempt in their eyes. When the other generals saw the 3,000 rabble, they all sneered, and their eyes were filled with contempt. As long as the generals take 500 people with them, they would dare to charge at the 3,000 mounted infantry and defeat them in one fell swoop. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 3,000 Black Tiger troops to kill them. Please let me be the vanguard. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 1,000 Black Tiger troops to detect them. If I let even one of them escape, I'll behead you. Let me be the vanguard. The eyes of the generals of the Black Tiger troops shone with excitement, and they shouted and patted their chests to guarantee their promises. Yang Feng's great Chu Empire is an enemy state. For a general, the greatest achievement in destroying a state can allow them to rise to the top in a single bound, be conferred the title of aristocrat, and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. There was a flash of pity in Xiaomingluo's eyes, and she smiled lightly. A bunch of idiots, you don't understand what a terrifying monster you're facing. Yang Feng also smiled and quietly watched the generals of the Black Tiger troops scramble for the vanguard position. Hu Yenhao's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Hua Muxiong." A burly man with many scars on his body and a valiant aura exuding from his body urged his horse forward and said, "Your subordinate is here." Hu Yenhao pointed at Yang Feng and company with his sword and ordered coldly, "Take 10,000 Black Tiger troops and annihilate them." Hua Muxiong glanced at Yang Feng and company, showed a ferocious and excited smile, and said rudely, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I guarantee that I'll cut them all to pieces. If even one of them escapes, Commander-in-Chief, take my head and kick it like a ball. Brothers, charge with me." With a roar, Hua Muxiong urged his horse forward and led the 10,000 iron-blood cavalrymen, who have gone through countless battles, to charge at Yang Feng and company. The earth trembled as the 10,000 horses galloped forward. The 10,000 Black Tiger troops wore armor, held lances, had ferocious expressions, and exuded bloodthirsty smiles. They looked like ferocious beasts in human form. When the 3,000 cavalrymen on the great Chu Empire's side saw the charge of the Black Tiger troops, their countenances changed dramatically. Except for the 500 Wei province's cavalrymen who have seen the terror of Yang Feng, most of the martial arts experts who haven't seen Yang Feng's power change their countenances greatly, and they urge their horses to retreat slowly. Dozens of the great Chu Empire's cavalrymen even turned around and retreated. What elite cavalrymen, but unfortunately, the enemy is me. Yang Feng looked at the ferocious 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops, smiled faintly, and flicked his finger, and 10 stones suddenly shot out and shot into the midst of the 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops like meteors. Chapter 8:17. Ever since Yang Feng started his campaign against the Great Zhou Empire, the temper of the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming has become irritable. He has already executed 4 eunuchs for trivial matters, giving people a taste of what it feels like to be in the company of a tiger. In less than 10 days, 20 provinces have been captured by Yang Feng's army and are heading straight for the Great Zhou Empire's capital, Heaven Luo City. The Void Assassin walking in the void suddenly appeared, its engine roared, and it flew into the distance. A trifling golem dares to make fun of me, go to hell. The 10 stones stained with the blood of the Black Tiger troops suddenly turned and slammed into the heads of dozens of fleeing cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire, killing them in an instant. Sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that? What's this? Who else in this world can stop this monster? Wu Shanming stepped into the passage. He killed 50,000 elite troops in an instant. Is he still human? Yang Feng personally led the army and crushed the rebels along the way. As a result, the number of troops grew like a rolling snowball. There was silence on the battlefield, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Too powerful. As long as His Majesty is here, we are invincible. Wu Shanming knelt on the cold golden ground, kowtowed 9 times, and said respectfully, "Great Heavenly Venerable, the 10th Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, Wu Shanming requests an audience." The stone statue flickered slightly and shot out rays of yellow light, forming a strange passage in the void. "All of you stand down." 1. Even the 10,000 invincible Black Tiger troops revealed a look of fear in their eyes. The Black Tiger troops aren't afraid of sacrifice, but they aren't willing to throw away their lives meaninglessly. Xiaomingluo's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated look, and she sighed softly. Sword Saint Ding Tong died a worthless death. Wu Shanming took out a jade box and opened it, revealing a stone statue. He hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth, cut his finger, and dripped drops of blood into the stone statue. Li Wujian's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as he praised. Amazing! As expected of the Sword Saint, he had already entered the supreme realm of man being man, saber being saber, man and saber as one. How amazing! I'm afraid I won't be able to block his saber. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Master Yuema and Li Wujian bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then took the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire to rush towards the 40,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire kneeling on the ground. Full of excitement, the 3,000 martial arts experts recruited by the Great Chu Empire looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at an invincible god. So strong. Wherever the army passed, one province after another was easily captured by Yang Feng. The sword Saint Ding Tong entered a mysterious realm, and his aura grew stronger with every step he took. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the temple, and a 100-meter-long finger suddenly appeared in the void and pressed down on a Void Assassin. The Void Assassin's energy shield was smashed, and the Void Assassin was crushed. Along with a crisp sound, the god weapon Transcendent Blade on the sword Saint Ding Tong's back suddenly unsheathed and fell into the sword Saint Ding Tong's hand. As if man and blade have become one, they have become a peerless blade. He died before he could make a move. The surrounding eunuchs responded respectfully and retreated. Terrifying, that's really terrifying. How can there be such a person? Clang. A cold voice came from the gold idol. You know my rules. Did the demon venerable or the dragon emperor take action? Wu Shanming replied respectfully. No, it was a visitor from beyond the heavens who calls himself the demon ancestor. As soon as he took action, he insta-killed my 100,000 troop. Within a few breaths of time, the 50,000 elite troops turned into corpses. Hu Yenhao couldn't believe his eyes. The commander-in-chief of the army, Hu Yenhao, knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, looked around with fear in his eyes, and muttered with a distressed expression, "Dead, they're all dead." 2. After a few breaths of time, the great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped from 90,000 to 40,000. 50,000 elite troops along with dozens of generals were insta-killed. A few days later, the commander-in-chief of the great Zhou Empire, Hu Yenhao, along with a dozen generals, surrendered to Yang Feng. The eunuchs standing aside lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Tianluo City, the royal palace. In a study, the great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming looked at the memorials with an ashen face and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn demon ancestor, damn beast! I will exterminate your 10 clans. I'm also a little tired of it. I'll count to 3. After 3, if the great Zhou Empire is still standing and holding a weapon, then all of you can go to hell. Those who throw away their weapons, kneel on the ground, and raise their hands will live. They're just ants." Within a few breaths of time, the 10,000 Black Tiger troops were wiped out. Trembling, the martial arts experts subdued by the myriad demons' temple looked at the indifferent Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter, full of excitement, as if they saw an invincible god. Stones shot out of the luxurious litter Yang Feng was sitting in and sank into the midst of the elite troops of the great Zhou Empire. In an instant, a mist of blood splattered. Beside Hu Yenhao, more than a dozen ferocious generals were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were covered in the blood of their comrades, and their bodies were trembling. As if they fell into an ice cave, the faces of the generals of the great Zhou Empire turned ashen as they stared at the corpse of the sword Saint Ding Tong, a chill filling their hearts. The dozen fierce generals looked at the hell-like scene and murmured. Qiao Mengluo looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. He killed 10,000 cavalrymen with a wave of his hand and still has it easy. How terrifyingly powerful! Can humans be this powerful? The 40,000 elite troops of the great Zhou Empire were reorganized. Among them, Yang Feng let Hu Yenhao and the other surrendered generals command 20,000 elite troops, and they continued to attack the great Zhou Empire. Hu Yenhao's gaze fell on the sword Saint Ding Tong, and he uttered respectfully, "Sir Sword Saint, please take action and kill that monster." Yang Feng's flat voice reverberated in the ears of the 90,000 elite troops of the great Zhou Empire. Like the whisper of a fiend, the eyes of the 90,000 elite troops shimmered with fear and despair. After the defeat of Hu Yenhao's 100,000 elite troops, the great Zhou Empire mobilized troops to encircle and suppress Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, the sword Saint Ding Tong took a deep breath, walked towards Yang Feng, and said in a loud voice, "Demon ancestor, the great Zhou Empire's Ding Tong will fight you." When Yang Feng counted to 2, a large number of the great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands high. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger, and a stone disappeared from his hand in an instant. Wu Shanming hesitated for a moment and then barked. When the remaining 90,000 elite troops of the great Zhou Empire saw this scene, they trembled and a hair-raising chill welled up inside them. Hu Yenhao's expression is very unsightly. He looked around, and the generals moved their heads away, not daring to look him in the eye. All of a sudden, the huge gold idol uttered a cry of surprise, then suddenly moved and extended its hand towards the void. A faint voice came from the huge gold idol. "Interesting. In this world, to insta-kill an army of 100,000 troops with a single move, interesting. This required an extremely precise control over one's power. That fellow must be a glorious dawn warlock or above existence. If it's a body-tempering warlock, it can be extended to the moonlight warlock realm. Li Wujian is at a loss, unable to believe his eyes. Although he also believes that Yang Feng is far stronger than the sword Saint Ding Tong. However, the sword Saint Ding Tong can't even block Yang Feng's stone, which is far beyond Li Wujian's imagination. 3. The golden god statue grabbed nothing but air. In an instant, the head of the sword Saint Ding Tong exploded like that of an ordinary black tiger soldier, and a copious amount of blood scattered on the ground. Yang Feng glared at the 10,000 black tiger warhorses. As if they had encountered a dragon or a natural predator, the 10,000 black tiger warhorses were terrified. They obediently ran to the side of the Great Chu Empire's 3,000 cavalrymen and formed a huge herd. The teeth of many veterans who have experienced countless wars trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. How can there be such a person? How can the demon ancestor be so powerful? Dead, the sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that? Is he still a human? When young Master Yoma saw this scene, he was both excited, fearful, and glad. No matter how many times I see it, this method is too heaven-defying. A blood-colored mist instantly enveloped the 10,000 black tiger soldiers. The heads of the 10,000 black tiger soldiers exploded one by one, and they fell from their warhorses. Yes, your majesty! So strong, this is the demon ancestor. His Majesty the Emperor. All eyes were focused on sword Saint Ding Tong, and they were filled with anticipation. Yang Feng said flatly, "Yuema, Li Wujian, take people to clean up the battlefield." Dead, they're all dead. With a flash of light, a huge temple made of gold appeared in front of Wu Shanming. There was a 100-meter-tall statue of a deity inscribed with countless mysterious runes in the huge temple. Young Master Yama's inner force surged, and he said loudly, "Hu Yanhao, you've seen the ancestor's divine art. Surrender quickly. Do you want the ancestor to kill you all?" Chapter 8:18. In Yang Feng's eyes, a mortal state like the Great Zhou Empire is just an ant-like existence that can be wiped out at any time. Only the terrifying powerhouses hidden behind the Great Zhou Empire are Yang Feng's greatest enemies. Suddenly, a dozen or so young men and women dressed in silks and satins rushed out and galloped madly on the street. They were either rich or noble young men and women. What amazing horsemanship! The young Marquis's horsemanship has improved a lot. When the three beautiful girls Huang Juhua, Clivia, and Tulip saw Yang Feng like this, their beautiful eyes revealed a look of fascination. It is this man in front of them who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and killed more than 400,000 troops. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Great Chu Empire's replacement of the Great Zhou Empire is just around the corner. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Yes, I'm also very curious. How can a mere human warlock live so long?" Hundreds of martial arts experts of the Black Guard unleashed their agility techniques and rushed this way. "How dare you, lowly commoner? How dare you block my way? Die!" The dozen-plus young men and women dressed in silks and satins are clearly the children of bigwigs. They have a lofty status in the Great Zhou Empire. If ordinary people are killed by their horses, they will only have to pay a little money at most. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence occupies this world, Yang Feng can only disband the Great Chu Empire and find a way to hide. After probing, he found out that the Heavenly Venerable only has Infinity Warlock rank strength, which made him feel a little relieved. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the other end of the warp gate, in a luxurious residence in the Heaven Luo city. In this world, the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane, and life magic energy is scarce. Some earth-shaking spells that Infinity Warlocks can use in the Zhangji plane cannot be cast here. Disappointment flashed in Clivia's eyes. The firework released by the expert from Six Fan School was of the highest level. The city guard system was alerted and the army quickly gathered there. The black-haired, slender, and beautiful girl, Kuai Lan, who exuded a pure aura, casually draped a layer of white gauze over her shoulders. She smiled sweetly and said, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" When the experts from the Great Zhou Empire's 6 doors saw the fireworks, they immediately used their qinggong and rushed over. Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire has already shown the power to sweep the world. Countless greater aristocrats in the Tianluo city have been in cahoots with Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. At the same time, the Myriad Flower Palace had been operating in Heaven Luo City for many years and had countless strongholds. This luxurious mansion was one of the strongholds of the 10,000 Flower Palace. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "I am the demon ancestor, the emperor of the Great Chu Empire." In this world, human warlocks could only utilize the tyrannical extraordinary power of their fleshly bodies. The power of the physical body was also a common power in many planes. Even if the essence of the world was sealed, the power of the physical body could not be sealed. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The Heavenly Venerable possesses infinity warlock rank strength, so the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are at most in the infinity warlock rank. In this world, there shouldn't be any means to threaten my life. For an Heavenly Venerable to live for hundreds of thousands of years is simply shocking. A constable stepped forward and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes, saying, "Brother, this is the son of the mighty Marquis of the Great Zhou Empire. You have already killed the son of the champion Marquis. If you kill him as well, there will be no place for you in this world." An invincible hero like Yang Feng, who single-handedly destroyed a state, naturally attracted the admiration of countless beautiful women. The Imperial Palace. The place where the Heavenly Venerable is the Imperial Palace. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he took a step forward. As if a ghost, he appeared in front of the most arrogant and despotic young man and grabbed him. Yang Feng pinched Kaffir Lily's face and uttered with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how much you beg me, I can't take you there. The fight between me and the Heavenly Venerable is too dangerous. Even I can't split my attention to protect you in the middle of the fight." A handsome young man dressed in green clothes, but with a fierce expression on his face, glanced at Yang Feng with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and he pulled the reins, and the horse under him stood up and stomped heavily on Yang Feng's chest. Another nobleman blew a flute, and the dozens of Six Fan School experts who were on standby not far away immediately used their qinggong to fly over. For human warlocks, the lifespan of 100,000 years is a huge threshold. Many human infinity warlocks only have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Compared to gods, kindred, and other long-lived species, they are far behind. Even human long-lived bloodline warlocks, unless they have completely purified their bloodline and reverted to their ancestral roots, it is still difficult for them to break through the 100,000-year lifespan limit. In the rear garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng sat in a luxurious litter surrounded by the 3 famous flowers of the Myriad Flowers Temple, the chrysanthemum, the clivia, and the tulip. He looked very happy. In this world, 1,000 years will pass, but on the Zhangji Plain, only 1 year will pass. However, if you stay in this world for 1,000 years, your lifespan will be weakened by 1,000 years, no different from that on the Zhangji Plain. A young man said with a ferocious smile, "Lowly, do you see that? So many experts had already rushed over. Why don't you quickly kneel down and repent of your sins? In this way, you may still have a chance to live." Yang Feng attacked the Great Zhou Empire in order to force out the Heavenly Venerable hiding in the depths of the Great Zhou Empire, and then use his battle robots to probe the other party's strength. As expected of the champion Marquis Manners Junior Marquis, his equestrian skills are far beyond our level. The complexion of the ordinary people on the street changed dramatically, and they fled in all directions. No one dared to block in front of the young men and women. Suddenly, a stream of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile in his eyes. He finally revealed his true colors. This strength should be that of an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Heavenly Venerable. It's an expert. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Tianluo City. The Heavenly Venerable is hiding in Tianluo City. I'll go meet him. Heavenly Venerable, Demon Ancestor, I'm curious to know who is stronger. Due to the relatively low energy level of the universe, although Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possess earth-shattering strength, but their lifespans can't even compare to that of some Infinity Warlocks. Scram. Lowly scram. Otherwise, he would die. Ha ha ha. When the Six Doors Gate expert with Pinnacle Innate Realm Cultivation base saw the death of the champion Marquis, his complexion changed dramatically, and he raised his hand, and fireworks soared into the sky. When the commander of the Black Guard, a department of the Great Zhou Empire that specializes in dealing with martial arts experts, saw the fireworks in the sky, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a cruel and sinister smile. A young aristocrat with a pale face roared fiercely, "You lowly commoner, how dare you kill people in the Imperial City? You're finished, you're dead. He's the only son of the champion Marquis. You dare to kill him, you're dead." There are martial arts experts stirring up trouble, and they're experts above the Grandmaster rank. Brothers, come with me. An enigmatic gleam flashed in Clivia's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, I'm really looking forward to the fight between you and the Heavenly Venerable." Huang Juhua, Clivia, and Tulip were taken aback, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Behind the young aristocrat in green, the rest of the aristocrat youngsters watched this cruel scene with smiles on their faces and cruel pleasure in their eyes. Yang Feng smiled, turned around, and went to a secret room in the depths of the villa, where no one was allowed to enter, and pushed open a warp gate. Yang Feng struggled slightly and broke free from the leg of chalk. His tiger-like eyes suddenly radiated brilliant light, and his temperament suddenly changed. From a lazy hedonistic son of a rich family, he became an overbearing overlord that suppressed the world. Just as the horse was about to trample on Yang Feng's chest, a stone, like a stream of light, ran through the horse and blasted a huge hole in the body of the champion Marquis Junior Marquis along with the horse, turning them into two corpses that fell to the ground. Yang Feng looked strangely at the arrogant and despotic young aristocrat in his hand and said with a smile, "Inferior level 8 soul aptitude. This guy is a freakish genius." Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the Imperial Palace, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he strode towards the Imperial Palace. The Bluestone Street was where the poor people of the Tianluo City lived. Aristocrat youngsters liked to gallop here and startle the passers-by. On the Bluestone Street, no matter what happened, even if a few people were killed, their families could take care of them in minutes. For human warlocks, 10,000 years was a huge hurdle. Unless it was a human warlock with a long-lived bloodline, for orthodox warlocks, if they couldn't practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, then it was very rare for them to live for thousands of years. Huang Juhua, who had an oval face and a fiery and sexy figure, was a mixture of the boorishness of the prairie beauties and the charm of the Central Plains beauties. She cried out involuntarily, "Celestial Venerable, isn't that a character from myths and legends? Could it be that he really exists? However, even if he is real, it has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era. How could he still be alive?" Chapter 819. The Demon Ancestor. His Majesty the Great Chu Empire's Emperor. The Demon Ancestor, the demon ancestor who insta-killed a 100,000-strong army. The demon ancestor, is it the demon ancestor who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and destroyed a state by himself? When the originally insufferably arrogant aristocratic children heard Yang Feng's name, they trembled, their teeth chattered, and their eyes filled with fear. The demon ancestor. He's the demon ancestor. It's the demon ancestor. When the constables of the 6 doors heard Yang Feng's name, their countenance changed dramatically, and they took more than 20 steps back. The demon ancestor was an invincible existence who wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, destroyed a state by himself, and captured 20 provinces in 10 days. Everyone present was well informed. They knew that it was not a rumor that the demon ancestor wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, but a fact. Such a terrifying existence wasn't something that humans could contend against. The aristocratic youngster in Yang Feng's grasp trembled and shouted, "Sir Demon Ancestor, I am willing to serve you. Please spare my life, Sir Demon Ancestor. There are Bolu and then there are horses. Horses are common, but Bolu is rare. With this kind of temperament, even if 1 or 2 are cultivated, I'm afraid that in the future, they will only deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors. Besides, there are so many geniuses in this world. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die." Yang Feng sighed slightly and pointed with a finger on the forehead of the aristocratic youngster. The youngster's body suddenly exploded, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. When the aristocratic youngsters saw this scene, they trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. Yang Feng swept the experts of the 6 doors and the countless soldiers surrounding him with a glance, and then said with a smile, "I'm going to break into the imperial palace. Aren't you going to stop me?" The 6 doors chief constable suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he didn't dare to step forward. The experts of the 6 doors were silent, and they didn't dare to step forward. Many of them even quietly retreated. If someone had told them before that they wanted to break into the imperial palace by themselves, they would have thought that the person was a madman. However, if a living legend like the ancestral demon wanted to break through the palace, it was still unknown how long the palace could last. Yang Feng smiled and strode towards the imperial palace. The experts of the 6 doors who were originally surrounding Yang Feng used their agility techniques to retreat to the side, not daring to block Yang Feng. "What's going on?" As soon as the commander of the blackguard led the hundreds of blackguard experts to the vicinity, he saw the strange scene. He was slightly shocked in his heart, and a trace of a bad premonition surged in his heart. The Black Guard commander used secret sound transmission and asked the chief constable of the 6 doors gate, "Mu Baifeng, what happened? Who is that person?" Mu Baifeng transmitted, "That person claims to be the demon ancestor, the emperor of the fake Chu Empire. We're going to attack the palace now." The commander of the blackguard was shocked and angry. Demon ancestor. It was actually the devil ancestor. How was this possible? He should be a few hundred kilometers away in Guangzhou. How could he appear here? This must be fake. He must be a fake. Mu Baifeng, your Zhao family is indebted to the emperor, so hurry up and capture the fake demon ancestor. Mu Baifeng transmitted, "This guy doesn't seem to be a fake. Zhang Qinqing, you are the commander of the blackguard. It's your duty to suppress such heretics. Why don't the blackguard capture him? This is a great achievement." Zhang Qinqing snorted coldly and took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes full of apprehension. "Humph, that's only natural. I will capture him at the right time." Under Zhang Qinqing's lead, the hundreds of black guards followed Yang Feng from a distance. What's going on? When the commander of the city guards Zhou Jin arrived with 3,000 elite city guards, he saw the experts of the 6 doors gate and the blackguard following hundreds of meters behind Yang Feng, not daring to go up and capture him. He was at a loss. Who cares? That guy killed the son of the champion marquis. Even if he is a martial sage, but besieged by so many experts, only death awaits him. Zhou Jin only hesitated for a moment, and then the desire to get the attention of the champion marquis welled up inside him. He pointed at Yang Feng and barked, "Capture him! If he dares to resist, kill him!" The 3,000 elite city guards armed with blades and shields and dressed in light armor charged towards Yang Feng like a tide. They completely blocked the space, sealing off the space where the martial arts masters could perform their lightness skill that they were so proud of. Mu Baifeng's eyes flashed with excitement. A good chance. Zhang Qingqing showed an excited smile, and the inner force inside him surged, ready to take action at a moment's notice. Zhou Jin, that fool, well done. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone flew into the midst of the 3,000 elite city guards. A mist of blood drifted, and the heads of the 3,000 elite city guards exploded, turning the Bluestone Street into a hell on earth. Zhou Jin's headless body fell to the ground from his horse. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Scions, the 6 doors, and the black guards turned pale, trembled, and their teeth chattered. They couldn't even hold their weapons stably. Ding, ding, ding. With a series of crisp sounds, the weapons in the hands of the 6 fan school and the blackguards fell to the ground one after another. With an enigmatic smile on his face, Yang Feng glanced at the 6 doors and the black guards behind him and said flatly, "Since you have seen the power of the demon ancestor, do you surrender or die? If you want to die, I will grant you an equal death." Yang Feng's voice was flat, but the content was cruel. Set off by the corpses of the 3,000 city guards, it gave people a hair-raising feeling. Zhang Qingqing knelt on the ground decisively and said loudly, "I am the commander of the Black Guards, Zhang Qingqing. I am willing to lead the Black Guards to serve your majesty." The hundreds of Black Guards also knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I am willing to serve your majesty." Mu Baifeng heaved a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Chief Constable Mu Baifeng of the 6 doors is willing to lead the 6 doors to serve your majesty. Li Li is willing to serve your majesty." With complicated feelings in their hearts, everyone present knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, "Get up. Follow me to take over the imperial city and maintain order there." Mu Baifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, your majesty." Suddenly, fireworks rose in the imperial city, and all kinds of alarms sounded frantically. Troops began to gather in the direction of the imperial city. After all, the Great Zhou Empire is one of the 3 empires in the world. Its dynasty has existed for hundreds of years, and it is at its strongest. Its rule is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and there is no lack of die-hard loyalists. Yang Feng glanced at the fireworks, smiled softly, and continued to stroll towards the imperial palace. Mu Baifeng looked at the fireworks rising in the sky and smiled bitterly. If the opponent is him, it will be meaningless. In front of the Green Dragon Gate of Tianluo City's imperial palace, the gate of the Green Dragon Gate was closed. The fully armed imperial guards looked into the distance as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Under the watchful gazes of the imperial guards, Yang Feng appeared in front of the gate with a motley crew of 3,000 people he recruited along the way. When Yang Feng was 2 arrow shots away from the gate, he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a cannonball and slammed into the gate. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, the steel city gate that weighed a few 100,000 kilograms was immediately blasted into pieces, transforming into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Boom! Yang Feng flicked his finger again, and a stone slammed into a section of the city wall. The section of the city wall collapsed and revealed a huge hole. The morale of the Imperial Guards atop the city wall hit rock bottom in an instant. They trembled all over, and their eyes filled with fear and despair. In a siege, when a city gate is breached, it indicates that the defending side is doomed. Next, it is time for the victorious side to harvest the fruits of victory. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! When the 3,000 people recruited by Yang Feng saw that the imperial palace was breached, they were filled with excitement and shouted loudly. Yang Feng glanced at the city wall and said coldly, "Surrender or die. I'll give you only 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, those who kneel down and surrender will be spared." A burly, handsome young general exuding the aura of a powerhouse walked out of the city gate and said loudly, "There's no need, Your Majesty Demon Ancestor. I, Murong Chang, am willing to lead the 5,000 brothers stationed at the Green Dragon Gate to surrender to you. Please take us in, Your Majesty." Zhang Qingqing's eyes flickered, and he mused. This Murong Chang is really cunning. In this way, by relying on Sir Demon Ancestor at a critical time, he will definitely have a very high status in the future. Yang Feng said lightly, "Murong Chang, you are responsible for commanding the troops and maintaining order in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is mine. I don't want to see it in chaos, with people burning, killing, and looting indiscriminately. If they dare to do so, then kill them all." "Yes, Your Majesty." Murong Chang saluted Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered brightly, and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I still have many good brothers in the Imperial Guards. I'm willing to be the vanguard to persuade them to surrender for Your Majesty." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." When Murong Chang surrendered, the Imperial Guard commanders in the Imperial Palace knew that the situation was hopeless. They surrendered decisively and chose to submit to the Demon Ancestor. The Great Zhou Empire's Imperial Palace was easily controlled by Yang Feng just like that. Chapter 820. In front of the Imperial Study, there are hundreds of death soldiers nurtured by the royal family. Armed with weapons, the death soldiers guarded in front of the Imperial Study with the will to die surging in their eyes. Outside the Imperial Study, there is a dense crowd of Imperial Guards. In the center of the Imperial Guards stands Yang Feng. Murong Chang looked at the leader of the hundreds of death soldiers with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he stepped forward and said decisively, "Yuan Batian, surrender. The situation is hopeless. Only by surrendering to His Majesty the Demon Ancestor can you survive." The burly Imperial Guard General, who was exuding a terrifying aura of a Grandmaster and was holding a long saber, shouted, "Shut up, you rebels! Murong Chang, Huianda, Zhou, His Majesty has treated you well. He promoted you from lowly commoners to Imperial Guard commanders and aristocrats. Now you betrayed His Majesty and even shamelessly came to persuade him to surrender. Don't you feel ashamed?" A wisp of shame flashed in the eyes of Murong Chang, Huienda, Zhou, and the other Imperial Guard generals, but they remained silent. The 3 Imperial Guard high-ranking officers were promoted by His Majesty the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, and they have always been loyal to him. But this time, Yang Feng's incarnation of the Demon Ancestor is really invincible. He is a terrifying existence that can wipe out 100,000 troops with a wave of his hand. They had no choice but to surrender. "Batian, forget it. You can't blame them for this." The door of the Imperial Study opened, and a dozen people walked out. The person in the lead is Wu Shanming, the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. The beautiful middle-aged woman beside him is his Empress. Behind Wu Shanming, there are a dozen very good-looking young men and women. They are Wu Shanming's sons and daughters. Yuan Batian bowed to Wu Shanming and uttered, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wu Shanming glanced at Yuan Batian, his eyes flashed with relief, and he said solemnly, "Batian, take these brothers to surrender to Lord Demon Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor has always treated surrendered generals equally. He rewards and punishes them clearly. He is indeed a rare wise ruler. This is an order, it cannot be violated." "Yes, Your Majesty." With tears in his eyes, Yuan Batian dropped the weapon in his hand, knelt before Yang Feng and remained silent. The hundreds of death guards dropped their weapons, knelt before Yang Feng and remained silent. Lord Fiend Ancestor, you can take my life and the great Zhou Empire. I can cooperate with you to issue an imperial edict to have the other provinces give up resistance and surrender to the great Chu Empire. Please be merciful and spare the lives of my wife and children. I beg of you. Wu Shanming gave a long sigh, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at Wu Shanming's children, and his eyes lit up at once. He strode towards a beautiful girl about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in white, and looking delicate and charming. Seeing this scene, Murong Chang's eyes dimmed slightly. Seventh Princess. The eyes of Hu Yenda and the 6 or 7 young imperial guards turned gloomy. The name of the 15 or 16-year-old girl is Wu Meiying. She is the 7th princess of the Great Cloud Dynasty. She is privately recognized as the #1 beauty of the Great Zhou Empire's aristocrats. Wu Meiying bowed to Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination. She raised her delicate and pretty face and pleaded pitifully, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Demon Ancestor. Please be merciful and let go of my imperial father, my imperial mother, and my elder brothers and sisters. Meiying is willing to serve Your Majesty, Demon Ancestor, forever as a slave. I won't have any complaints." When Yang Feng felt Wu Meiying's aptitude, his eyes lit up at once and he revealed a satisfied smile. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude, this world is really a treasure trove of talents. However, the Heavenly Venerable didn't even take such a talent under his command. It seems that his injuries aren't clear. In the world of warlocks, intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude is a heaven-defying soul aptitude. Yang Feng has seen countless geniuses, but only the little lowly Regina, he got from God Bloodplane, has intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. As for superior level 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng has only seen one person, Shi Shui. The gap between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude is known as the celestial boundary. Warlock geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude can undoubtedly promote to glorious dawn warlocks without any bottleneck. Their probability of promoting to bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks is much higher than that of ordinary warlock. It can be said that as long as Yang Feng is willing to spend a large amount of resources and nurture them carefully, Regina and Wu Meiying can be nurtured into infinity warlock. Moreover, they will be pinnacle infinity warlocks who formed a small world inside them. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, then from today on, you are one of my people. I will also let your parents off the hook and not attack them." Wu Meiying bowed and wept tears of joy. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." All the Wu family members present wept tears of joy and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Wu Shanming, take that thing out. I want to meet the Heavenly Venerable of Legend." The Heavenly Venerable of Legend is still alive? Impossible. The Heavenly Venerable is already a figure of the mythological era. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era. How can he still be alive? The demon ancestor wants to fight the Heavenly Venerable, then he really is a mythological step powerhouse. According to legend, above the martial sage realm is the mythological realm. I didn't expect that legend to be true, that there really is a mythological step powerhouse who can live forever. The Imperial Guard commanders stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. Many people glanced at Wu Meiying with jealousy in their eyes. Immortality, that is everyone's dream. However, in this world, no matter how much power and wealth a person has, they can live to 60+ years old at most. People who can live to 70+ years old are very rare. If the Heavenly Venerable exists, then he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A living legend of longevity has appeared in front of them. For Yang Feng to be able to oppose a mythological figure like the Heavenly Venerable, he is naturally a mythological step powerhouse of the same rank and possesses a secret method to live forever. Wu Meiying's beautiful eyes blossomed with an enigmatic look. Wu Shanming uttered, "Your Majesty, the demon ancestor, Sir Heavenly Venerable, has destroyed the statue used to enter and exit the Heavenly Venerable's palace." Destroyed? It looks like I'll have to put in a little more effort. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and the void distorted, and void assassins flew out and landed in front of Wu Shanming and company. The void assassins grabbed Wu Meiying and the others from the Wu family, then roared their engines and flew into the distance. Murong Chang, take your people and evacuate the Imperial Palace at once. This place is likely to be dangerous. Yang Feng faintly left behind a sentence, then took a step forward, his body blurred, and he disappeared from where he stood. Murong Chang ordered decisively, "Retreat! Brothers, retreat with me at once." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the imperial study, his eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and the transcendent pupils suddenly appeared and looked around. Illuminated by the countless runes of the transcendent pupils, a twisted passageway appeared in the imperial study and extended towards a place of nothingness. Yang Feng tore open a huge hole in the twisted passageway, and then strode into the twisted passageway. The twisted passageway churned and rolled, looking like a twisted maze. If it was an ordinary warlock who entered such a maze, they would sink forever, unable to escape. Yang Feng's transcendent pupils shone brightly, and he stepped on the correct nodes one after another and walked towards the end of the maze. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a beautiful and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the beautiful and magnificent palace, there sits a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a silver warlock robe. The handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked with a smile, "Are you a warlock?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Yes, I am a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain." "Are you a Heavenly Venerable?" The Heavenly Venerable smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerable? That's just a name given by the ignorant aboriginals of this world. I am a rogue warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the God's Eyes. The names of warlocks have a wonderful power. Some warlocks can even cast all kinds of wicked curses on the enemy through their name. Therefore, many warlocks like to hide their true names and call themselves by all kinds of strange nicknames." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the supreme sword of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon sect, as well as the demon ancestor of this world. God's Eyes, I'm curious, how can you live in this world for hundreds of thousands of years?" The eyes of the God's Eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. People don't like men who are poor at the root." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I like this world very much. However, I don't want others to know about it. God's Eyes, what choice do you think I would make in this situation?" The God's Eyes replied calmly, "According to the warlock style, of course it would be to cut weeds by the roots, eliminate all insiders, and take control of the world." Yang Feng stared at the God's Eyes and uttered, "Smart. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to become my subordinate and hand over all your secret. The second is to die here. Which one do you choose?" "I choose the third one, and I'll kill you here." The God's Eyes suddenly smiled brightly, and an extremely violent wave of power spread out from his body. 100 eyes appeared on his body, each of which radiated queer light and strengthened the power of his fleshly body. Chapter 8:21. In an instant, the God's Eyes changed from an ordinary person to a fearsome god with infinite power, who can easily tear apart the void and move mountains and drain seas. Exuding an inhuman breath, he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. The god's eye's control of power has reached an extremely terrifying level. With all his essence, chi, and spirit converged in the palm, not leaking a trace of power. Virtually as swift as a clap of thunder, the palm slammed into Yang Feng's fleshly body. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, the vast temple shattered and collapsed completely. 1,000 meters above the Tianluo city's royal palace, the void suddenly collapsed, the space cracked, and countless fragments of an idol fell to the ground like meteorite. From the space, a meteor flew out and slammed into the ground. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, a huge hole was blasted open in the ground, and countless rubble splashed in all directions. The handsome god's eyes, dressed in a silver warlock robe, with an immortal-like temperament, flew out of the hole, treaded on air, and looked coldly at the ground. Sangji Plains human warlocks have invaded countless planes, and they have mastered various axioms to analyze the plane origin will of various planes. Since this world can accommodate infinity warlocks, it is not a low-level ordinary plane. Since the god's eyes has stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years, he has naturally analyzed the laws of this world. Mu Rongqiang looked at the god's eyes in the sky, who is dressed in a silver warlock robe and has strange eyes on his body, and his heart filled with shock. That's the heavenly venerate of legend. Mu Baifeng looked at the god's eyes in the sky with shock. Heavenly venerate, that's the heavenly venerate. He actually exists. A mythical figure like the heavenly venerate. Heavenly venerate. That's the heavenly venerate. The god's eyes is an infinity warlock rank existence. Even though this world is very strange and the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane, his sense of existence is still very strong, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. This is what an infinity warlock is. No matter where they go, they are still extremely powerful. They are existences at the top of the world food chain. Once the god's eye used its own power, that extraordinary and powerful presence could no longer be hidden. At a glance, people would understand that he is the only mythical heavenly venerable who can rival Yang Feng. A trace of fear welled up in Murong Chang's heart. Since that was a sky sovereign, then the person who was sent flying just now was the demon ancestor. What if the fiend ancestor is defeated? The Imperial Guard commanders who have just submitted to Yang Feng looked at the heavenly venerable standing proudly in the sky with shock and fear in their hearts. They are looking forward to Yang Feng turning the tables and defeating the heavenly venerable. Wu Shanming, who had been grabbed by the void assassin, looked at the heavenly venerate in the sky and then at his daughter, Wu Meiying, with a complicated feeling in his heart. If it was before, Wu Shanming would have hoped that the heavenly venerable would kill Yang Feng. But his most beloved daughter is about to become Yang Feng's woman. Once Wu Meiying is favored and gets the impartation of the secret method to live forever, the Wu family will achieve far greater achievements than before. And he himself is more likely to gain immortality. This filled his heart with complicated feelings. Wu Meiying stared in the direction where Yang Feng was sent, flying with worry in her beautiful eyes. She is very worried that Yang Feng will be killed. In that case, it will be difficult for her to get the secret method to live forever from him. Do you only have this much strength? You're too weak. In the center of the falling meteorite, Yang Feng opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Primal chaos runes appeared on his body. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method, and his injuries healed completely. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the god's eyes, and he roared exasperatedly. How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth of this world are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane. How can you recover so quickly? The god's eye did not control his voice at all. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Within a radius of 100 miles, the ears of countless commoners were blasted to the point that blood flowed out. Some of the weaker elders were even blasted to death by that sound. If it wasn't for the fact that the demonic energy of heaven and earth in this world was thin, the god's eyes' roar would have killed millions of residents in Tianluo City. So strong. Is this a mythical step powerhouse? That's heaven-defying. Murong Chang, Mu Baifeng, and other martial arts experts bled from their ears, felt sharp pain in their heads, and stared at the god's eyes in the sky with shock in their eyes. To be able to kill martial arts experts more than a dozen kilometers away with a roar, this realm is far beyond the imagination of Murong Chang and them. It's very simple. The difference in strength between us is too great. There's a fundamental difference. Yang Feng smiled faintly and took a step forward. A blur appeared above the god's eyes, and a palm bearing the weight of a mountain barreled towards the god's eyes. The countless eyes on the god's eyes body opened, his hands radiated golden light, and he blocked with all his strength. Boom! When the god's eyes was hit by Yang Feng's palm, it issued a heaven-shaking blare, and the strange eyes on its body burst open. A copious amount of blood splashed about and fell to the ground, making a heaven-shaking blare. Murong Chang was dumbfounded. Insta-killed? The heavenly venerable was insta-killed. Mu Baifeng was also dumbfounded. That's the heavenly venerable, one of the 3 tycoons of legends. He was insta-killed just like that. That's unreasonable. Wu Shanming looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the sky and murmured, "The demon ancestor, is this the demon ancestor? He's so strong. I have nothing to say about losing to such a person." In all fairness, Wu Shanming can be called a wise monarch, and he hasn't made any mistakes in governance. The great Zhou Empire has been well governed by him. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's heaven-defying rise, the 7 demonic path sects wouldn't have been able to stir up any waves in the great Zhou Empire. But now that he ran into Yang Feng, he can only blame it on his bad luck. At that time, the 10th Princess Wu Mingxuang, who was only 13 or 14 years old, took a deep look at her elder sister next to her, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. The demon ancestor is really strong. Damn it, why did he take a fancy to my elder sister instead of me? Although Wu Mingxuang is young, but she grew up in the imperial palace, which hides the most sinister and dark places in the world. She is far more mature than children of ordinary families. From Yang Feng's few words, she has already speculated that he wants to teach Wu Meiying a powerful secret method, which is why she is full of jealousy towards her elder sister. Yang Feng said flatly, "Dead? No. No matter how much the laws of heaven and earth have changed, an infinity warlock is an infinity warlock after all. They won't die that easily. God's eyes, there's no need to play dead, this trick doesn't work on me." The god's eyes issued a mad roar. "You forced me to do this! Damned zenith sword, since you've forced me to this state, let's perish together." The fate algorithm inside Yang Feng suddenly throbbed violently, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. A dignified shade flashed in his eyes, the phantom ruler projection appeared behind him, and strange phantom ripples spread in all directions. Die. The god's eyes took out a white sword tip about 30 centimeters long. The white sword tip fragment is as white as jade. But if you look at it with a top-eye ability, you will see that the white sword tip is engraved with countless mysterious runes and exudes a flawless Empyrean-grade secret treasure aura that contains the truth of the universe. Eyes shot with blood, the god's eyes roared wildly and stimulated the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment. The white sword tip flashed, and mysterious runes appeared on the blade. Every time a rune appeared, the breath of the god's eyes weakened by a fraction, and his body shriveled. After 3 breaths of time, the god's eyes has turned into a mummy. Die. The god's eyes pointed at Yang Feng and shouted sternly. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment slashed the air, and a white thread flashed, and a huge crack appeared in the space. A huge ravine 100,000 kilometers long and 10 meters wide appeared out of thin air. Everything in the huge ravine has been wiped out, leaving no trace. Breathing heavily, a weak expression on his face, the god's eyes whispered, "Idiot, who asked you to go against me? Damn idiot, this strike consumed at least 100,000 years of my lifespan. This trash, I don't know how long I'll have to stay in this damn place to recover." So this is the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. It's really powerful. Although it is far inferior to a true Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but it is indeed a rare secret treasure. To be able to mobilize the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment with your infinity warlock rank strength, did you sacrifice your lifespan? Where did you get so much lifespan? An extremely calm voice suddenly rang out behind the god's eye. With a look of horror on his face, the god's eyes screamed, Didn't I kill you? With the power of the god slayer white jade sword, even if an avatar is hit, it will follow the avatar and slay the true body and avatars. How can you still be alive? Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Because you're slashing at the air. Throw the god slayer white jade sword over." To his horror, the god's eyes found himself completely out of control, and threw the god slayer white jade sword in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 8:22. Yang Feng pinched the god slayer white jade sword fragment, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. So this is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Did you get this Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in this world? The god's eyes couldn't help but reply, "Yes. I got the god slayer white jade sword in this world." Transparent threads extended from the phantom ruler and pierced into the god's eyes, causing the god's eyes to fall into a muddle-headed state, hovering between real and illusory, unable to control his body. Yang Feng asked, "What Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments do the demon venerable and dragon emperor have?" The god's eyes answered, "They are all god slayer white jade sword fragments. This world was originally a grade 2 plane, slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes. It has great evolutionary potential. An unknown warlock emperor rank powerhouse extracted the plane origin will of the entire plane to nourish the Empyrean-grade secret treasure god slayer white jade sword, which is why this world has become so strange. The human warlock emperors of the 8 warlock emperors have conquered countless planes. However, there are also some warlock emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the countless planes. They hide in the darkness of history, seal themselves, and wait for the arrival of the eternal sovereign age. Only Eternals had eternal life, supreme and invincible power. Once someone promotes to an eternal sovereign, then countless planes in the universe will fall under their control. Even the invincible 8 warlock emperors can't withstand a single blow from an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng uttered flatly. As expected of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, what a big move! He extracted the world origin force of a grade 2 plane to nourish his secret treasure. However, something must have happened to the warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this treasure. The god's eyes uttered. The god slayer white jade sword no longer has its owner's soul brand. Clearly, its owner has died. Moreover, the time of this world has been distorted by the warlock emperor rank powerhouse. 10,000 years have passed in the outside world, but 10 million years have passed in this world. All the arrangements of the warlock emperor rank powerhouse were obliterated by time, which is how we obtained the god slayer white jade sword fragment. Holding the god slayer white jade sword, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, it is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that I forged myself. Even if it is completely repaired, I can at most exert 70% of the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Every Emperor-grade secret treasure possessed spirituality. At the same time, they possessed world-shaking might. Unless it was an Emperor-grade secret treasure that he had personally refined and left his mark on it from the very beginning, he would not be able to bring out the peerless power of that Emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, even if it is another Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure forged by their predecessors, they can at most exert 80% of the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Except for the Dawn Lord, the other 8 Warlock Emperors all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures they forged themselves, which are the embodiment of their flawless grade essence core. The human 7 Warlock Emperors with their exclusive Empyrean-grade secret treasures were invincible emperors who swept through the world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. However, I don't have to bite off more than I can chew. As long as I can get the complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure God Slayer White Jade Sword, I'll have another trump card. A complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure was enough to suppress a Warlock dynasty. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties are in a stalemate, and none of them can annex the other Warlock dynasty, is that the 4 forces have Empyrean-grade secret treasures as their underlying strength. Once the 4 Warlock dynasties go all out and sacrifice countless Warlocks to stimulate the power of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can even slay Warlock monarchs and seriously injure weaker Holy Spirit Warlocks. Because of this, although the Tsangji Plain is coveted by countless races, but it is still the world of human warlocks. On one hand, it is because of the deterrence of the core world's human warlock powerhouses. On the other hand, it is because the 4 warlock dynasties are indeed very powerful. The reason why the Bright Moon Province, one of the 36 greater provinces, was seized by Yang Feng is because the Great Cloud Dynasty has to suppress countless planes, and its powerhouses are widely distributed. Moreover, after the Great Cloud Dynasty wiped out the 10 great sects, there was a power vacuum in many places, and its strength was greatly weakened. Coupled with the rebellion of several great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to compromise with Yang Feng's undying mountain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he asked curiously, "God's eyes, you're just an ordinary infinity warlock, how can you have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years?" The God's eyes answered, "In the depths of this plane's core, there is an eternal God tree light of eternity. I once obtained a few light of eternity in the core world, which is why I have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years." Yang Feng's breathing became rapid, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Light of eternity, it's the eternal God tree light of eternity that has a miraculous effect on tempering the fleshly body. Each eternal God tree has the ability to increase lifespan, enhance soul aptitude, soul force, and fleshly body. In addition, each eternal God tree has a different emphasis. The Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree focuses on the soul aptitude and lifespan of a warlock. The Light of Eternity focuses on the lifespan and fleshly body of a warlock. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord have mastered the Light of Eternity Eternal God Tree. After the Taboo Lord perished, the Eternal God Tree, the Eternal Light, disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. If an eternal God tree can absorb enough resources, it will generally bear a fruit every 10,000 years. In a world with distorted space, if there are enough resources, it can bear an eternal God fruit every 10 years. If Yang Feng can harvest the light of eternity fruits continuously, his fleshly body will be promoted to an incredible realm. Moreover, taking the light of eternity fruits can greatly increase Yang Feng's lifespan and nourish his origin power. For Yang Feng, the light of eternity is more important than the God Slayer White Jade Sword. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is located." The location of the Light of Eternity is sealed by a world seal gate built by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Only by gathering 3 seal keys can you enter the world seal gate. At the time, I, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor each seized a seal key. This is the key to the seal. The god's eyes spread the fingers of a hand, and a white key suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. Yang Feng grabbed the white key and sank into his thoughts. If I use a devourer, I can destroy the world seal gate by force. But if that happened, the eternal light might be able to escape from the world seal door. With my current strength, it's not very realistic to keep the eternal God tree. Eternal God trees are peerless treasures passed down from the age of eternals. Eternal God trees have no fighting strength. Even if an ordinary person approaches them, they can pluck fruits from them. However, they also have spirituality and formidable escape abilities. Unless it is a great holy step powerhouse, even ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks can't keep them here. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "In that case, whether I want to gather the God Slayer White Jade Sword or get the Eternal God Tree the Light of Eternity, I need to get rid of the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor." Yang Feng ordered coldly. "Then everything that happened today must be concealed. Otherwise, they won't be fooled. Fortunately, this is not the Zhangji plane. The Phantom Ruler distorts everyone's memories." The Phantom Ruler's figure suddenly appeared in the void, and its eyes opened strangely. Phantom ripples suddenly erupted and swept out in a radius of 1,000 miles. The demon ancestor destroyed the imperial palace just because His Majesty the Emperor disobeyed him. That's too savage. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Great Zhou Empire. In the places swept by the Phantom Ruler's fluctuations, the memories of the ordinary people were distorted. The memories of the ordinary people were distorted beyond recognition. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "God's eyes, submit to me or die, choose one." The Phantom Ruler's light dimmed, and the God's eyes recovered part of his will. The God's eyes flickered for a while, and then said respectfully, "I am willing to submit to you, sir." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "Open your soul and let me set a soul brand." A crafty guy like the God's eyes is always thinking of rebelling against his master. If he doesn't set a soul brand, he will most likely rebel at any time. The God's eyes suddenly fell silent and exuded a gloomy aura. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I have no less than 10 infinity warlocks as subordinate. If you want to die, God's eyes, I can fulfill your wish. Your infinity core and bones are also top alchemy materials." "I understand, my lord." The God's eyes sighed, and a soul projection suddenly emerged from him. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint, stabbed into the soul projection of the God's eyes, and set up a soul brand in the depths of the God's eyes' soul. When the true God Empyrean imprint disappeared, the God's eyes sensed that a fearsome brand appeared in the depths of his soul, and his heart shook at once. What an amazing method! Chapter 8:23. Chi Bor raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Demon Venerable, the demon ancestor has already led his troops into the prairie. Please stay and protect us, Sir Demon Venerable. We are your most devout believers." Those 500,000 cavalrymen were practically invincible in battle on the grasslands. Therefore, the Golden Tribe Imperial Court has always maintained a strategic offensive posture against the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Shu Empire immediately replaced the Great Zhou Empire as one of the 3 great empires of this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly drifted in the tent. Everyone's eyes blurred, and a person appeared in the center of the tent. Now, one of the 3 most powerful true gods of legend is standing in front of everyone and frankly losing to the newly risen demon ancestor. This naturally filled the hearts of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats with shock. The eyes of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats filled with shock, and they commented spiritedly, their eyes flashing with incredulity. The Golden Tribe Imperial Court has countless means to deal with the elites of the Great Zhou Empire. But against Yang Feng, who can annihilate 20,000 elite cavalrymen in one move, no one is willing to throw away their lives. When the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats saw this scene, their complexion changed greatly, and they shivered, not daring to say a word. Cheebor's fate made them understand that in the eyes of the demon venerable, they are just ants that can be killed at will. They have no status. Yang Feng taking Wu Meiying as a consort can greatly appease the old ministers of the great Zhou Empire, so that they won't panic. At the same time, it can make the government more smooth. Before long, the news that the great Chu Empire's emperor demon ancestor took Wu Meiying, the daughter of the great Zhou Empire's emperor Wu Shanming, as a consort spread throughout the great Chu Empire. When Bo Er saw the young man, he respectfully knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Imperial Court, the entire Golden Tribe Imperial Court fell into a panic. After the evil god statue absorbed a large amount of blood, it opened its eyes, and a twisted vortex spread from its eyes, pierced into the void, and revealed a deeply hidden dark passage. I am the Heavenly Venerable. Every warlock emperor has opened up a very powerful world inside them. That world is extremely vast, powerful, and has countless life forms and resources. Although it is slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes, it cannot give birth to a warlock emperor rank existence. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe took the initiative to intercept the army commanded by Yang Feng, but were completely annihilated by Yang Feng in one move. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Royal Court, everyone fell silent. Qi Bo Er's eyes flashed with a wisp of light as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" All the nobles of the Golden Tribe Royal Court knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man respectfully. God's eyes said indifferently, "I came here this time to find Demon Exalts. Qi Bo, since you are this generation's heavenly Khan, you should have a way to summon the Demon Venerable. Go and summon the Demon Lord immediately. Tell him that I have been defeated by the Demon Lord. If we want to defeat Demon Alpha, none of the three of us can beat him. Only when the three of us work together can we suppress him." From the dark passage came a faint voice. "It's unclear whether it's a man or a woman." Pokiriot's eyes flashed with derision, and he flicked his finger, and an air beam slammed into Qi Bo Er's head and blasted it apart. Red and white matter instantly covered the Golden Tribe Royal Court. What's going on? How did the Heavenly Venerable lose? Qi Bo cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his hand and entered the evil god statue. The eyes of God's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "I alone am not his opponent. But if the three of us work together, we can suppress him. He also hides a great secret, that is, the whereabouts of the corpse of the Warlock Emperor who manipulates this world. If we can get this great secret, it won't be impossible for us to promote to Holy Spirit Warlocks in the future." There was complete silence in the Golden Tribe Royal Court. No one dared to speak. When the generals made eye contact with Qi Bo, they looked away, fear in their eyes. After all, the Great Chu Empire's foundation is too shallow, and its development is too fast. Most of the officials in the Great Chu Empire are officials of the Great Zhou Empire. Only in the center of the Great Chu Empire are some officials from the Myriad Demons Temple. The three Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses stayed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. On the one hand, it was to heal the soul injuries caused by the collision of the three Empyrean grade secret treasure fragments. On the other hand, it was to find the location of the corpse of the fallen Warlock Emperor. Qi Bo Er's eyes flashed with awe, and he spoke more respectfully. "So you are the mighty Heavenly Venerable. What brings you here?" "Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable of legend, who is as famous as the Demon Venerable." With a flash of black light, a 2-meter-tall, handsome young man with strange runes engraved on his face flew out of the dark passage. He exudes a wicked charm. When the old ministers of the Great Zhou Empire heard this news, they felt a lot more at ease. The news that Yang Feng destroyed the Great Zhou Empire's imperial palace by himself has reached the Golden Tribe Royal Court. The Golden Tribe Royal Court has already sent countless spies to infiltrate the Great Zhou Empire, and all the spies returned with the same information. The ministers of the Golden Tribe Royal Court also started to doubt his words. An ant-like thing dares to make demands of me. You really overestimate yourself. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can control a Warlock Emperor corpse and control the great world inside the corpse, it won't be a problem for them to promote to a Warlock Monarch. At the same time, there is a great possibility that they will spend tens of thousands of years to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Chi Boer said slowly. Our people have confirmed it. The 20,000 elite cavalrymen commanded by the Great Chu Empire's Emperor, the Demon Ancestor, have entered the grassland and destroyed 36 tribes. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe were wiped out by the Demon Ancestor. If you have any good ideas, please don't hesitate to mention them. 5 days after Yang Feng married Wu Meiying, he announced that he would lead 20,000 cavalrymen to the Golden Tribe Royal Court in the grassland. I can help you. After the Great Zhou Empire's royal palace was destroyed, the Great Zhou Emperor immediately issued an imperial decree and ordered the remaining provinces of the Great Zhou Empire to surrender to Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. Chi Boer responded respectfully and took out a statue of an evil god with a green face and fangs, a burly figure, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. God's eyes, it's you, you old fart. You came to me because your lifespan is about to run out. Do you want me to help you open the gate of the seal? Gazes full of shock and awe focused on the god's eyes. Heavenly venerables are peerless powerhouses of legend who possess the strength to destroy a state by themselves. In the grassland, the strong are revered. Naturally, they are even more in awe of the god's eyes. The god's eyes said lightly, and wisps of transcendent rank might slowly diffuse. Greetings, Demon Venerable. Before this, if the Great Zhou Empire dared to send 20,000 cavalrymen to attack the Golden Palace, they would definitely be wiped out by the Golden Palace's cavalrymen. But now, none of the cavalrymen dared to stand up and fight Yang Feng. The entire grassland is the Golden Palace's pasture. As long as the Golden Palace wants to, it can mobilize 500,000 cavalrymen in a very short time. No, this pressure. He should be a heavenly venerable on the same level as the demon venerable. Pokiriat said casually, Let's go. Let's go find the old dragon. Yes, the heavenly venerable. In the Golden Palace, the Khan of Heaven Chi Boer is sitting on the throne. Knowing that the situation is hopeless, the provinces obeyed the imperial decree and surrendered to the Great Chu Empire. He's the heavenly venerable. The Celestial Master, the Demon Lord, and the Dragon Emperor were the 3 true gods in the most popular myths and legends in this world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the 3 of them fought fiercely for the world, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack and the sun and moon to lose their light. There are traces of the battle left by the 3 terrifying existences everywhere. Pokiriat sneered. If you lost to him, then why are you looking for me? My strength is about the same as yours. Since that guy is an opponent you can't defeat, then I'm not his opponent either. The Demon Venerable is the belief of everyone in the Golden Palace. The aristocrats grew up listening to the legends of the Demon Venerable. Moreover, the way the Demon Venerable appeared is so strange and extraordinary. It is natural that the aristocrats are in awe of him. That ravine is 100,000 kilometers long. That ravine should be the trace left behind by the fight between the Demon Ancestor and the Heavenly Venerable. Below Chi Boer sat the important ministers and generals of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Within the Golden Tribe Royal Court, there was an atmosphere of tension, fear, and even despair. The god's eyes said flatly, Pokiriat, a warlock from the Tsangji Plain, came to this world. He is a top infinity warlock and a body-tempering warlock. He has several complete holy-grade secret treasures on him. I lost to him. What? The Heavenly Venerable lost? If the corpse of the Warlock Emperor fell into the hands of a top Holy Step Warlock alchemist, they could even refine a complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure. When the person suddenly appeared in the center of the tent, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted to him in an instant, as if he is the center of the universe. However, the world inside every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a Grade 2 plane that can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock. It has countless resources and powerful life magic energy. In that case, I'll go with you to persuade the old dragon. Chapter 8:24. Pokiriet's figure suddenly blurred, and he disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The god's eyes abruptly disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court as well. Silence reigned in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The aristocrats looked at Chi Bo's corpse in the center of the Imperial Court in silence. Their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. The Golden Canopy Imperial Court was not the opponent of the Great Chu Empire's army commanded by Yang Feng to begin with. Now that the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven was crushed to death by the demon venerable they believed in like an ant, no one is in the mood to contend against Yang Feng. An aristocrat hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do we do now?" An aristocrat uttered with a cold smile, "The demon ancestor is a terrifying existence that even the demon venerable admits that he is inferior to. Since the demon venerable left, what else can we do? Surrender." The Great Zhou Empire surrenders to the demon ancestor, but it's just a change of name. It's still the same people who rule the Great Zhou Empire. That's right. As long as we have people by the demon ancestor's side, then there won't be a problem. With the veil of concealment exposed, the aristocrats of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court began to discuss the matter of surrender without the slightest scruple. Since the demon venerable of legend is not the demon ancestor's opponent, ordinary people like them have no psychological obstacles in surrendering. An aristocrat said to Zakuburo of the left, "Zakuburo, your daughter Kaina is the most beautiful woman in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Wild geese flying in the sky and wild wolves running on the prairie will fall head over heels for her beauty. If she can gain the favor of the demon ancestor, then we will have a foothold." Gazes full of peculiarities focused on Zakuburo of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Kaina is recognized as the #1 beauty of the younger generation in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Even Khan of Heaven Chi Bo, who is interested in her, hinted to Zakuburo several times. However, Zakuburo of the left, who is very distressed for his precious daughter, pretended not to understand Khan of Heaven Chi Bo's hints, and let Kaina escape. Zakuburo keenly sensed danger and killing intent from the strange gazes around him. If he did not agree, countless hidden enemies would pounce on him and use this excuse to kill him and divide up his grassland, slaves, and herdsmen. Zakuburo said decisively, "All right. I am willing to offer my daughter, Kaina, to the demon ancestor." More than a dozen gazes surged with a trace of disappointment and apprehension. Once Zakuburo's daughter became the demon ancestor's personal pet, no one would dare to provoke Zakuburo again. The Khan of Heaven Chiber would not dare to attack an important minister of the Golden Tribe Royal Court like Zakuburo because of various scruples. Demon Ancestor, Celestial Venerables, and Demon Venerables were godfiend powerhouses who didn't see the nobles as human beings. They would kill them at will. Such existences made the nobles of the grasslands extremely fearful. The Azure Sea region was the world's largest sea region. The Sea Dragon Empire was located in the Azure Sea region. It was an empire formed by 3 large islands and hundreds of thousands of islands floating in the sea. 2 black lights descended from the sky and instantly flew towards the Golden Dragon Island, one of the 3 big islands. What's that? 2 people, they're actually 2 people flying in the sky. How is this possible? Even a sea-treading martial sage can jump 20 zhang at most. They can't fly in the sky. Who are those 2 people? In front of the Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace on the Golden Dragon Island, the imperial guards looked at the two experts flying in the sky, stunned and full of fear. Demon Venerable Pokiriet looked at the imperial guards of the Sea Dragon Empire and said with a cold smile, "The Demon Venerable has arrived. Sea Dragon Empire's Emperor, hurry up and come out to greet him." A burst of weird laughter instantly enveloped the entire Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace. The bodies of the imperial guards who were patrolling the city walls exploded one by one. In an instant, thousands of imperial guards had fallen, becoming corpses one by one. The strange death spread towards the imperial palace, plunging the people in the imperial palace into chaos and despair. Screams of horror rang out incessantly. The god's eyes, on the other hand, looked down with an indifferent expression on his face. The god's eyes, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has become indifferent to life and death. At the same time, the number of people who have died at his hands is more than 10 million. In his eyes, the residents of this world were all like ants, so killing them was not a big deal. Only the top forces such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties can formulate strict laws to protect ordinary people. Ordinary people are the foundation of warlock. Countless pinnacle infinity warlocks, warlock monarchs, Holy Spirit warlocks, and even warlock emperors are born from ordinary people. If there are no restrictions, an infinity warlock can kill countless ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty within a year and refine them into monarch-grade soul stones or even holy-grade soul stones. In this way, although there will be one more warlock monarch rank powerhouse, but the existence of the entire human race will be seriously threatened. Therefore, the restrictions on warlocks in the Tsangji Plain are extremely strict. However, in this small world without a master, there are many infinity warlocks like the demon Venerable Pokiriet who don't regard ordinary people as people. Chui Wuheng, the Emperor of the Sea Dragon Empire, greets Sir Demon Venerable. Please show mercy and spare the lives of my subordinates, Sir Demon Venerable. A middle-aged man in an imperial robe with an extraordinary bearing strode over under the protection of dozens of royal guards. In fact, the great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, the Golden Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven Qibor, and the Sea Dragon Empire's Emperor Chui Wuheng can all be regarded as wise monarchs. Unfortunately, in this era of transcendence and transcendence, wise monarchs are powerless to reverse the situation. They can only kneel before transcendence and transcendent. The demon Venerable Pokiriet said with a ferocious smile, "Chui Wuheng, summon the Dragon Emperor and call out that damned old dragon. Otherwise, I will join forces with the Heavenly Venerable and kill everyone in the Sea Dragon Empire. Leave no one alive." A peerlessly terrifying aura emanated from the Celestial Lord's eyes body. The 2 terrifying auras of the celestial demon realm pressed down on the bodies of the mortals below like Mount Tai, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and even look at them directly. Is this the strength of the legendary Heavenly Venerable and Demon Venerable? Myth-rank powerhouses are really despairing. Chui Wuheng looked at the Demon Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable in the sky and sighed slightly, then took out an ordinary bead, cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood poured into the bead. The bead suddenly floated in the air and continued to expand, opening up to reveal a bottomless cave. Strands of terrifying dragon chi emanated from the cave, pressuring the mortals within 100 meters to the point that they could not breathe. A cold voice came from the cave, "God's Eye, Pokiriet, have the 2 of you joined hands?" The demon Venerable's eyes shimmered with a wicked light, and he said in a tempting tone, "That's right. An infinity warlock, who calls himself the demon ancestor, came to this world and defeated the God's Eyes. That guy has the whereabouts of the corpse of the God Slayer White Jade Sword's master. How about it, are you interested in joining forces with us to kill that guy? The light of eternity has matured. As long as the three of us join forces and kill that guy, we can make up for the lifespan consumed with the light of eternity. If we can get that Warlock Emperor's corpse, the three of us can promote to Warlock Monarch rank existences. In the future, when we return to the Tsangji Plain, it won't be an issue to establish a Warlock dynasty. If the three Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in their hands and advance steadily, they may really overthrow the Great Cloud dynasty and establish a new Warlock dynasty. Okay, I'll join you. A purple figure flew out of the hole, and a tall, handsome young man with 2 dragon horns on his head, who looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, appeared in front of everyone. Cui Wuhing took a deep look at the young man, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. That's the Dragon Emperor, so young. As expected of an immortal legend. Are you guys discussing how to ambush me? A flat voice suddenly came from the side. The void distorted, and Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void and looked at the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor with an enigmatic smile. Demon Ancestor. The complexion of the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly changed dramatically, and they retreated briskly and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension. The Demon Venerable's gaze fell on the god's eyes and he asked coldly, "God's eyes, did you betray us?" Standing aside, the god's eyes uttered indifferently, "Master's cultivation base is heaven-defying. You should surrender to him." "You want me to surrender?" The Demon Venerable smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and a fragment of the white Jade God Slayer sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wisps of Empyrean might spread from the fragment. The Dragon Emperor extended his hand, and a fragment of the white Jade God Slayer sword with only the hilt and a small part of the blade appeared in his hand. The Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are both experienced Infinity Warlock. Each of them has extremely rich combat experience. Since the god's eyes betrayed them, they instinctively felt that something is amiss. Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed. "What a fast reaction! Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. Otherwise, since you have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to pay a great price. Hand over the white Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the keys in your hands." The transparent threads hidden behind the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly became obvious. Involuntarily, the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor threw the white Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the 2 jade-like keys towards Yang Feng with a look of horror on their faces. Chapter 825. The god's eyes looked at the flickering phantom ruler with astonishment in his eyes. What a powerful secret treasure! This is definitely a terrifying secret treasure at the pinnacle of illusions. Infinity Warlocks are top powerhouses in this world and are proficient in countless secret methods. It is easy to defeat them, but very difficult to kill them, and even more difficult to control them with illusions. For the Phantom Ruler to be able to control powerhouses like the God's Eyes, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor is simply heaven-defying. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng grabbed the 3 keys and sealed them into 3 boxes, and then pinched the 3 parts of the God Slayer white jade sword together. With a flick of his finger, white light flashed, and the God Slayer white jade sword was pinched together and turned into a perfect blade. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Unfortunately, even if its surface can be repaired, but its internal injuries show no signs of healing. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure still needs the plain origin force of this world to be fully repaired. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extraordinarily powerful. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure possesses world-shaking power and is extremely hard. Once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is fully formed, it must be a Warlock Emperor rank existence or the master who refined it. Otherwise, even a great holy step existence cannot destroy an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. However, once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it will be extremely difficult for it to recover. The God-Slayer white jade sword was broken into several pieces, and its spirituality extinguished. With such a serious injury, even a Warlock Emperor rank existence can only extract the plane origin force of a Grade 2 plane to heal it. Yang Feng sealed the God-Slayer white jade sword in a jade box, looked at the two Infinity Warlocks with an enigmatic smile, and said, "Demon Venerable, Dragon Emperor, do you too submit to me, or die?" The Demon Venerable uttered with an unruly smile, "If you want me to submit to you, then wait until you reach the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Then go to hell." Yang Feng appeared in front of the Demon Venerable with a step, stabbed a finger into the Demon Venerable's forehead, and dug, and the Demon Venerable's infinity core flew into his hand. A look of horror on his face, the Demon Venerable didn't expect Yang Feng to kill him, an Infinity Warlock, without hesitation. It should be noted that an Infinity Warlock is the highest realm expert in the Tsangji plane. Any Infinity Warlock can increase the strength of a major force by leaps and bounds. When the Dragon Emperor saw this, he said decisively, "Cui is willing to serve you, please take me in." Yang Feng said coldly, "Release your soul." The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, and a dragon-shaped soul projection suddenly appeared. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, the true God Emperorian imprint suddenly appeared, and countless black rune chains stabbed into the dragon-shaped soul projection like a tide and engraved mysterious runes on it. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is sealed." God's Eye replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." With a sway of their figures, the three of them turned into three beams of light and flew into the distance. The Demon Ancestor. Cui Wuheng looked at the back of Yang Feng's group of three inside, looking like he has aged by dozens of years. Faced with the Demon Ancestor, the legendary Dragon Emperor was subdued without a single move. Cui Wuheng, who originally had no confidence in the great Chu Empire to contend against the Demon Ancestor, felt even more despair now. The God's Eyes group of three flew in the sky for a while, and then finally plunged into the deepest part of the sea, and entered a maelstrom. The maelstrom is filled with terrifying power that can crush everything. Even if it is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, once they fall into the maelstrom, they will be shredded to pieces by the power of the maelstrom. Yang Feng's group of three are all Infinity Warlock. Even though more than 99% of their life magic energy has been weakened by this strange world, but the remaining power of their fleshly body is still terrifying. The maelstrom's power cannot harm Yang Feng's group of three. Yang Feng's group of three snuck down along the maelstrom for about 40,000 kilometers, when a bronze gate suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. The bronze door was condensed from countless strange seals, and it was extremely powerful. It hovered between reality and illusion, and it emanated a desolate, mighty, and bottomless terrifying aura. Yang Feng stared at the bronze gate with admiration in his eyes. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they made perfect use of the world's origin force. The most powerful force in the world is the power of time. Even if it is the power of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they can only exist for a few million years at most. Furthermore, they will weaken with time, and eventually be completely obliterated. However, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse used a secret method, used his power as a seed, and used the plane's origin force as a source of power to create a sealed gate. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed, the bronze gate is still extremely powerful. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock, it will be difficult to break the bronze gate. After all, the bronze gate is linked to the whole world. Only a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can blast through the bronze gate with absolute power. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and three keys inserted into the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! An ancient, ear-piercing sound of the door opening came from the bronze gate, and a surge of world energy spread out from the bronze gate. When ordinary glorious sun warlocks are hit by the surging world force, they will be eroded by the world force and reduced to puppets of the world will, which will destroy the seals set up by the warlock emperor at all costs. However, Yang Feng's group of 3 are infinity warlocks with extremely firm minds. As such, the powerful world force cannot hurt them at all. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the bronze gate, he saw a 1,000-meter-tall eternal god tree light of eternity with 36 branches, each of which carries a cluster of light. The 36 clusters of light on the 36 branches of the eternal divine spell light of eternity are the fruits of light of eternity. It takes 10,000 years for a fruit of light of eternity to be born and to absorb countless resources. A fruit of light of eternity can increase a warlock's lifespan by 50,000 years, greatly enhance the strength of the fleshly body, and slightly enhance the soul force and soul aptitude of the warlock. Next to the eternal god tree light of eternity, there is a white pool of milky white spring water formed from world force. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the god-slayer white jade sword turned into a stream of light and entered the milky white spring water. As if it has a life of its own, the milky white spring water entered the god-slayer white jade sword and nourished the Empyrean grade secret treasure. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 36 jade boxes flew out and landed on the 36 fruits of light of eternity. The light of eternity shook slightly, and the fruits fell into the 36 jade boxes. Thank you. After thanking the light of eternity, Yang Feng turned around and left the world core with the 2 powerhouses, the Heavenly Venerable and the Dragon Emperor. This world belongs to me now. I can start to nurture my wings and improve my cultivation base here. As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the world core, he looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The world-shaking tribulation that will affect the entire universe is about to arrive. Yang Feng has too little time. The time difference between this world and the outside world is 1,000 times, which can make his foundation more profound in a short period of time. At the same time, he can mend his foundation. A dozen days later, the Gold Canopy Imperial Court announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. Not long after, the Sea Dragon Empire also announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. The whole world was unified by Yang Feng and firmly under his control. The countless battle robots also entered this world through various teleportation gates and began to carry out various construction projects, secretly modifying this world. Yang Feng took out all the huge resources he plundered from the Tsangji Plain and other plains and established an extraordinary holy land suitable for cultivation in this world. Wu Meiying, Qiao Mengluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, Regina, and other beautiful girls with outstanding soul aptitude collected by Yang Feng entered this extraordinary holy land to practice cultivation. Yang Feng's true body, in the deepest part of the extraordinary holy land, consumed the light of eternity fruits and practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, and began to comprehend various mysterious laws. Time elapsed. 1 year passed in the Tsangji Plain, while 1,000 years passed in the strange world. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. There is already magic crystal dust around him, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, and an enigmatic glint flashed in his eyes. There are not enough resources. At this rate, I'll have to practice cultivation for another 100 years at most before all the resources I have accumulated will be consumed. Yang Feng has obtained countless resources over the years. But the resources he needs to consume to practice cultivation is an astronomical figure. Wu Meiying, Qiao Mengluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, and Regina are all geniuses. With Yang Feng's help, they implanted a small world in the great warlock realm and became monstrous geniuses. However, their consumption is also extremely huge, far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. In such a situation, only 1,000 years have passed, yet the resources Yang Feng plundered along the way have been almost completely consumed. Chapter 8:26. However, in the past 1,000 years, Wu Meiying and Regina, who are peerless geniuses with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, have cultivated to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm, only one step away from advancing to the infinity warlock realm. Qinghe Ziwei and Qiao Mengluo, on the other hand, are only glorious dawn warlock. The myriad flowers temples 10 flowers and Kaina have only cultivated to the moonlight warlock realm. The influence of soul aptitude on warlock cultivation has been vividly reflected in the past 1,000 years. During the past 1,000 years, Yang Feng consolidated his foundation, perfected his essence of devour, and laid a solid foundation for advancing to a higher realm. The Tsangji Plain, a certain leaf-floating continent in a large underground laboratory. Yang Feng stepped into the large underground laboratory, and Beskia followed behind him. The machinery in the large underground laboratory squirmed, and an ice coffin suddenly rose from the deepest part and opened, revealing the peerless beauty Agnipe, the commander of the First Legion subordinated to Poidal. Runes flickered, mist rose, and the runes restricting Agnipe were unraveled one by one. She slowly opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng with killing intent in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "How is it? How does it feel to struggle in endless darkness?" Although sealed in the ice coffin, Agnipe didn't fall asleep. Instead, she fell into eternal darkness and struggled. Although this kind of torture doesn't harm the body, but it is extremely cruel. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses can hardly resist this kind of torture. There was a flash of unswerving determination in Agnipe's beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Even if another 10,000 years pass, my decision won't change." "Good. Come out. Let me see how powerful a legendary Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the runes on Agnipe collapsed at once. At the same time, a tremendous amount of dark force poured into the area through channels. With a single breath, Agnipe's body turned into an endless black hole, absorbing all of the incomparably large amount of dark energy into her body. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, Agnipe absorbed a tremendous amount of dark force and restored her Supreme Infinity Warlock rank strength. Agnipe looked deeply at Beskia and coldly said, "Beskia, you actually submitted to him. What did he offer?" Beskia smiled sweetly and said, "Sister Agnipe, I promise to serve him for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he will return me my freedom. So, sister, if you want to escape from this place, then I advise you to give up on this plan." Angels were the gods' most loyal weapons of war. The fallen angel with a master was also the most loyal war weapon in the endless abyss. Although Beskia had a very good relationship with Agnipe at the beginning, but now that she has recognized Yang Feng as her master, she won't hesitate to confront Agnipe. Agnipe stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in her beautiful eyes. "So, are we going to fight here?" The construction of this laboratory consumed a lot of resources. "Let's go out and fight." Yang Feng's words had just fallen when the huge laboratory suddenly cracked open, revealing a passage leading to the sky. With a flash of black light, Agnipe flew out of the laboratory. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of light and flew out of the passage. Agnipe extended her hand, and fearsome dark force instantly condensed in her hand and formed a 3-meter-long fallen angel sword burning with fallen angel fire, and an extremely fearsome aura spread from her. "If you don't want to die, try your best to take my sword strike." Agnipe's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she slashed out with her sword, and a sword ray containing twisted dark force slashed towards Yang Feng. The sword ray containing twisting dark force can seriously injure an ordinary junior infinity warlock rank human warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole appeared in his right hand and swallowed the black sword ray. In an instant, the black sword light was swallowed by the terrifying black hole and disappeared. Amazing, this is a supreme infinity warlock? How fearsome! Yang Feng looked at his right hand with a dignified shade in his eyes. A bloody line appeared on his right hand, and drops of blood dripped from the wound. Strengthened by the light of eternity and the primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng's fleshly body is already very strong, and his recovery ability is also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing that of powerhouses of the same rank. For Agnipe to be able to injure Yang Feng with a single sword strike, Yang Feng experienced the tyrannical power and terror of a supreme infinity warlock. It seems that I have to be a little more serious in order to truly subdue you. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the Battle Demon secret method. The Battle Demon armor instantly enveloped him, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Advanced infinity warlock? How is this possible? How can your cultivation speed be so fast? Agnipe's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Agnipe. He spread his right hand, and a huge black hole more than 10 times stronger than the previous one suddenly appeared and pressed towards Agnipe. Agnipe suddenly retreated briskly, turned into more than 20 afterimages, and slashed out one powerful, distorted sword ray after another slashing towards Yang Feng from incredible angles. A devour black moon suddenly rose from behind Yang Feng and, like a monster capable of devouring the world, frantically devoured all power. The sword ray containing dark force that Agnipe slashed out with was completely devoured by the devour black moon, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Agnipe's martial arts have gone through tens of thousands of years of actual combat and have been thoroughly tempered. She is even not inferior to the Feisua Plains sea goddess of war Basana, who has the divine authority of the martial god. But in front of the devour black moon, she is like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. Beskia looked at the devour black moon with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes. Amazing! When did Yang Feng grow up to this point? What a monster! Although Beskia has submitted to Yang Feng, but deep down she still looks down on him, believing that he is just an ambitious and ruthless person who takes advantage of others' difficulties. But now Yang Feng, whom Beskia somewhat looked down on, has grown into an existence that can rival her in such a short period of time. She was quite moved at once. Agnipe slashed out 1,000 times in a row, but still couldn't break the devour black moon. Her beautiful eyes became more and more dignified. Suddenly, Agnipe stopped in midair, took a deep breath, and then slashed out 1,000 times in an instant. The 1,000 swords combined into one and formed a 100-meter-long, extremely sharp black sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with devastating power. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a hand and spread the fingers of a hand, and the devour black moon suddenly shrunk by a size, and its defensive power increased tenfold. When the black sword ray slashed into the devour black moon, it chopped the devour black moon into two and split the battle demon armor on Yang Feng's right hand, revealing a bone-deep wound. You lost! From the black sword ray, Agnipe strangely teleported out and mercilessly stabbed her sword at Yang Feng's forehead with frigid killing intent. Wrong. You're the one who lost. Yang Feng suddenly showed a strange smile. Through the world ring, he frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him and unleashed a primal chaos annihilation fist that slammed into Agnipe's abdomen in an instant. A mist of blood erupted, and Agnipe's abdomen burst open, and she flew away like a broken rag doll. Loftily in the sky, world force revolved around Yang Feng, looking like an invincible god, looking down at Agnipe. A copious amount of dark force gushed out of Agnipe and quickly repaired her broken body. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and a dozen plus afterimages suddenly appeared. At the same time, her figure blurred, and she appeared above Yang Feng and stabbed at him with her sword. "It's no use." Yang Feng chuckled and slammed a fist into Agnipe's fallen angel sword. The force of the 9 small worlds erupted and instantly shattered the fallen angel sword, and then slammed into Agnipe. Agnipe spewed out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and blasted open a huge hole. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of Agnipe, and pointed a finger at Agnipe's forehead. Countless black runes poured into Agnipe like a tide and sealed her completely. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "According to our agreement, you should become my subordinate, right?" "Yes, my lord." A complicated look flashed in Agnipe's eyes. She sighed slightly, and a soul shadow suddenly appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains entered Agnipe's soul projection and branded his soul brand inside. Yang Feng removed the runes on Agnipe and asked Agnipe curiously, "Agnipe, compared to the warlock monarchs you besieged at the time, who is stronger?" Agnipe answered, "The warlock monarchs we besieged at the time were all seriously injured, and they were comparable to you in strength." Chapter 8:27. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. "The strength of a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse is comparable to mine. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses are really formidable. Yang Feng's main secret method is the Empyrean grade secret treasure primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. He has established 9 small worlds inside him, each of which consumed countless resources. Furthermore, even after strengthening his body with the 36 fruits of the eternal God tree, yet he is still only comparable to a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse in strength. From this, it can be seen how terrifying warlock monarch rank powerhouses are. On the branch floating continent, in a luxurious palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a sofa. Eunice, who was dressed in professional attire and looked extremely beautiful, was holding a stack of documents and reporting to him. In the past year, the resources obtained from these continents are more than 10 times that of my other territories. However, it's still a drop in the bucket for my practice of cultivation. In addition to soul aptitude and secret methods, what restricts a warlock from becoming stronger is resources." Yang Feng flicked the armrest with his finger, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. Originally, with Yang Feng's wealth, the resources produced in his territories are more than enough for his practice of cultivation. However, the time ratio between the strange world and the Tsangji plane is 1001. Furthermore, a lot of resources are needed to cultivate geniuses like Wu Meiying and Regina. This consumption is naturally terrifying. Even though Yang Feng is extremely wealthy, he still can't bear it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. Most of the Tsangji plane's forces can't be touched lightly. It seems that I can only go look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. I hope the resources won't let me down. With a flash of light, Yu Yen appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yu Yen saluted Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Feng looked straight at Yu Yen and uttered unhurriedly, "I want the Black Emperor's treasure trove." Yu Yen looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "Lord, didn't you say that I'm more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove?" "Yes, you are indeed more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove. That's why I chose you. However, I'm determined to get the Black Emperor's treasure trove. This is for you." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a jade box flew towards Yu Yen. As soon as Yu Yen opened the jade box, boundless light blossomed from the jade box, and strands of extremely fresh aura reverberated in this area. Yu Yen took a closer look, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She cried out involuntarily, "Could this be the legendary divine artifact, eternal light?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "That's right. With the light of eternity, your sister Yu Tianling can break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock in one fell swoop. In the future, there will be a higher chance of survival in the Great Calamity. Yu Tianling, who has Feng Wang bloodline, has long since reached the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm. Unfortunately, like many geniuses, she is trapped in this realm, unable to make any progress. If Yu Tianling gets a light of eternity, she will be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock." "Thank you, my lord. This is all the information on the Black Emperor's treasure trove." Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and she pointed with her lily-white hand, and a ball of light suddenly flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the ball of light, and it immediately collapsed and turned into a stream of information that entered his mind. Yang Feng frowned slightly. No wonder Yu Yan didn't go looking for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. It turns out that the treasure trove is in the core world. The Tsangji Plain's core world was also a part of the Tsangji Plain in ancient times. In the Archgod era, the Tsangji Plain was much larger than it is now. In order to contend against the innately powerful archgods who dominated the world, the Time Lord ordered the many treasures Great Holy to use the corpse of a warlock emperor rank existence as the core to refine a world for the resistance army to live in. That world is the embryonic form of the core world. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each warlock emperor invested a lot of resources to build the core world and turned it into the last stronghold of human warlock. After the second warlock emperor Taboo Lord buried the heart of a strange life form in the center of the core world began to attach itself to the Tsangji Plain and expand continuously, swallowing many places of the Tsangji Plain. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life force in the Tsangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks gathered in it. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life magic energy in the Tsangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks. In the core world, only human warlocks exist. The other races are slaves, experimental subjects, servants, and soldiers of human warlocks. Without the protection of humans, other races can only wait for them to be wiped out. Once a human warlock is controlled by another race, then both the human warlock and the other race warlock will be destroyed and annihilated, leaving no survivors. As the final stronghold of human warlocks, the core world is attached to the Tsangji Plain. But it is a strange world that is constantly moving and located in an alternate space. Only warlocks who come from the core world can easily enter and exit the core world, while it is very difficult for human warlocks from the outside to enter the core world. Just determining the location of the core world is very difficult. It should be noted that even warlock emperor rank archgods weren't able to find the core world. Yu Yan obtained the location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove during a fortuitous encounter. But since the treasure trove is in the core world, she can't do anything about it. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. To enter the core world, you must have a referral from someone from the core world. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root branch floating continent occupied by the Star Dynasty and said loudly, "I, Undying Mountain's Lei Ming of the Golem Dynasty, request an audience with the mighty Star Monarch. The Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch, these 6 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are the rulers of the 6 Warlock dynasties." Following in the footsteps of the core world's human warlocks, their reputation has spread throughout the Tsangji Plain. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Time Lord and the Star Lord are more rational and won't kill people lightly. Compared to killing people, they prefer to make friends. Only when dealing with enemies will they kill without hesitation. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose the Star Monarch to request an audience with. Rays of dazzling starlight extended from the branch-floating continent and formed a bridge of stars. There are flowers of stars floating on the bridge of stars, and warlocks of the Star Dynasty dressed in warlock robes embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars appeared on the bridge of stars. Surrounded by a dozen-plus warlocks from the Star Dynasty, a beautiful woman with a mask of the sun and moon, long hair like a black waterfall, a figure of golden proportions and countless starlight shrouding her every movement, like a beautiful goddess walking in the starlight, walked over. Undying Mountains Lei Ming? Interesting, I am the Star Dynasty's Star Heavenly Maiden. Lei Ming, if you want to request an audience with the Star Monarch, then let me see what you're capable of. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, and advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted. She pointed with a finger, and starlight formed ribbons. The ribbons suddenly turned into starlight locks that shot towards Yang Feng. The Star Thread Cloud Lock was the name of this spell, and it was also an extremely powerful killing technique recorded in the Star Codex. The chains of starlight were constructed from the purest starlight energy and the laws of the stars. They contained powerful purifying and sealing powers. The Starlight Thread Cloud Lock was not afraid of swords and sabers, nor was it afraid of wind, fire, or lightning. It could be both hard and soft, a combination of hard and soft. In the past, the Star Cloud Locks defeated countless powerful warlocks in the hands of the Star Lord's Empress. What a powerful cloud strand of stellar threads! If this was 3 years ago, I would have no choice but to surrender to this technique. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and a small black hole suddenly appeared. An endless devouring force gushed out from the black hole and swept towards the Star Cloud Locks. The dense swarm of Star Thread's cloud shackles was swallowed by the black hole, obliterated, and transformed into Yang Feng's power. The complexion of the dozen-plus Star Dynasty's warlocks flickered. The Star Cloud Locks isn't an invincible spell. But Yang Feng dispelled the Star Cloud Locks so easily. This kind of strength can be rated as terrifying. The Star Heavenly Maiden retracted her spell and looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, saying, "Amazing." As expected of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, the most talented genius in the entire Undying Mountain. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, you have already promoted to an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng had a vague feeling. It seems that my identity as the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has been seen through. However, Yang Feng doesn't care. At this time, his strength and influence are already tremendous. He doesn't need the support of the Undying Mountain. As an Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is full of confidence. Even if he runs into a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, he can retreat unscathed. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, waved her lily-white hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Please come in, the Star Monarch is waiting for you." Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step, and appeared beside the Star Heavenly Maiden. The star bridge rolled up and sank into the depths of the branch-floating continent. "Greetings, Star Monarch. I am the Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Star Hall in the center of the Star Royal Palace, he bowed to the Star Monarch sitting on the throne and said in a dignified manner. The Star Monarch sitting on the throne looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Yang Feng, you dare to impersonate the Golem Lord, how audacious!" Chapter 828. Yang Feng said with a calm smile, "I had no choice but to do so. I've made a fool of myself." With the Empyrean grade secret treasure White Jade God Slayer, plus the 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe and Beskia joined his rank. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse invades his branch-floating continent, he is somewhat confident that he can seriously injure or even kill the other party. With a strong enough underlying strength, Yang Feng is more confident and at ease when facing the Star Monarch. The Star Monarch asked curiously. When the heaven and earth spirit root appeared, the transcendent monarch proposed to suppress you, who pretended to be a Golem dynasty member. It was the taboo monarch who saved you. According to him, this is the will of the mighty taboo lord. What is the relationship between you and the taboo lord? Taken aback, Yang Feng recalled the scene when he obtained the taboo lord's inheritance in the Feisua plain. Taboo lord. Yang Feng frowned and fell into silence. The Star Monarch smiled and said considerately, "If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I was just curious. By the way, Yang Feng, why did you come to see me this time?" Yang Feng answered calmly, "I want to enter the core world and look for opportunities. There are indeed many treasures in the core world, but most of them already have owners. It won't be of much benefit for you to enter the core world now. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the Tsangji Plain has entered a period of transformation. Countless years of accumulation will erupt in the coming years. The countless treasures and dwellings hidden in the Tsangji Plain will emerge one after another thanks to the Tsangji Plain's origin will. Soon, the surface world will be the biggest treasure trove. Why do you want to go to the core world at this time?" The Star Monarch asked. Over the years, in order to leave a way out, countless warlocks have built one dwelling and treasure trove after another in secret places on the Tsangji Plain. Many cave abodes and treasure vaults were obtained by fated people, but even more cave abodes and treasure vaults were hidden extremely deeply. The dwellings set up by some Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses will move automatically over time. Some Holy Spirit warlock rank dwellings are similar to the core world. They are in a twisted and illusory world. Some Eternal's ruins were even located in the cracks between worlds that were eternally unmoving. They were constantly moving and incomparably mysterious. Even a warlock emperor rank powerhouse would find it difficult to discover them. If it weren't for the impending invasion of another universe, those treasures wouldn't have appeared. Now that another universe was invading, if this universe did not want to be devoured, it would instinctively increase the combat power of its subordinates. Under the influence of the origin will of the universe, many treasures in this universe would appear in various reasonable ways. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, "As the final base of human warlocks, I have always been curious about the core world. Am I not qualified enough?" "Of course not. However, as the core world is the final base of us human warlocks, we must be very careful in selecting our entrance. Unless you are willing to sign the Core World Convention and abide by the rules recorded in it, even if you are a Holy Spirit warlock, you will not be able to enter the core world." The Star Monarch smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and starlight enveloped him and formed a contract in his hand, which flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the contract book and carefully looked at it, sweeping through everything written on the contract book. There are several rules recorded in the contract. The first is that the soul must be free. Only those without a soul brand are qualified to enter the core world. The second is that the soul must be that of a human warlock. The third is that the location of the core world must never be exposed. The fourth is that once you enter the core world, you must fight for the survival of human warlock. If you encounter other races that threaten the survival of human warlocks, you must take action and annihilate them. The fifth is that if there is a conflict between powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock rank, you must leave the core world and go to other places to fight. At the time, the first sect master of the Battle Demon sect had a fortuitous encounter in the core world, and then came to the surface world and assisted the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty in establishing the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the Battle Demon sect's first sect master, no one in the Battle Demon sect knew about the existence of the core world because of the geocentric convention. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "No problem, I can abide by these few rules." At the time, in order to unite all human warlocks to fight against the ruling archgods, the conditions for entering the core world were not very strict. But after the core world evolved, the cultivation environment became more than 100 times better than that of the Tsangji Plains surface world, which was declining day by day. As a result, the rulers of the core world concealed the existence of the core world and only allowed the most outstanding warlock supreme geniuses to enter the core world. Yang Feng has promoted to an infinity warlock in a short period of time. Furthermore, he has the audacity to occupy a branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. Such a peerless genius is naturally qualified to enter the core world. The Star Monarch waved her hand, and a gold contract flew to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng received the gold contract, and transcendent pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. After carefully examining it for a while and confirming that no tricks were done, he signed his name on it. Rays of dazzling golden light shone, and a strange golden arrow with 9 eyes suddenly appeared above the golden contract. As soon as the strange gold arrow appeared, Yang Feng's heart went alarmed. He instinctively felt that the gold arrow has the power to insta-kill him. The strange golden arrow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the golden contract book. The 9 eyes turned, carefully sized up Yang Feng, and then disappeared. The Star Monarch said with a smile, "That's an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that the Time Lord had the many treasures wholly refine using the spine of the ancient Emperor All-Eyes God of Justice. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they violate the core world convention, they will be shot to death by the Empyrean Eye Arrow." After the gold arrow disappeared, a gold token appeared in Yang Feng's hand. As soon as Yang Feng held the gold token, he vaguely felt that a mysterious, queer, and powerful world is moving in the depths of the Tsangji Plains core. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Yang Feng put away the gold token and continued to chat with the Star Monarch. After attending the banquet held by the Star Monarch, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and flew away from the floating continent occupied by the Star Imperial Court. "What do you think of him?" After Yang Feng left, in a secret room, the Star Monarch sitting on a sofa asked with a smile. The mysterious and unfathomable Star Heavenly Maiden appeared on the other side of the sofa in a stream of starlight and sat on equal footing with the Star Monarch, looking like a pair of beautiful sisters. The beautiful eyes of the Star Heavenly Maiden flickered with dazzling starlight, and she uttered unhurriedly, "A dragon among men, an ambitious and ruthless person." The Star Monarch uttered with a faint smile, "That's right. If my astrology isn't mistaken, Yang Feng should be one of the geniuses of this era who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor." The Star Heavenly Maiden raised her eyebrows and said, "Warlock Emperor? Him? He's just from an ordinary sect in the surface world. Compared with those freak geniuses in the core world, isn't he too lacking? Moreover, the ancient god realm, the remnants of the demon race, the evil god plane, and the savage insect plane, none of the geniuses born in those planes are simple. The Tsangji Plains human warlocks in the surface world are much weaker than those in the core world. Moreover, in the vast universe there are countless powerhouses. In the 36 primary material planes, there are also crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and geniuses. In any era, there is only one person who can become a Warlock Emperor. That person must be a supreme powerhouse who has suppressed countless peerless geniuses in an era. Although the Star Heavenly Maiden is quite optimistic about Yang Feng, but she doesn't think that he can become a new Warlock Emperor. The Star Monarch uttered with a smile, "He's just one of the geniuses who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor. However, I'm still very optimistic about him." The Star Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she uttered with a smile, "I think that Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, and Bulientian, these freaks of the core world, are much stronger than Yang Feng. Besides, the freaks who are most likely to become warlock emperors should be you 6 monarchs. Each of the 6 monarchs is a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks, and a peerless powerhouse of the younger generation. The 6 of them are peerless geniuses of the core world's younger generation who are most likely to become a new warlock emperor. The star monarch sighed faintly. I can't. All the secret methods I learned come from the star text. Even if I practice them to the peak, I can only become a great holy step powerhouse. I have no hope of becoming a warlock emperor. The star heavenly maiden was silent for a while, and then sighed regretfully. Every warlock emperor is a fearsome existence who opens a path of their own and wields a different flawless grade essence. Once they reach the position of warlock emperor, before they die, no one can promote to a warlock emperor with the same essence. Even if a warlock emperor dies, it will be far more difficult for others to promote to a warlock emperor with the same essence than it is for powerhouses who open a path of their own. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng requests an audience with the taboo monarch. The next day, Yang Feng came to the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court and raised his voice. A dark light extended from the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court, appeared under Yang Feng's feet, and formed a bridge of dark light. Chapter 829. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the dim light suddenly rolled back and entered the depths of the floating continent. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in an exquisite palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a peerless beauty with a pair of cat ears, dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, and exuding wisps of monarch might. She is the taboo imperial court's taboo monarch. There are 8 powerhouses standing below the taboo monarch, each of whom has different bloodline characteristics and exudes the breath of a powerhouse. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the palace, scrutinizing gazes focused on him. Yang Feng bowed to the taboo monarch and said magnanimously, "Greetings, taboo monarch. Thank you for speaking up for justice at the time and letting me avoid a disaster." At the time, if the taboo monarch hadn't spoken up to protect Yang Feng, with his strength at the time, he wouldn't have been able to resist an all-out attack from any of the 6 warlock dynasties. The taboo monarch uttered with a sweet smile, "Don't thank me, this is my lord's will. If you want to thank someone, you should thank my lord." Yang Feng smiled and flicked a finger, and a storage ring flew towards the taboo monarch. "This is a small gift I prepared. Please accept it." The taboo monarch took the storage ring, glanced at it, and then put it aside and uttered with a smile, "Not bad, you're considerate." The storage ring contains precious cultivation resources that can move the heart of even warlock monarch rank powerhouses. However, the taboo monarch is the ruler of the taboo imperial court, a powerful warlock dynasty who has suppressed countless planes. The resources she can mobilize are far greater than Yang Feng's. As such, the storage ring is naturally nothing in her eyes. "You are Yang Feng? I am one of the 72 marshals of the taboo imperial court, the lightning devil. I want to challenge you to see if you are worthy of the taboo imperial court's support." A burly man with a single horn on his head and countless mysterious lightning runes engraved all over his body walked out from among the 8 powerhouses and stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in his eyes. A handsome man with a pair of horns on the head, a burly figure, white hair, and a wicked temperament sneered, "Yang Feng, if you don't dare to fight the lightning devil, then we won't make things difficult for you. However, you'd better not come to the taboo imperial dynasty in the future. The taboo dynasty doesn't like to befriend cowards. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Only those with equivalent strength could sit on equal footing, communicate, and become friends. There are countless bloodline warlocks in the taboo imperial court. These bloodline warlocks use the blood essence of various powerful existences to transform themselves into warlocks similar to those powerful existences. Blood Meridian warlocks were powerful, but they were also irascible, and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Only true experts can gain the approval of Blood Meridian warlock. Sitting on the throne, the taboo monarch looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, wondering how Yang Feng will respond. Yang Feng said with a smile, "In that case, I'll exchange pointers with you." "Okay, you can exchange pointers here." The taboo monarch smiled and clapped her hands, and black light descended from the sky and illuminated the center of the hall. Along with flashes of light, a small arena equipped with spatial spells suddenly appeared. The lightning devil's figure fluttered, and he flew into the small arena. As soon as he operated a secret method, one lightning rune after another appeared all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled up and turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder lion tiger devil with a lightning horn on his head and a ferocious expression that resembled a lion or a tiger. Lightning ligers are fearsome existences that can manipulate the essence of lightning and wield purple demonic lightning. An Infinity Warlock rank Lightning Liger can slay a human Infinity Warlock. A deep and dark demonic chi revolves around countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, making the lightning devil look like a god of lightning. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and stepped into the arena. The lightning devil barked. Yang Feng quickly cast a secret method. "Otherwise, I'll step in." Waves of incomparably terrifying thunderous sounds reverberated in the area, like the rumbling of thunder, incessantly lingering in the ears. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm ready." "Arrogant. In that case, let me see what you've got." The lightning devil roared and unleashed the essence of lightning to manipulate lightning. In an instant, dark clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Millions of bolts of lightning suddenly shot out at the same time, gathered the lightning force in an area 100 kilometers in radius, and turned into a purple demonic lightning that slashed towards Yang Feng with Infinity Warlock rank might. If an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock is hit by the purple demonic lightning, their magic shields will collapse, and they will eventually be seriously injured or even killed. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and black devour light suddenly appeared and extended towards the purple demonic lightning. The purple demonic lightning instantly blasted into the black devour light and disappeared. "What spell is that? What an amazing spell! What a fearsome defensive spell!" When the 7 Infinity Warlocks below the Taboo Monarch saw the purple demonic lightning disappear, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The purple demonic lightning is a spell the lightning devil cast by combining the essence of lightning with the essence of heaven and earth in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Even the 7 Infinity Warlocks would find it difficult to block it. Yet Yang Feng easily broke the purple demonic lightning. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Demonic lightning prison. Eyes shot with blood, the lightning devil roared, and the lightning runes all over his body erupted in an instant and were stimulated to the limit. In an instant, the life magic energy in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius in the arena was extracted. Dancing silver snakes and countless bolts of purple demonic lightning barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions, destroying everything in their path. Each of the countless bolts of purple demonic lightning has the power to seriously injure Infinity Warlock. Amid the doomsday-like barrage of purple demonic lightning, black devour light appeared on Yang Feng, and he took a step forward, devoured countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, appeared on the lightning devil's head, and slapped it with his palm. Boom! The lightning devil trembled in an instant, and then crashed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole in the ground. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the lightning fiend's forehead, and countless black runes turned into seals that filled the lightning fiend's body and sealed his power. When the power of the lightning devil's bloodline was sealed, the extraordinary life form Lightning Liger shrank and finally changed into a human form. His power was completely sealed by Yang Feng, and even 99% of his fleshly body's power was sealed. Yang Feng floated back slightly, landed on the ground and uttered with a smile, "Martial Lightning Devil, thank you for letting me win." The Lightning Devil took a deep breath, took a deep look at Yang Feng, a complicated look in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Not bad, Yang Feng, you're very strong. You should be able to fight against Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, Bulientian, and the true Dragon Crown Prince. I concede. Undo the seals on me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of the Lightning Devil, fell into his hand, and disappeared. With a forthright smile, the Lightning Devil's figure fluttered, and he returned to the group of 8. "I concede. If there's a chance, let's drink together." Yang Feng glanced at the 7 Infinity Warlocks and said with a smile, "Do you still want to swap pointers with me?" The white-haired Infinity Warlock smiled and said, "No need. We are on par with the Lightning Devil in terms of strength. Since you can easily defeat him, you can easily defeat us as well. The monarch chose to protect you, we are convinced." The other 6 Infinity Warlocks nodded slightly, and their eyes shimmered with approval. Among warlocks, the strong are respected. The second Warlock dynasty, the Taboo dynasty, exerted this law to the limit. Only a true supreme powerhouse can subdue countless bloodline warlocks and sit firmly on the throne. After the Taboo Lord died, the Taboo dynasty collapsed immediately. The most important reason for this is that apart from the Taboo Lord, no one can subdue the great Holy Steppe warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. The Taboo monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she revealed a sweet smile. "Essence of Devour. Interesting, no one has really reached the end of this essence. This little fellow may really have a chance to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in the future. No wonder he looks at him in a different light." After defeating the Lightning Devil, Yang Feng gained the approval of the other Infinity Warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. Under the hospitality of the Taboo monarch, he stayed to drink with the Lightning Devil and the other Infinity Warlocks and discuss many questions and mysteries regarding cultivation. He didn't leave until the next day. The Tsangji Plains surface world, in a barren desert with no signs of life 1,000 kilometers in radius. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in the sky above the desert. Yang Feng glanced at the desert, an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Who would have thought that this place without any signs of life and unsuitable for cultivation would be the entrance to the core world?" Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he cast a spell and fell into the desert. Like a ghost, he merged with the desert and snuck underground. After moving stealthily for about 10,000 kilometers, Yang Feng took out the gold token and squeezed it. Gold light flew out of the gold token and formed a gold vortex that swallowed Yang Feng. Chapter 830. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world full of spiritual qi. So this is the core world. The life magic energy here is so rich. The concentration of life magic energy in this world is 10 times that of the Tsangji Plains surface world. No wonder the true powerhouses among human warlocks are here. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force and analyzed the surrounding environment, and his eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam. Different environments can accommodate different existences. For example, a pond can't accommodate a flood dragon. A grade 9 plane can only give birth to legend rank powerhouses. The core world is attached to the Tsangji plane, which is equivalent to an extension of the Tsangji plane. The laws of heaven and earth here are the same as those of the Tsangji plane, and the life magic energy here is more than 10 times stronger than that of the Tsangji plane. The core world is the true essence of the Tsangji plane. Of course, once the devouring between the two universes begins, the Tsangji plane's origin will begin to give birth to all kinds of powerhouses. At that time, the Tsangji Plains surface world will replace the core world and become a supreme holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked up, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The sun, the moon, and the stars are everywhere, just like a real world. Amazing! In the core world, there are stars and the sun hanging in the sky. At first glance, there is no difference between this and the Tsangji Plain. However, when Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils, he saw that the stars in the sky are engraved with countless mysterious runes, which form an integrated defense system with the core world. Once there is any abnormality in the core world, the warlock groups that control the entire core world's defense system can mobilize countless star force and bombard the source of the abnormality. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and dense purple smoke revolved and formed an arrowhead pointing in a certain direction. A cool breeze blew by, and Yang Feng turned into a breeze and disappeared. A few days later, Yang Feng sat on the deck of a luxurious flying vessel. Basking in the sun, he casually held a sparkling and translucent wine glass in his hand and looked at a magic image crystal no different from a TV. Insect demon Li Jiang went to challenge the Black Moon Dragon Zhou Ming. In the 5th minute, Zhou Ming, who had transformed into a Black Moon Dragon, tore off one of his arms. He suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Black Moon Dragon. The Eye of the Black Spirit has discovered a new magic crystal vein and is applying to King Taishan to develop it. In the magic image crystal, beautiful female broadcasters with incomparable looks were explaining the news one after another. In the core world, the magic civilization had developed to its peak, and many spells had been adapted for civilian use. In the core world, a magic stone could not even be exchanged for a magic coin. The purchasing power of one magic coin was only equivalent to 1 yuan on Earth. Yang Feng carefully looked at the news, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Most of the news is about starry sky warlocks and moonlight warlocks and above, which only appear under special circumstances. Sure enough, fiend god powerhouses also possess great authority in the core world. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Each one of them could suppress a grade 7 plane or below. At the same time, many large top-notch joint secret treasures required moonlight warlocks and above as the main force. Therefore, no matter in which force, moonlight warlocks and above had a great status. Of course, there were also some powerful god-fiend rank warlocks who liked to show their divinity in front of the masses, and they often appeared in the news. "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" A beautiful blonde warlock with a fiery and sexy figure and an extremely flirtatious appearance walked over gracefully, exuding a fragrance, and sat down in front of Yang Feng's table. She revealed a charming and beautiful smile. After Yang Feng advanced to an infinity warlock, his life stage underwent an earth-shaking evolution. Although he had concealed his strength and incomparably terrifying life force, he still exuded an extraordinary aura. This was a great attraction to many beautiful warlocks. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. A wind sprite formed from wind elemental particles flew up, picked up a bottle of wine, opened it, and poured wine for the beautiful warlock with a sexy figure and flirtatious appearance. Good wine, this is the highest grade of dark night flowing gold. Each bottle of this kind of wine costs more than 10 million magic coins. It's really delicious. The beautiful warlock took a sip of the wine, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly at once, and she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I am Mary, a professor of Purple Hyacinth. Nice to meet you." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Hello, my name is Yang Feng. It's nice to meet a beautiful woman like you." Yang Feng doesn't have a mature intelligence system in the core world, so he knows almost nothing about this world. He doesn't know what kind of organization Purple Hyacinth is. "Mary, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here? And why are you with this kind of person?" A tall, handsome male warlock dressed in a purple warlock robe walked over from the other side of the flying vessel. He had an extraordinary temperament, yet there was a very annoying arrogance on his face. He swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Yang Feng glanced at the arrogant male warlock and saw at a glance that the male warlock has a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. The male warlock and Mary are the only two Moonlight Warlocks on the flying vessel, so it is normal for him to be arrogant. Once you enter the Moonlight Warlock realm, you are a transcendent. Moonlight Warlocks are fundamentally different from ordinary Warlocks in terms of life level. In the view of many Moonlight Warlocks, those below the Moonlight Warlock rank cannot communicate with them on an equal footing, just like humans cannot communicate with gorillas. Mary frowned slightly and spoke with a trace of impatience. Song Zibai, it's my business who I want to make friends with. Between you and I, we are just ordinary friends. Song Zibai's gaze shifted, fell on Yang Feng, and he said with a cold smile, "Your name is Yang Feng. Mary is not an existence that ordinary people like you can aspire to. There is an essential difference between you and her. I advise you to be sensible, or else I don't mind giving you an unforgettable lesson." Song Zibai, enough. Mary frowned, barked, stood up from her seat, and said to Yang Feng with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Yang Feng. This matter arose because of me, so I will take care of it perfectly." Suddenly, a series of silver bell-like sounds rang out in the sky. A 10,000-meter-long golden ship slowly flew over. It was engraved with profound runes and gave off a resplendent light. The Rich's Gold Ship? It's the Rich's Gold King's ship. That's the Rich's Gold King. We're really lucky to meet the Rich's Gold King. Suddenly, sounds of excitement came from the huge flying vessel. Many human warlocks looked at the gold treasure ship in the distance and revealed excited smiles. Yang Feng asked curiously, "The Rich's Gold King? Who is he?" Mary looked at the golden ship with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, filled with passion and desire. The Rich's Gold King is a bigwig above the Bright World Warlock rank. No one knows how high his cultivation base is. Legend has it that he has endless wealth and power. As long as you can board the Rich's Gold King's golden ship, he can satisfy any wish you have. When Yang Feng heard this, he said with a smile, "Any wish can be satisfied. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't do that. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, there are many things they can do nothing about. Becoming an Eternal is the dream of all Warlock Emperors, as well as their only goal. Unfortunately, from ancient times to the present, except for the era of Eternal Sovereigns, countless peerless geniuses have emerged, defeated the powerhouses of that era, suppressed an era, and become invincible, yet they still couldn't become Eternal Sovereigns. It's not that those peerless geniuses aren't talented, but that the energy level of the universe has been reduced. The universe can only give birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. No matter how hard they try, they can't promote to Eternal Sovereigns. When Yang Feng heard that the Rich's Gold King can satisfy anyone's wish, he found it ridiculous. Mary said meaningfully, "The Rich's Gold King naturally can't compare to the 8 Warlock Emperors, but as a Bright World Warlock rank existence, he may even be an Infinity Warlock. For us, he has the ability to satisfy any wish we have." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded slightly, agreeing with Mary's point of view. A Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse can satisfy most of the wishes of these existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank. The wealth of a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse is far beyond the imagination of Moonlight Warlocks. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's go. Let's board the ship. The Rich's Gold King only selects 100 guests at a time. If we're late, it'll be too late. Song Zibai said angrily, then manipulated the airflow and strode towards the Rich's Gold ship. Mary's eyes flickered, and she also strode towards the Rich's gold ship. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled and also flew towards the Rich's gold ship. After dozens of breaths of time, all the warlocks on the flying vessel flew out, surrounded the Rich's gold ship, and looked longingly at the ship. Gold light shone, and 8 gold bridges extended from the Rich's gold ship. On each of the 8 gold bridges, there is a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. Chapter 831. This guy is even more imposing than me. However, although these 8 girls are beautiful, but they are still far from being comparable to my Eunice, Wu Meiying, and Liana, not to mention Shuer. Yang Feng glanced at the 8 beautiful girls and saw at a glance that they have Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation bases. After a slight comparison, he showed a satisfied smile. A beautiful warlock in red, with a slender figure and a beautiful appearance, said flatly, "Since you are here, you should be aware of the rules of my lord. These are 100 fortune golden balls. Those who are hit by these fortune golden balls will be able to board my lord's fortune golden boat. If they can pass my lord's test, my lord will grant them one wish to the best of his ability." The 8 young ladies waved their hands, and golden balls of riches and honor descended from the sky. They transformed into rays of golden light that fell down at random. "Mine. That's mine. Scram. Do you want to die?" When the warlocks saw the gold balls falling from the sky, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they cast various spells to grab the gold balls. Shouts of abuse rang incessantly. As if they have a mind of their own, the gold balls easily passed through one spell after another and landed on the warlocks. With a flash of gold light, the warlock hit by the wealth gold ball disappeared and was teleported to the wealth gold ship. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and a thread of fate wound around a gold ball. When the wealth gold ball landed on Yang Feng, gold light flickered, and he disappeared and reappeared on a banquet chair. Yang Feng looked around and saw that he is in a beautiful and luxurious palace. The palace is inlaid with all kinds of rare treasures and engraved with countless mysterious runes. There is a slight resonance between the countless rare treasures, which extracts the surrounding life magic energy and makes the life magic energy in the palace 100 times richer than in the outside world. If an ordinary warlock cultivates in this palace for a day, they will absorb life magic energy equivalent to 100 days of cultivation in the outside world. On the throne of the palace, there is a young man dressed in a gold robe, of medium build, with a wide face and big ears, and a smiling expression on his face. Even though he didn't speak, but from where he is sitting, Yang Feng can vaguely guess that he is most likely the legendary Wealth Gold King. Below the Wealth Gold King, there were 100 sets of tables and chairs. Each set of tables and chairs was made of purple chalcedony essence and top-notch alchemy. Purple radiant jade pith essence was an extremely precious treasure. Being in contact with purple radiant jade pith essence all year round could even improve a warlock's soul aptitude. Purple chalcedony essence. This is purple light chalcedony essence. Tables and chairs made of purple light chalcedony essence are truly extravagant. As expected of the Wealth King. The last time I saw a fist-sized piece of purple chalcedony essence at the auction, it was worth more than 1 billion magic coins. So much purple jade essence, 10 billion, no, at least 100 billion magic coins. Magic coins? Such a large piece of purple radiant jade essence was already a peerless treasure, a priceless treasure. It can only be traded, or use the best soul stone to trade. On the 100 sets of tables and chairs, there are already warlocks who have been selected. The warlocks are stroking the tables and chairs refined from purple light jade essence and looking at the surroundings with shock in their eyes. Shocked by the extravagance of the Wealth Gold King, they commented animatedly. Song Zibai swept Yang Feng with his gaze and his eyes shimmered with disgust. Why is that kid here? What a lucky bastard! Mary glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a trace of a smile. His luck is really good. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flickered with excitement. The Wealth Gold King deserves his reputation. He has a lot of treasures. If the Wealth Gold ship is dismantled, I can refine at least 30 top-grade warp gate. Warp gates are one of the top technologies in the world of warlocks in Yang Feng's possession. Through top-grade warp gates, Yang Feng can freely shuttle between different planes. At the same time, he can also mobilize a large number of troops through warp gate. In the world of warlocks, there are teleportation devices such as teleportation arrays and planar passageways that can cross countless distances. However, compared to the top-grade warp gates of the Shizu, they are still much worse. That was because the development direction of the Shizu was the endless sea of stars. In the universe where the Shizu existed, the distance between stars was calculated in light years. Moreover, there was no astral boundary, which was a channel connecting the various universes and countless planes of stars. Without the warp gates, the Shizu would not be able to control their territory. The world of warlocks focuses on self-development. Most warlocks are more willing to improve their strength and make their cultivation base stronger. After teleportation arrays and planar passageways can achieve their goals, very few warlocks will continue to research in this direction. Without demand, there is no motivation. Therefore, compared to the Shizu, the warlock skills in this regard were a lot worse. Among the Shizu's warp gate system, top-grade warp gates can freely shuttle through the endless space. They are indispensable. For Yang Feng, the 30 top-grade warp gates are a very tempting resource. The young man with a broad face, big ears, and a noble expression sitting on the throne said with a light smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Wealth Gold King." The Wealth Gold King's voice is not loud, but it suppressed the clamor in the hall. Under the shroud of a mysterious force, the warlocks who originally wanted to continue asking questions unconsciously became quiet. The Wealth Gold King smiled and clapped his hands. Waves of fragrant wind appeared, and within that fragrant wind floated many beautiful flower fairies with snow-white skin. The beautiful flower sprites carrying plates of precious extraordinary fruits and jugs of delicious extraordinary wine landed on the tables. Before long, a variety of delicious food and wine appeared in front of the warlocks' tables. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a light smile, "Please enjoy." The delicious food and wine are rare treasures for warlocks, which can improve their soul aptitude, spirit force, and physique. Therefore, the warlocks didn't stand on ceremony and enjoyed the delicacies in front of them. With delicacies, how can there be no beautiful music and dance? The Wealth Gold King clapped his hands. All of a sudden, vines extended from the gold pillars, and palm-sized flowers bloomed in the center of the vines. Among the flowers, there are little people holding various musical instruments, and melodious music spread from the instruments of the little people, cleansing the minds of many warlocks. When Yang Feng heard the music, he relaxed both physically and mentally. Even though he has no attainments in music, but he is still attracted by the beautiful music, and his mind is sublimated. After relaxing for just a moment, Yang Feng regained his sobriety and vigilance, and he praised in his heart, "Music elves! The Wealth Gold King really knows how to enjoy himself." Music elves are a branch of elves. They have extraordinary talent for manipulating musical instruments and playing all kinds of beautiful music. Although their music has no killing power, but it can purify the mind of warlocks and give them a high-quality rest. As a result, they were captured in large numbers by human warlocks. Due to the indiscriminate hunting of human warlocks all year round, music elves have virtually disappeared from the Zhangji Plain. Only in the Sandra Plain, the birthplace of elves, can there be some music elves. Even Yang Feng doesn't have top-notch musicians like the music elf. Amidst the wonderful music, 18 beautiful warlocks dressed in muslin appeared in the center of the hall and danced gracefully amidst the wonderful music. Many warlocks stared at the center of the hall with greed in their eyes. After the song and dance, the music elves and beautiful warlocks retreated one by one. Everyone, it's time for the test. I, the Wealth Gold King, have traveled the world, learned from ancient times to modern times, and mastered countless methods. Moreover, I have cultivated countless beautiful maids, who have mastered some of my abilities. If you defeat my maids with your strongest ability, then for every maids of a rank you defeat, I will fulfill a wish of the corresponding rank. Of course, if someone can defeat me, then the Wealth Gold ship will be given to the person who defeats me. However, each of you only has one chance to challenge me. Think about it carefully. The Wealth Gold King looked at the many warlocks below, raised the corners of his mouth, and clapped his hands. One after another, beautiful warlocks poured in from the two plates. The beautiful warlocks wore a piece of paper on their chest marked with the words Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, and Bright World Warlock. Among them, there are a total of 36 Moonlight Warlocks, 10 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 3 Bright World Warlock. This shows the terrifying underlying strength of the Wealth Gold King. When they heard this, the eyes of the warlocks present turned bloodshot, and their eyes flickered with excitement and scorching heat. Many warlocks focused their gazes on the beautiful warlocks, and their eyes flickered with scorching heat. For ordinary warlocks, once they can become the master of these beautiful warlocks, they can struggle for at least 1,000 years. Chapter 832. The warlocks who were entertained have self-awareness. None of them challenged the Wealth Gold King, but chose to challenge the maids. Although the Wealth Gold King's maids are called maids, but they are extraordinary. They are proficient in the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, as well as in fighting and magic. Most of the guests who challenged the Wealth Gold King's maids failed. Only 7 or 8 guests were very cunning. They specifically challenged the maids who were weaker than them. They used their realm to suppress them and finally defeated those maids and obtained the reward. The Wealth Gold King didn't go back on his word. With a few words, he satisfied the small requests of the victorious guest. Yang Feng smiled and mused. The Wealth Gold King seems to be generous and forthright. But in fact, if you want to get benefits from him, you have to be a genius among geniuses in a certain field. Otherwise, even if you win against the maids, you won't get anything too precious. Each of the Wealth Gold King's maids has excellent aptitude and a complete inheritance. They are equivalent to disciples of a large sect. It is very difficult to defeat them with the strength of the same rank. As for challenging someone of a higher rank, only freaks among freaks can do it. Cave Mountain's true disciple Tsong Zibai challenges Miss Hong Hong in magic. Just when there were only 3 guests left, Tsong Zibai stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the hall with a carefree temperament. He smiled elegantly and issued a challenge to a red-clothed servant girl. Moonlight Warlock, he dares to challenge a Moonlight Warlock. Cave Mountain, that's a top warlock group with the Infinity Warlock Grotto ancestor. He turns out to be a true disciple of the Cave Mountain. Gazes of envy and awe fell on Tsong Zibai from the side. Once you reach the Moonlight Warlock rank, you are a transcendent. For ordinary warlocks, warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank are unreachable and extremely powerful existences. There is a gap in the essence of life between the two sides. None of the invited guests have challenged the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock maids because they know that they are not on the same level as Moonlight Warlock. Challenging them is just asking to be humiliated. Now that they saw someone dare to challenge the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock rank maids, they showed looks of excitement at once. Tsong Zibai obtained great satisfaction from the astonished and awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding warlocks. He gave Yang Feng a glance and revealed a warning look. The Wealth King smiled and said, "So it's the disciple of the Grotto ancestor. Hong Hong, go spar with the true disciple of Grotto Mountain. Yes, master. The red-clothed maid, Hong Hong, leaped lightly and flew into the small arena in the center of the hall. Song Zibai smiled faintly, took a step forward, and used the earth-shrinking spell, instantly appearing in the small arena in the center of the hall. Hong Hong silently chanted an incantation. With a wave of her hand, red ropes flew out abruptly and hovered around her body within 100 meters radius. A crimson flower bloomed on the tip of each red rope, blossoming with a bewitching, beautiful, and bizarre brilliance. A cool breeze blew, and the petals of the scarlet flowers fluttered in the wind, forming a beautiful but dangerous petal barrier. If the Starry Sky Warlock got close to the petal barrier, they would be chopped into pieces. Yang Feng took a closer look and suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. This spell is interesting. Miss Hong Hong, excuse me. Song Zibai smiled confidently, silently recited an incantation, spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a 100-meter-long raging fire dragon that pounced towards the petal barrier. When the raging fire dragon slammed into the petal barrier, flames surged and ignited the petals, as if to devour Hong Hong. Suddenly, Song Zibai's face flushed, his body swayed, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he fell to the ground, twitched slightly, unable to move. The incomparably violent fire dragon also collapsed and disappeared in an instant, revealing the smiling maid, ready, inside. What's going on? What's going on? How did Song Zibai lose? The spectating warlocks were dumbstruck and discussed spiritedly. Song Zibai's fire spell clearly restrained Hong Hong's extraordinary plant spell, yet he was strangely defeated by Yang Feng. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, "A poison spell. That's right, it's a poison spell." With a smile, the Wealth Gold King looked at Yang Feng and said, "Little brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Which of my maids do you want to challenge?" Yang Feng replied, "Wealth Gold King, if I challenge you and win, then everything on the Wealth Gold ship will belong to me, including your maids?" An enigmatic ray flashed in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "As long as you can defeat me, except for the Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine, the rest will belong to you." The Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine are the three Bright World Warlocks subordinated to the Wealth Gold King. In many warlock groups, Bright World Warlocks are great elders. Even the Wealth Gold King won't easily allow them to be taken away. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, I'll challenge you." He dares to challenge the Wealth Gold King. Is he crazy? The Wealth Gold King is an infinity warlock with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, an omnipotent infinity warlock. To challenge the Wealth Gold King, he's crazy. The guests looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. Song Zibai returned to his seat, glanced at Yang Feng, and said with a cold smile, "Humph, I couldn't tell that this kid is a genius in a certain field." However, he met the Wealth Gold King, the omnipotent Wealth Gold King. No matter how much of a genius he is in a certain field, he is not the opponent of the Wealth Gold King. In the world of warlocks, there are countless eccentrics and geniuses in countless fields. The Wealth Gold King, on the other hand, is a genius in all fields. He is proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, divination, and battle spells. Many peerless geniuses in a certain field have challenged the Wealth Gold King, and yet none of them were defeated. This established the Wealth Gold King's illustrious reputation. As time passed, no one dared to challenge him anymore. The Wealth Gold King showed an interested look and said with a smile, "Interesting, in which field do you plan to challenge me? Whether it's transcendent biology, transcendent botany, chess, painting, medicine, or poison, as long as you can beat me in any of them, you win." Since we are both warlocks, we naturally compete in spells. Yang Feng smiled, and wisps of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. This is an infinity warlock. He's also an infinity warlock. Infinity warlock. When the guests sensed the fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "Infinity warlock! He's actually an infinity warlock! Just now I actually threatened an infinity warlock. An ancestor step existence." Song Zibai's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled, his hands turned cold, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Infinity warlocks are terrifying existences who can destroy a plane by themselves. If an infinity warlock cast a spell with all their strength, they can destroy a grade 9 plane. Even in the core world, a place where powerhouses are as common as clouds, infinity warlocks are exceedingly fearsome, elusive existences. Although Song Zibai is a true disciple of the Cave Mountain, but he has never seen an infinity warlock. The Wealth Gold King is the first infinity warlock he has seen. Mary looked at Yang Feng with a look of pleasant surprise on her pretty face. He's actually an infinity warlock. When the Wealth Gold King sensed the infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, the smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. For the first time, he looked Yang Feng in the eye and asked unhurriedly, "Sir, how do I address you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "You can call me Endless Darkness." Infinity warlocks generally call each other by their nicknames. The frequency of their real names will decrease until they are submerged in history with the passage of time. Naturally, the Wealth Gold King's real name isn't the Wealth Gold King. But after countless years, those who know his real name are almost all dead. Over time, he became the Wealth Gold King. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a smile, "Endless Darkness, this treasure ship can't withstand our fight. Let's go out and fight." The Wealth Gold ship is a very powerful treasure ship. However, this treasure ship is not the royal palace where the taboo monarch live. It can't withstand a fight between infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Okay. Yang Feng's body collapsed, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the Wealth Gold ship. The Wealth Gold King collapsed as well and disappeared. A fight between infinity warlocks. If I could see a fight between infinity warlocks, I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. The eyes of the guests aboard the Wealth Gold ship shimmered with excitement, and they got up and walked towards the deck of the Wealth Gold ship. The maids aboard the Wealth Gold ship entered the Warlock Towers and opened the barrier around the Wealth Gold ship. The three concubines Ri, Yu, and Xing also came to the deck and looked into the distance at Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King standing proudly in the void with worry in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 833. There was a flash of excitement in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he said with a smile, "It's been 500 years, I haven't swapped pointers with an infinity warlock for 500 years. Endless Darkness, let's stop here and not involve life and death, what do you think? If there is no accident, every infinity warlock can live for more than 10,000 years. If there is no conflict of interest or enmity, then infinity warlocks generally won't fight to the death. The core world is extremely safe. There are many infinity warlocks like the Wealth Gold King who haven't fought a powerhouse of the same level for 500 years. Yang Feng responded with a smile. That's only natural. Although every infinity warlock is a mobile treasury, but if they aren't an enemy, Yang Feng won't kill them easily for no reason. Haha, look at the power of my gold treasury. The Wealth Gold King smiled boldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A 100-meter-tall golden gate suddenly appeared, opened, and a sword flew out of the gate and slashed down. The sword split the sky, annihilated everything, and crushed the world. All kinds of fearsome anomalies flickered in the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. What a terrifying sword strike! Just looking at it from afar, I feel like my soul is about to collapse. What a terrifying sword strike! If it wasn't for the barrier blocking it, I would already be dead. When the warlocks aboard the Wealth Gold ship saw the terrifying sword strike from afar, they suddenly felt a splitting headache and almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the fearsome barrier activated on the gold ship, then at least half of the warlocks on the ship would have died when the sword strike appeared. Song Zibai looked at the earth-shaking sword strike with shock in his eyes. Amazing! That's an infinity warlock. That's terrifying. That endless darkness is dead meat. Faced with the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, Yang Feng just extended his right hand and made a grasping motion, and a black light of devour suddenly appeared in his right hand. As if a black hole that can devour everything, it absorbed the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, twisted it into fragments, and turned it into pure energy that nourished his fleshly body. There was a flash of surprise in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered in a clear voice, "Amazing, what spell is this? How can it break the attack of my level 9 secret treasure sky splitter sword so easily?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "This is a spell I created, dark light erosion. Can break any spell in the world." Break any spell in the world, what big words! Let me see if this spell can break any spell in the world. The Wealth Gold King chuckled and flicked his finger, and the level 9 secret treasure heaven splitting sword retracted into the gold treasury. Gold light shone, and an ancient bronze mirror suddenly flew out from the gold treasury. As soon as the ancient bronze mirror flew out, the countless mysterious runes engraved on it suddenly shone with dazzling light. The runes engraved on the mysterious runes engraved on the bronze mirror suddenly shone. One after another, strange evil gods with different shapes and different evil god powers flew out from the million evil god diagram. A copious amount of divine force shot out from the evil gods barreling towards Yang Feng. In an instant, a sinister wind blew within a radius of 100 miles, and evil energy surged. All sorts of heretical god forces erupted, distorting the laws between the heavens and earth. Evil energy filled the air, distorting all phenomena. Each evil god has a different evil god force. The evil god force stimulated by the countless evil gods in the evil god drawing can seriously injure or even obliterate an infinity warlock. The guests on the golden ship looked at the sky filled with evil gods. The endless scenes caused their expressions to change and their bodies to tremble. The evil gods of the evil god plane were also great enemies of human warlock. Many of the evil gods of the evil god plane were arch-gods of the Tsangji plane who fled in defeat, experimental subjects of human warlocks who failed taboo experiments, and innately powerful races who suffered crushing defeats at the hands of human warlocks. During the era of the human 7 great warlock dynasties, the evil god plane was ruled by human warlocks, and the evil gods inside were eliminated again and again like bugs. Many evil gods were eliminated by human warlock. However, there was no lack of Holy Spirit warlock rank existences among the evil gods, who opened up worlds similar to the core world one after another and hid inside them. This was how they escaped the encirclement of the 7 great warlock dynasties. Since the 8th warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord was defeated, he hasn't taken action against the evil god plane. As a result, the evil god plane has been developing crazily and absorbing countless powerhouses full of malice towards human warlocks. If human warlocks were caught by the evil gods of the evil god plane, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a layer of devour black light enveloped him. When the evil gods' spells hit the devouring black light, they were swallowed by the devouring black light and disappeared. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng withstood the attacks of countless evil gods, crossed a distance of more than a dozen kilometers, and appeared in front of the Wealth Gold King. He pointed with a finger, ran through the Wealth Gold King's life force field, and gently touched the other party's forehead. "Thanks for letting me win." After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew back by more than a dozen kilometers. "Amazing! What an amazing spell! It's my loss." Shock shimmered in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and flicked his finger. In the sky, the gold treasury, which seems to contain countless level 9 secret treasures, slowly closed, and the 2 level 9 secret treasures turned into streams of light and flew into the gold treasury. There was a flash of reluctance in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he flicked a finger, and a gold bead flew towards Yang Feng. "Endless darkness, this is the central control secret treasure of the Wealth Gold ship. With this, the Wealth Gold ship is yours. I will take the sun, moon, and star concubines with me." Yang Feng pointed lightly, and the control center of the Wealth Gold ship flew back to the Wealth Gold King's hand. "I don't want the Wealth Gold ship. I just want the few rare ores and information about the core world." The Wealth Gold King's thoughts revolved, and he immediately understood Yang Feng's origin. "Information about the core world? You're from the outside world? No wonder I've never heard of you." If a warlock wants to practice cultivation from an ordinary human to an infinity warlock, they are bound to have a wonderful life. At the same time, they are bound to have vast connections and their own information and intelligence channels. Even rogue warlocks will find a way to build their own intelligence channels. Yang Feng has already begun to build his own intelligence system in the Zhangji Plain. Countless spies have spread throughout the Zhangji Plain to search for information for him. No major movements in the Zhangji Plain can escape his eyes and ears. However, as Yang Feng has just arrived at the core world, he knows almost nothing about it. Therefore, he is very interested in the information the Wealth Gold King has. The Wealth Gold King smiled heartily and spoke with some affection. "I, the Wealth Gold King, have vast connections and many friends in the core world. The information in my hands won't let you down. The Wealth Gold ship is very valuable, and there are many treasures inside. Even the Wealth Gold King had to search for a long time to obtain them. Moreover, the Moonlight Warlock rank maids and above on the ship are not easy to cultivate. They are extremely valuable. Yang Feng doesn't want the Wealth Gold ship. Although the Wealth Gold King didn't say anything, but he is somewhat grateful inside." The Wealth Gold King glanced at the many guests on the deck and ordered them to leave. "Everyone, that's all for today's reception. You can go back now. Thank you for your hospitality, Wealth Gold King." "Thank you for your hospitality." The guests, who have benefited greatly from the top-notch extraordinary food and extraordinary wine, saluted the Wealth Gold King, cast various spells, and flew away. The guests are well aware that although the Wealth Gold King has received them warmly, however, only infinity warlocks of the same level can befriend the Wealth Gold King. Song Zibai took a deep look at Yang Feng standing next to the Wealth Gold King. He doesn't dare to feel any jealousy. Ignoring Mary, who he has been pursuing, he cast a spell and flew away. Infinity warlocks have all kinds of strange personalities. Some are kind and peaceful, while others like the Wealth Gold King like to play games. But most of them are the kind of cruel characters who will kill people if there is a disagreement. Song Zibai is not willing to put his life in Yang Feng's hands. Mary took a deep look at Yang Feng, then cast a spell and flew away. The Wealth Gold King asked with a smile, "That chick has a good impression of you. Aren't you going to keep her?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "No need. It may not be a good thing to follow me. I have no foundation in the core world. If I provoke any trouble, it will only implicate her." In the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng's power is so great that even infinity warlocks don't dare to attack his people. Otherwise, they will be hunted down. In the core world, Yang Feng is a loner. Although he can move freely, but he has lost the ability to protect others. The Wealth Gold King replied frankly, "As long as you don't provoke supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses, the 6 warlock imperial courts, and freaks of the warlock monarchs, I can help you resist some ordinary troubles. I seem to have provoked a warlock monarch called the Red Monarch. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and followed the Wealth Gold King into the gold ship. The location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove is on the edge of the Red Monarch's territory. What a malicious joke. Aboard the gold ship, Yang Feng flipped through all kinds of intelligence, frowned, and sank into his thoughts. Chapter 834. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists. Yang Feng carefully read the information about the Black Emperor's treasure trove, and then put it aside and picked up another piece of information that he is very interested in. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists respectively record the strongest human warlocks in the core world's Infinity Warlocks, Warlock Monarchs, and Holy Spirit Warlocks. Due to the large number of Infinity Warlocks in the core world, there are only the top 200 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity List, the Wealth Gold King said. Although the core world is far smaller than the Zhangji Plains surface world, but the cultivation resources here are dozens of times better than in the Zhangji Plain. Moreover, the inheritances of the 8 warlock dynasties are far more complete than those of the Zhangji Plains surface world, and the number of Infinity Warlocks here is far greater than that of the Zhangji Plains surface world. According to the information Yang Feng obtained from the Wealth Gold King, there are more than 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world. The 200 Infinity Warlocks recorded on the Infinity List are all outstanding Infinity Warlocks, geniuses among geniuses, and existences far beyond those of the same rank. As for the Warlock Monarchs, the number is much fewer. There are only 67 Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch List. The 6 in the lead are the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. The Red Monarch ranked 65th on the Monarch List. He advanced to a Warlock Monarch 1,000 years ago. He is in charge of the Red Kingdom and has 7 marshals under his command, each of which is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. None of the 7 marshals is on the Infinity List. When Yang Feng saw the information about the Red Monarch, he showed a smile. Warlock Monarchs are divided into different ranks. The Purple Monarch, who was killed by Shi Shui, is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The Red Monarch, on the other hand, has only been promoted for 1,000 years, which is equivalent to a powerhouse who has just advanced to the Warlock Monarch realm. Even if Yang Feng is not a match for the Red Monarch, he can still retreat unscathed. Yang Feng stared at the top 10 names on the Infinity List with a scorching shade in his eyes. My current opponents should be powerhouses on the Infinity List. The top 10 on the C list were Herculean Demon Lian Wui, Green Thunder God Yen Maoan, Brilliant Ninth Heaven Bulientian, Beast God Gu Manki, Queen of Hundred Changes Luo Jiejia, Darkness True Dragon Mo Xian, Crimson Flame Phoenix Lu Huang, Violent Qilin Qian Wushuang, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, and Divine Light Kane. I wonder how strong the top 10 experts on the Ocean List are. The inheritance of warlocks in the core world is much more complete than in the Zhangji Plain, and the warlock civilization is far more powerful than in the surface world. The top 10 on the core world's Infinity List are Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The top 10 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity List are Yang Feng's current goal. Yang Feng asked, Wealth Gold King, do you know where to buy 7-color Aurora Star Stone? 7-color Aurora Star Stone is a core mineral that Yang Feng currently lacks. If he can get it, he can start to evolve the Shizu base again. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then uttered, 7-color Aurora Star Stone? I've seen them several times before, but most of them have been used up by their owners and refined into various secret treasures. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. 7-color Aurora Star Stone is an extremely precious mineral. In the world of warlocks, it is a top material used to refine level 9 secret treasures. Once an Infinity Warlock gets their hands on such a precious mineral, they will basically use it to refine level 9 secret treasures and enhance their strength. The Wealth Gold King pondered for a while, and then said, "However, I heard that the floating Konghai Pavilion will soon hold an exchange meeting that only Infinity Warlocks can participate in. According to the information, 7-color Aurora Starstone will appear in the exchange meeting. Most of the resources that Infinity Warlocks and above need to practice cultivation cannot be bought with magic crystals. They are basically priceless treasures. Even in some top auctions, the probability of treasures like 7-color Aurora Starstone appearing is very low. However, at the exchange meetings between Infinity Warlocks, many treasures rarely seen in the outside world will appear. Through these exchange meetings, many Infinity Warlocks can exchange for the resources they want. Yang Feng has broken through the bases of many Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and occupied the Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, and Yu Province, which are the Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 provinces. Cultivation resources have always been abundant, which is why he didn't participate in the Infinity Warlocks exchange meetings. As a result, he doesn't know much about this. The Wealth Gold King's power is far inferior to Yang Feng's. Although he plays around in the secular world, but he has never left the circle of Infinity Warlock. As such, he naturally knows about many secret places and places where resources are exchanged. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "When will the floating Konghai Pavilion hold the exchange meeting?" The Wealth Gold King replied, "In 3 months." Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said decisively, "It's too long. Wealth Gold King, can you go to the floating Konghai Pavilion first? If I don't get there in 3 months, please help me exchange for 7-color Aurora Starstone. I will definitely give you treasures that will satisfy you in exchange." The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then responded decisively, "Okay." The Wealth Gold King could play around in the core world and be carefree. He has a wide network and has made friends with many Infinity Warlocks. For Yang Feng to be able to easily defeat the Wealth Gold King, his strength is comparable to that of experts on the Infinity List. He is naturally willing to make friends with Yang Feng. The Black Cloud Mountains is a dangerous place tens of thousands of kilometers in length, surrounded by demonic qi, shrouded in demonic fog, and filled with all kinds of strange, extraordinary life forms. It is located at the edge of the Red Kingdom. The Black Cloud Mountains are shrouded in demonic fog. Even human powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank often die inside. The extraordinary treasures born in the Black Cloud Mountains aren't of high value, and the resources are only useful for Moonlight Warlocks at most. Therefore, for powerful warlock groups, the Black Cloud Mountains are of little value. Due to the formidable demonic beings frequently roaming the Black Clouds Mountains, there were no traces of human warlocks within a radius of 100 li around the Black Clouds Mountains. Only some rogue warlocks who aren't afraid of death will risk their lives to come to the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains to look for some resources and bring them back to the city to sell. At the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains, the demonic fog suddenly separated, and Yang Feng stepped into the strange demonic fog. As soon as Yang Feng entered the demonic fog, he quickly analyzed. 30,000 meters. In this demonic fog, the limit of my soul force's perception is 30,000 meters. If it was an ordinary Infinity Warlock, without using spells, they should only be able to perceive a distance of 5,000 meters. No wonder no warlocks are willing to come to the Black Cloud Mountains. This place is barren of resources. It's not a place to practice cultivation. Suddenly, a black snake ejected from the ground, opened its maw, and bit towards Yang Feng. The black snake has just ejected to within 10 meters of Yang Feng, when it was broken into 6 or 7 pieces by Yang Feng's life force cover. when the black snake died, spear-like tree vines suddenly stabbed out from the thick demonic fog, stabbed Yang Feng's life force cover, and shattered it. Yang Feng traveled for more than 30 kilometers in the demonic fog and encountered thousands of attacks. However, those attacks couldn't break his life force cover. After all, infinity warlocks are the pinnacle existences in this world. Ordinary freaks and extraordinary life forms can no longer hurt them. That's the entrance to the Black Emperor's treasure trove. When Yang Feng came to a mountain peak, he looked at a cave in midair on a cliff, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Suddenly, a large stone next to Yang Feng cracked open, and an orchid light, which looks like it came from a bottomless abyss, bloomed like a flower of evil, and gathered all the power of evil, darkness, and massacre in the world. A pitch-black dagger with a deep orchid color stabbed towards Yang Feng at an extremely fast speed, carrying endless killing intent. The stab was extremely abrupt. Prior to this, Yang Feng's various perception spells weren't triggered. Even the mysterious fate algorithm only throbbed wildly at the moment when the stone exploded. A premonition of death welled up inside Yang Feng. At the moment of imminent peril, world force of the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng poured into him via the world ring, and the runes of the primal chaos imperishable body shone brightly and formed a distorted primal chaos force field. When the pitch-black dagger stabbed into the primal chaos force field, it was forcibly distorted and deflected, and then brushed past Yang Feng's body and stabbed his right arm, leaving a white mark, and deflected to the side. A devouring black moon abruptly rose up, crushing towards the assassin in a frenzy. "No! Don't kill me, I'm—" Amid shrill screams of horror, Yang Feng saw a thin middle-aged warlock dressed in a black warlock robe with a distorted face erupt with junior infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power and struggle frantically inside the devour black moon. In the end, he was crushed, burst apart, and turned into a mist of blood that was devoured by the devour black moon. After the devour black moon devoured the infinity warlock, a powerful and pure life magic energy poured into Yang Feng and nourished his body and soul. In the world with the light of eternity, Yang Feng entered seclusion for 1,000 years to comprehend the essence of Devour and advance his mastery of the essence of Devour to the next level. After devouring the power and flesh essence of enemies, he can feed them back to himself and enhance his strength in all aspects. If he can devour 3,000 infinity warlocks, Yang Feng can step into the warlock monarch realm in one fell swoop with the pure power. Chapter 835. To advance to a warlock monarch by devouring 3,000 infinity warlocks. This secret method is already very heaven-defying. It should be noted that Poidal, the former floor lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, has been trapped in the Infinity Warlock realm for more than 100,000 years. If killing 3,000 Infinity Warlocks can promote to a Warlock Monarch rank existence, then he will use all his power to hunt down Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. In the vast universe, there are as many experts as there are clouds. The number of human infinity warlocks in the Tsangji plane alone has already exceeded 5,000. As long as Poidal is given enough time, he can devour enough infinity warlock rank powerhouses to advance to a warlock monarch. This dagger is also a level 9 secret treasure, but it's still slightly inferior to the ruler of the Night's God armament dagger of the night. Otherwise, I'm afraid that both sides would suffer. A mere junior infinity warlock put me in such a difficult position. Sure enough, no infinity warlock can be underestimated. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the dagger that the warlock used to assassinate him flew into his hand. He scanned the dagger with his soul force, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Infinity Warlock who assassinated Yang Feng just now only had Junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base. If it was a head-on fight, Yang Feng would be able to blast the Junior Infinity Warlock Assassin into dregs with a few spells. But the Junior Infinity Warlock Assassin suddenly erupted with power just now. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and strengthened his fleshly body with the light of eternity, then once he was stabbed by the assassin, the curse and poison contained in the dagger would be something that even someone as strong as Yang Feng may not be able to suppress. Someone is coming. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's body distorted, and he turned into the Infinity Warlock Assassin. With a dagger in hand, he looked into the distance with a vigilant expression. Shadow Kill, what happened here just now? I sensed that you erupted with Infinity Warlock rank power. A beautiful warlock wearing a red dress walked over with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was like that of an oriole in an empty valley, her appearance was extremely beautiful, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng imitated the voice of the Infinity Warlock Assassin and said, "There was an insect that I killed just now." A young man dressed in a black warlock robe with a strange giant snake embroidered on the warlock robe, with snake hair growing on his head, and an ugly appearance, looking like a humanoid snake monster, walked over from the side and said coldly, "Shadow Killer, be careful." This was the treasure of the legendary Black Emperor, who had suppressed countless planes during the ancient god era. If we're exposed and attract those monsters on the sea list, we won't even get a bone dregs. Yang Feng was slightly startled, and killing intent welled up inside him. The Black Emperor's treasure trove, they actually know about the Black Emperor's treasure trove. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the treasure trove of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. For Yang Feng, if he can get his hands on it, it will be a huge fortune. He wasn't willing to share this treasure with anyone. Since he has the strength to get his hands on the treasure trove, an ambitious and ruthless person like Yang Feng would make a choice. The beautiful eyes of the beautiful warlock in red turned slightly, and she said, "The three of us are here. Now we're still missing the red mountain bone monster, the petrel feathers, and the transcendent eyes." "I'm here." A red skeleton walked out of the demonic mist and spoke in a hoarse voice. The red skeleton was 3 meters tall, and it was completely made up of different red bones. It was like a mutated version of a skeleton demon. "I'm not late, am I?" Along with a chuckle, feathers of an unknown extraordinary bird drifted over from afar, interwove with each other, and formed a handsome young man with a medium build. The void slightly distorted, and a half-naked man wearing a pair of shorts with his eyes tightly closed walked out of the void. Most of his body was exposed, and there were creepy and strange eyes on his body that made people's hair stand on end. As soon as Yang Feng saw the 5 Infinity Warlocks appear, he hid his killing intent and silently operated a secret method, and his aura and sense of existence became extremely thin. Making your aura and sense of existence become extremely thin is a secret method that assassin-type warlocks must master. Otherwise, the Shadow Kill wouldn't have been able to hide from Yang Feng's perception and almost succeeded in assassinating Yang Feng. The petrel feathers uttered with a smile, "Everyone is here. With the 6 of us joining forces, we can even fight experts on the Infinity List as long as they aren't monsters in the top 50. Red Moon Fairy, let's begin." The beautiful warlock in red nodded, took out a round bead, and tossed it into the air. As soon as the round bead flew into the air, it expanded against the wind and turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form realm-crossing insect engraved with countless runes. The realm-crossing insect was a very strange kind of transcendent demon insect. It liked to dig holes in the barriers between worlds and open up a passageway between worlds. Human warlocks use realm-crossing insects to open planar passageways to many planes. The realm-crossing insect pounced on the cave halfway up the cliff, opened its ferocious mouthpart, and bit wildly. A strange bottomless hole appeared in the void, and it was filled with the power of distortion. The world passageway opened by the realm-crossing insect is chaotic and twisted. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank can enter it. Once existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank enter the world passageway, they will be twisted and turned into a pile of minced meat. With flashes of magic light, the 5 Infinity Warlocks turned into streams of light and entered the world passageway. Yang Feng also operated a secret method, turned into a shadow, and entered the world passageway. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng passed through the world passageway and appeared in a wide, bright world with no end in sight. The Red Moon Fairy extended her hand, and red threads shot towards the realm-crossing insect in the sky and swept it up. When the red threads pierced the realm-crossing insect, the berserk realm-crossing insect quieted down, shrank, and finally flew into the Red Moon Fairy's hand. Extraordinary insects like realm-crossing insects are not easy to cultivate. Generally, only warlock groups such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western World's 3 dynasties have enough time and resources to cultivate them. Even the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, doesn't have a realm-crossing insect. The Red Moon Fairy was lucky enough to get one, so she naturally treasures it. The Red Moon Fairy said, "This is the world inside the Black Emperor realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were still Warlock Monarch rank archgods in the Black Emperor realm. But now there are only Infinity Warlock rank archgods left in the Black Emperor realm. These archgods are antiques of the Black Emperor era. They only know how to use their innate abilities. Compared to us Infinity Warlocks, they aren't on the same level. The Tsangji Plains Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have basically established a powerful world inside them. They would use countless resources to nurture their own worlds, and the stronger their worlds were, the greater the power they could provide them. After a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies, if they aren't killed directly, but rather die naturally, the world inside them will still exist. Then, with the passage of time, their energy level will continue to decline, and they will eventually lose all extraordinary power, and then die and be destroyed. The Black Emperor is one of the strongest warlock powerhouses of the Archgod era. Together with the human 7 Warlock Emperors, he is recognized as the most powerful Warlock Emperor rank existence. His world also has a trace of immortality, which is why it has been able to exist for so many years and its energy level has declined so slowly. The Red Moon Fairy said, "Now let's split up and sneak into the cities of the Black Emperor realm and find a way to inquire about the location of the Empyrean Origin Force." Empyrean Origin Force is the purest power formed from the soul force and origin force of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse after they die. It is the source of extraordinary power in a world like the Black Emperor realm. The Empyrean Origin energy was the most precious treasure in the Black Emperor realm. If one could extract and refine the Empyrean Origin energy, Yang Feng and them will advance to the Warlock Monarch rank without any suspense. If they can absorb the Empyrean Origin force of 3 worlds like the Black Emperor realm, then even an ordinary Infinity Warlock may be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks nodded, agreed on a method of contact, and then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew in different directions. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of black light and disappeared. The Black Emperor realm, in front of a village made of countless boulders, there are many archgod powerhouses rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these archgod powerhouses has a grotesque appearance. Most of them have a human-like torso, but the other parts of their body are different from that of humans. As a whole, they are 70% similar to humans. These archgod powerhouses either have 3 eyes, an extraordinary right hand, or a bird head. Although they are grotesquely shaped, but they all exude terrifying auras. Any adult archgod exudes Moonlight Warlock rank aura or above, and there is no lack of glorious Sun Warlocks among them. The tribal system is really backward. Standing quietly in the shadow of the village, Yang Feng looked at the archgods and shook his head, and then blurred into motion and jumped into another shadow. These archgods are innately powerful, but when it comes to the use of power, they are thousands of times weaker than human warlocks. Yang Feng easily sneaked into the most powerful tribe in the area 1,000 kilometers in radius. Inside the archgod tribe, in a huge stone house covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, there are two powerhouses sitting. One of them was a handsome man who had 3 eyes and looked 90% like a human. The other was an ancient god with 2 heads, one with its eyes closed and the other with its eyes open. Chapter 836. The three-eyed archgod frowned and asked unhurriedly, "The demonic eye tribe is getting more and more rampant. They killed Bashan and Tuague. High priest, what should we do now?" The two-headed archgod barked, "But Juno, we can't retreat. We must fight back. Gather all our forces, destroy them, kill them, and use their bones and flesh to let all those who resist the Flame Law tribe know the consequences of resisting us." A trifling ordinary archgod tribe has 2 infinity warlock rank archgods. Archgods are indeed fearsome existences that suppressed countless intelligent life forms. A slightly emotional voice sounded. The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod and the 2-headed archgod blurred, and then Yang Feng suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Die. The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod shimmered fiercely, his muscles bulged, his fleshly body surged to the extreme, and he shot towards Yang Feng, followed by afterimages that are difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! Yang Feng grabbed the 3-eyed archgod's right hand and held it as steady as a mountain. A fearsome explosion reverberated in the room and set off shock waves. Originally, the physique of archgods is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same rank. But Yang Feng cultivates the Empyrean-grade secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable and obtained the eternal god tree Light of Eternity fruit to temper his fleshly body. The strength of his fleshly body is even superior to that of ordinary archgods. Yang Feng grabbed the right hand of the 3-eyed archgod Bajuno and twisted it. The 3-eyed archgod Bajuno suddenly slammed into the ground, produced an earth-shattering noise, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "You're courting death." Bajuno's eyes shimmered with a ferocious ray, and the power of bloodline inside him boiled. He wanted to open the closed third eye and unleash his innate ability Void Demon Eye to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. The Void Demon Eye is a terrifying innate ability of the Bajuno family. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, without the corresponding spells and secret treasures to protect themselves, they will be seriously injured or even killed by the Void Demon Eye. This is Bajuno's trump card. You rely too much on innate spells. His fighting style is too obvious and crude. Yang Feng's voice was flat, and black runes diffused from him and turned into a rune net that stabbed into Bajuno. Bajuno suddenly felt the bloodline power inside him recede like a tide, and he could no longer keep his demon eye of insightful emptiness open. He fell into a state of drowsiness, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Bajuno possesses intermediate infinity warlock rank power. Unfortunately, his fighting style is simple and crude, which cannot compare to the exquisite spells and secret treasures of human warlocks. Thus, he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng. The high priest of the Flame Law tribe looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes and asked vigilantly, "I am the high priest of the Flame Law tribe, Shanking. Who are you?" Yang Feng answered, "I am Endless Darkness. I came here to ask you something." Shanqing Pu asked warily, "What is it?" Yang Feng answered, "When you practice cultivation, in which direction is the bloodline power inside you most active? When archgod powerhouses practice cultivation, they mainly cultivate their bloodline power and develop it to the limit. According to legend, if the bloodline power of any archgod is purified and traced back to the limit, they can evolve into a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence. As for going a step further and becoming a Warlock Emperor rank existence, it will depend on one's luck and effort. Shang Qingpu's eyes shimmered with confusion, and he asked, "Practice cultivation? What's that?" Yang Feng said with emotion, "You don't even know what cultivation is, yet you can evolve to this point just by relying on innate skills and bloodline power. That's an archgod for you." In the Zhangji Plain, human warlocks racked their brains and developed virtually endless secret method. However, more than 99% of human warlocks are stuck in the Moonlight Warlock realm. As long as these archgods reach adulthood, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The best among them don't even need to practice cultivation to become Infinity Warlock rank existences. Such freaks naturally possess the power to dominate the world. Yang Feng glanced at the two archgods, and his heart stirred. These two archgods can naturally evolve into Infinity Warlock rank existences without any cultivation secret methods. If they are given the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they may even evolve into Warlock Monarch rank existences in the future. Tracing back to their origins, human warlocks' cultivation secret methods originate from the secret methods created by archgods. Over the years, human warlocks have collected many secret methods of archgod cultivation. Most of these secret methods have been sealed as materials for studying archgods, so they are not secrets. Yang Feng has many archgod cultivation secret methods in his hands. But if one doesn't have the corresponding bloodline power, they are useless to human warlock. Yang Feng asked, "Every time your bloodline throbs and transforms, in which direction will the bloodline throb?" Empyrean origin force is equivalent to a world origin force in the Black Emperor realm. It is the source of all extraordinary forces. For archgods to evolve into Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they have absorbed world origin force. Shanqing Pu's eyes shimmered with coldness, and he asked coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Because I'm stronger than you." The Phantom Ruler's projection suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng, and transparent threads stabbed into Shanqing Pu's body. Shanqing Pu's two heads fell into a daze. Shanqing Pu's eyes revealed endless confusion, and he uttered, "When our bloodline throbs and transforms, the bloodline power throbs in the direction of the Holy Pulse Mountain." Yang Feng asked, "Which direction?" Shanqing Pu clearly doesn't know the difference between north, south, east, and west. He pointed to the southeast and said, "This direction." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and runes entered Shanqing Pu and Bajuno. A cool breeze blew past and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Shanqing Pu came back to his senses. When he thought of what he just did, a chill welled up inside him. What a fearsome guy, what a terrifying method. Bajuno got up from the ground and fear shimmered in his eyes. Amazing! Who is that guy? Even the #1 expert of the Demon Eye tribe, Demon Eye Stoneheart, may not be his opponent. Demon Eye Stoneheart is the #1 expert in this area, and he is far stronger than Bajuno and Shanqing Pu. However, when he thought of Yang Feng's strange methods, Bajuno felt a chill in his heart. Shanqing Pu's eyes shimmered with worry and he sighed slowly. "I don't know." Following the law of wind, a breeze drifted towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. Each time it drifted, it crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers. This is really an archgod's treasure trove. There are powerful archgod bloodlines everywhere. If I can subdue them, I can use them as a powerful force. However, these archgods are also a double-edged sword. If I don't control them well, I may suffer a backlash. In the breeze, Yang Feng controlled the law of wind to jump around while quietly calculating. In terms of physical constitution alone, archgods are far superior to human warlock. Their strength is not inferior to that of human warlocks. The only thing they lack is offensive secret methods that can exert their power to the limit. If someone were to teach them the secret offensive techniques of the ancient gods, they would definitely become a terrifying force. The two warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord, besieged archgods, while the human warlocks slayed archgods, nearly wiping out the Tsangji Plains archgods. Many archgods were forced to flee to the depths of the universe and other planes. The relationship between human warlocks and archgods is practically irreconcilable. However, the ancient gods of the Black Emperor realm, who resided in the Black Emperor realm, merely killed each other and fought for resources. They have no deep hatred with human warlocks, so they can be accepted. Found it, the Holy Pulse Mountain. After flying for 300,000 kilometers, a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of Yang Feng. It looked like a human spine and stretched without end. A vast, desolate, ancient, and mighty aura slowly diffused from the huge mountain range. What's that? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted, and he looked towards the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain. He saw that the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain, which is tens of thousands of kilometers in length, was destroyed by a terrifying power of heaven and earth, revealing a shocking fist imprint with a radius of thousands of kilometers. It looks like someone blasted the Holy Pulse Mountain in half with a punch. Yang Feng looked at the shocking fist imprint with a dignified look in his eyes. Was the Black Emperor killed by someone at the time? But at the time, the Black Emperor was already invincible, and the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who were his opponents died before him. Who could kill the Black Emperor? The Black Emperor realm evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor. Most Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have a world inside them. As world lords, they can exert terrifying power in any world. Magic Band Domain has no effect on them. Warlock Emperor rank existences have tyrannical fleshly bodies, and the big world within their bodies was the source of their power, the foundation of the magic power that could easily destroy the world. Once the world inside them is severely damaged, it means that they are in the most dangerous time. At the time, the Black Emperor was invincible. He defeated all the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain and took them in as his subordinate. For someone to be able to cause damage to the world inside him, this is simply bizarre. Chapter 837. A scale in Yang Feng's hand suddenly heated up, and strange light diffused from it. In the distance, rays of light flew this way. The Red Mountain Bone Monster and the other 4 Infinity Warlocks appeared in the void. Excitement flashed in Petrol Feather's eyes, and he said solemnly, "This Black Emperor realm is really a treasure land. With so many Infinity Warlock rank archgods, they don't know how to use their power. If we can kill them all, it'll be a huge fortune." Infinity Warlock rank archgods are far weaker than human warlocks in the core world in terms of fighting strength. However, the bloodline of Infinity Warlock rank archgods is of great value. If all the bloodline of an Infinity Warlock rank archgod is extracted and refined, it's possible to create an Infinity Warlock rank archgod bloodline warlock family. In the Black Emperor realm, Infinity Warlock rank archgods can be seen everywhere. Although they have formidable talents, but as long as human Infinity Warlocks proficient in countless spells pay a little attention, they can hunt them down one by one and turn them into tremendous wealth. The Red Moon Fairy said solemnly, "If the Taboo Imperial Court obtains the Black Emperor realm, then with their research on bloodline power, they may be able to create 1 or 2 Warlock Monarch rank archgods. However, these archgods won't be of much use to our cultivation. Besides, there are also pinnacle powerhouses among these archgods. If we're not careful, we may be wiped out. We should find a way to steal the Empyrean origin force and leave this place. That's the best plan." Infinity Warlock rank archgod bloodline can indeed be exchanged for a large amount of resources. However, resources above the Infinity Warlock rank are priceless. It is extremely difficult to exchange Archgod bloodline for cultivation resources. But Empyrean origin force is different. No matter what secret method a warlock cultivates, as long as they can absorb Empyrean origin force, they will get a huge improvement. When the other Infinity Warlocks heard the Red Moon Fairy's words, they nodded. "Let's go!" The Red Moon Fairy shouted, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the place where a large hole was blasted open in the Holy Pulse Mountain. Yang Feng and the others followed her. The Holy Pulse Mountain is the center of the Black Emperor realm. With the means of the Red Moon Fairy and them, it is extremely difficult to enter the Holy Pulse Mountain. The fastest way was to sneak into the Holy Pulse Mountain from where the Holy Pulse Mountain was broken. Before long, a huge and unfathomably deep fist-shaped cave appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The fist-shaped cave was filled with wisps of strange demon qi. The strange demonic aura intertwined with the abundant mana in the surroundings, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. Countless strangely shaped life forms suddenly took shape and let out shrill and strange screams. Once existences below the starry sky warlock rank hear the strange scream, their soul will shatter, and they will turn into corpses. The countless strangely shaped spirit-body life forms possessed terrifying power. If careless, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be torn to pieces by the strange spirit-body life forms. Since Yang Feng and his party are all Infinity Warlocks, the countless strange spirits that can kill Moonlight Warlocks can't even get close to them, and are easily shattered to pieces. As soon as they entered the Holy Pulse Mountain, a boundless demonic sea covered in dense demonic qi appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The demonic sea churned, and the laws of heaven and earth above it twisted and changed, forming an unstable space. Black wind lingered around, and the demonic aura was dense, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Petrol feathers pointed with a finger, and a feather suddenly flew out and turned into a great warlock rank extraordinary demonic swallow that flew into the sky above the demonic sea. Shortly after the extraordinary demonic swallow flew into the sky above the demonic sea, it suddenly trembled slightly, and, as if it lost all its strength, flapped its wings and fell into the demonic sea. The demonic qi swirled slightly, and the transcendent demonic swallow completely disappeared, sinking into the demonic sea. Petrol Feather said solemnly, "It is impossible to fly in the demonic sea. The laws of heaven and earth above it are chaotic. Unless you can analyze the laws of chaos, no one can fly on it." Looking at the demonic sea surging with demonic qi, the Infinity Warlocks frowned, and a dignified look flashed in their eyes. Infinity Warlocks possess terrifying perception. Although the Red Moon Fairy and the others haven't come into contact with the demonic sea, but they can still vaguely feel the great terror hidden in the demonic sea. In the world of warlocks, there were many bizarre, outrageous, and unimaginable existences. For example, as long as they don't touch the water of Styx, even Moonlight Warlocks can resist it with spells. But once they are touched by a drop of Styx, even an Infinity Warlock will have their soul and memories erased, and they will turn into a walking corpse. The demonic sea gives people a very dangerous feeling. These Infinity Warlocks aren't willing to touch it lightly. "I'll do it." The Red Mountain Bone Monster's voice was hoarse. He stabbed his hand into his body, dug out a bone inscribed with all kinds of weird runes, and threw it towards the demonic sea. The bone was also brimming with demonic qi. It twisted and turned into a strange demonic ship that was brimming with demonic qi. It landed on the demonic sea. The bizarre devilish ship swayed slightly and hovered above the devilish sea. My demonic bone ship can resist the erosion of the demonic sea. The Red Mountain Bone Monster's eyes flickered for a while, and then he took a step forward and boarded the ship. The eyes of the Red Moon Fairy and the other Infinity Warlocks flickered with enigmatic light, and they boarded the ship. As soon as the 6 people boarded the demonic ship, 18 bony arms extended from the demonic ship, each holding an oar, and began to row the ship. The demonic ship floated towards the depths of the demonic sea. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned and roiled, and one after another, skeletons and rotting corpses emerged from the demonic sea. A layer of skeletons and rotting corpses appeared on the surface of the demonic sea. Most of the skeletons and rotting corpses are in the form of archgods, looking very strange and ferocious. A foul smell, resentment, and hostility diffused from the skeletons and rotting corpses and rushed towards the ship. "Come down! Die! Flesh and blood, I want the flesh and blood of living people!" The will fluctuations of the countless skeletons and rotting corpses gushed towards Yang Feng and the others like a tide and slammed into their sea of knowledge. "Humph, a bunch of ants!" Petrol Feathers smiled coldly, then recited an incantation, put on a ring, and pointed at the skeletons. The flame ring flashed, and a flame suddenly gushed out and turned into a sea of fire that enveloped a large number of skeletons. Enveloped by the sea of fire, hundreds of skeletons and rotting corpses were burned to ashes. The Red Moon Fairy took out a holy light ring, put it on, and pointed at the skeletons and rotting corpses, and resplendent holy light entered the skeletons and rotting corpses and purified them. The other Infinity Warlocks also used secret treasures to release powerful purification spells and purify the skeletons and rotting corpses. When the 6 Infinity Warlocks joined forces, the skeletons and rotting corpses covering the demonic sea were purified, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned, and a huge tail covered with countless bone spurs shot out from the bottom of the sea and slammed into the Devil Bone ship. Boom! The Red Mountain Bone monster frantically urged his life force, countless runes appeared on the Devil Bone ship, and a black magic shield suddenly appeared and blocked below the Devil Bone ship. When the huge tail covered with sharp bone spurs slammed into the magic shield, it easily shattered the magic shield, and then blasted the Devil Bone ship into countless pieces. Yang Feng's group of 6 was forced to jump into the air. Yang Feng analyzed calmly. The laws here are chaotic. There should be a fight between peerless powerhouses, which shattered the laws of this space. If you want to fly, you can only use the power of the small world inside you. Human Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world inside them can exert terrifying power in different worlds. This is one of the advantages of Infinity Warlocks with a small world inside them by far over Infinity Warlocks without a small world inside them. The Petrol Feather flicked his finger, and feathers flew out and turned into extraordinary demonic swallows. He stepped on the extraordinary demonic swallows and fled into the distance. The Red Moon Fairy waved her lily-white hand, and a handkerchief suddenly extended, became 10,000 meters long, and extended into the distance. She stepped on the handkerchief and flew into the air. The snake ancestor flicked his finger, and a 10,000-meter-long snake skin ejected. As soon as he jumped into the giant snake's skin, he strangely disappeared. The Red Mountain Bone Devil disintegrated into 3 red skeletons. The 3 red skeletons threw red bones at each other. When a red bone appeared in midair, it transformed into a new skeleton, and the original red skeleton disappeared in an instant. The god-form Devil Eye's body suddenly disintegrated, and then numerous eyes shot out like cannonballs towards the surroundings. It was an extremely strange scene. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled slightly, operated a secret method, turned into a black shadow, jumped into the shadow of the Red Moon Fairy's handkerchief, and shuttled back and forth in the shadow. The devilish sea roiled, and a peerlessly ferocious and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A bloody mouth that had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, and only sharp teeth that were like saw-teeth suddenly burst out with boundless devilish water. It opened its mouth and swallowed the Petrol Feather in a single gulp. Chapter 838. The petrel feathers trembled slightly, and then split into countless palm-sized extraordinary demonic birds with different innate abilities that fled in different directions. As if a huge whirlpool has formed, the maw swallowed wildly. The countless palm-sized transcendent demonic birds trembled and were entangled by the countless whirlpools, flying toward the bloody mouth. "Save me!" The countless extraordinary birds gathered in an instant and formed the petrel feathers, and he shouted with a look of horror on his face. The Red Moon Fairy and the others, however, fled even faster. None of them looked back at the petrel feathers. The Red Moon Fairy and the others were lucky enough to obtain the secret of the Black Emperor's treasure trove. They formed a temporary team to explore the Black Emperor's treasure trove together just to share the risk. They won't rescue their temporary teammate. When the maw closed, the magic light on the petrel feathers shattered, and he fell into the maw with a look of despair on his face, and was devoured and crushed to pieces. After the maw devoured the petrel feathers, it sank to the bottom of the demonic sea and disappeared. Seeing that the demonic sea is so dangerous, the remaining 5 Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to hold back anymore. They urged their life energy and cast various secret methods to rush to the other side of the demonic sea. In addition to the secret methods they practice, every Infinity Warlock has mastered many unimaginable secret method. Even though the laws of heaven and earth above the demonic sea are chaotic, making it impossible to fly, but the Infinity Warlocks still have various means to cross the demonic sea. The 5 Infinity Warlocks frantically urged their life energy, took out one secret treasure after another, and crossed the demonic sea at a terrifying speed. Before long, they saw the end of the demonic sea. At this moment, the originally calm demon sea suddenly surged and churned. The bloody mouth that had just devoured the petrel feather suddenly burst out from the endless demon sea, stirring the heavens and earth as it chomped down on the demon's snake old ancestor. "Damn bastard! Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The eyes of the snake ancestor flashed fiercely, and his aura suddenly changed. His body swelled up, and the snake hair on his head shattered. He turned into a 100-meter-long purple true dragon. A vast and boundless world energy seeped out from the purple dragon's body. It stretched out its dragon claw, and dragon energy surged, suppressing the world as it slammed into the bloody mouth. Struck by the dragon claw containing boundless world force, the bloody mouth split open. Black mucus and teeth shattered and sank into the demonic sea. Strands of incomparably strange profoundness surged in the demonic sea. Streams of demonic water that seemed to be able to crush and erode worlds soared into the sky from the demonic sea and swept towards the purple dragon in the sky. The purple true dragon's world energy surged wildly, forming a purple halo around its body. Demonic water covered the sky and purple light flashed. 2 extremely powerful forces intertwined in the demonic sea, churned and offset each other. All of a sudden, the purple true dragon twisted slightly, crossed the distance of 100 kilometers, and appeared at the edge of the demonic sea. The boundless demonic water fell into the demonic sea and churned. "Come back! Let's go together!" Countless skeletons and rotting corpses were faintly discernible in the demonic sea and issued queer calls. Shrouded by the queer calls, even a glorious dawn warlock will have their mind shaken, their soul shaken, and they will fall into the demonic sea. Taking advantage of the time when the weird monster was entangled with the snake ancestor, the other 4 Infinity Warlocks took the opportunity to cross the demonic sea, land on the ground, and stared at the snake ancestor vigilantly. The Red Moon Fairy narrowed her eyes, stared at the snake ancestor, and uttered unhurriedly, "Should we call you the snake ancestor, or the 175th on the infinity list, purple true dragon Yunbo?" Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly. So this is an expert on the infinity list. Sure enough, he deserves his reputation. He's a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. Powerhouses who have formed a virtual world or a small world inside them are far stronger than those of the same rank and can display terrifying battle prowess in many worlds and environments. However, it is far more difficult for powerhouses who have formed a virtual world to promote to an infinity warlock than other warlock. With the help of the eternal fruit, Yang Feng broke through the Godman boundary and obtained a level 9 soul aptitude, which is how he was able to advance to the infinity warlock realm. The 175th on the infinity list is a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. From this, it can be seen how strong an expert on the infinity list is. Yunbo said flatly, "I am the purple true dragon." The godly-faced demon eyes stared at Yunbo. His voice was slightly distorted as he said coldly, "Purple true dragon, what is your purpose for sneaking into our midst?" Yunbo glanced at the 4 infinity warlocks and said domineeringly, "My purpose? Of course it's the Empyrean origin force in the center of the Black Emperor realm. Didn't you all come here for the same reason?" As an expert on the infinity list, Yunbo is extremely powerful. Even when facing 4 infinity warlocks, he isn't afraid. The gap in strength between infinity warlocks is enormous. Supreme Infinity Warlocks can insta-kill Junior Infinity Warlock. As an expert on the Infinity list, Yunbo is an outrageous genius who has formed a virtual world inside him. Even if he faces the Red Moon Fairy and the other 4 Infinity Warlocks, the outcome of the battle won't be known. The Red Mountain Bone Monster said coldly, "All right. Everyone's purpose is the Black Emperor Realm's Empyrean origin force. Now that the Empyrean origin force hasn't appeared yet, it will only make people laugh if we fight among ourselves. Let's move on." The other 3 Infinity Warlocks looked at each other and nodded silently. The group continued to explore. But Yang Feng's group of 4 formed a small group, vaguely rejecting the Infinity List powerhouse Purple True Dragon. Yunbo didn't care and walked straight ahead. After crossing the demonic sea, a vast and endless cluster of palaces appeared before everyone's eyes. Within the palace complex, there were traces of battle everywhere. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, making it look like a ghost town. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the void. Then, he turned around and continued to look at the palace complex covered in corpses. The Red Moon Fairy scanned the palace complex with her soul force, and then frowned and uttered, "Flying is prohibited in this area. Infinity Warlocks are proficient in many secret methods, and many escape secret methods require flying to be cast. Since flying is prohibited in this palace complex, it means that the escape secret methods prepared by many Infinity Warlocks will be ineffective, or even greatly weakened. However, every Infinity Warlock who dares to come here is a person with a firm mind." Without hesitation, they stepped into the palace complex. As soon as they entered the palace complex, Yang Feng and the others saw that there are arch-god skeletons everywhere. Each arch-god skeleton is riddled with scars, and resentment and ferocious breath diffuse from the arch-god skeletons and soar into the sky. The Red Mountain Bone Monster glanced at the arch-god skeletons and sighed slightly, and regret shimmered in his eyes. Unfortunately, these bones have been here for too long. These archgods were extremely powerful when they were alive, with the weakest being Moonlight Warlock rank existences. However, after nearly 10 million years, the extraordinary power inside their bones has completely faded away with the passage of time. Now they are just ordinary bones without any extraordinary power. Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of an extraordinary plant, bent down, and grabbed a palm-sized, red extraordinary plant surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. The Red Moon Fairy's eyes lit up, and she uttered with a tender smile, "As expected of the Black Emperor's world, there are treasures everywhere. The Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It needs to be watered with the blood essence of archgods with Lightning God bloodline, and only by chance can it be born. If it is a warlock who cultivates lightning secret methods, then even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will pay a huge price in exchange for it. Yunbo glanced at Yang Feng, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. Then, he regained his calm, as if he doesn't care about the lightning god myriad blood flower, fire god jade tree, wind god blood origin stone. After Yang Feng harvested the lightning god myriad blood flower, the Red Moon Fairy and them also searched and obtained many treasures of heaven and earth that will move the hearts of infinity warlocks and even warlock monarch. Since no one has come here for millions of years, the palace complex is full of treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world. However, Yang Feng and them still went straight to the center of the palace complex. Empyrean origin force is the ultimate goal of Yang Feng and them. Although the other treasures of heaven and earth are precious, but it is still difficult to promote an infinity warlock to a warlock monarch. But Empyrean origin force can make a person advance to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse in a single bound. In the center of the palace complex, there is a 10,000-meter tall magnificent palace made of a rare mineral gold jade. Even ordinary warlock monarchs can hardly harm it. But at this time, the magnificent palace is strangely divided into two. One half has disappeared into thin air, as if it doesn't exist at all. At the very center of the palace was an extremely strange disk. At the center of the disk was a black crystal. Strands of world origin energy radiated from the black crystal. Empyrean origin force. With a thought, Yang Feng cast a secret method, jumped into the shadow, and disappeared. Since the Empyrean origin force has appeared, then go to hell. Yunbo's eyes flickered with a ferocious gleam as he unleashed all the power he could muster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the godly face's demon eyes. His claws were imbued with the aura of a true dragon, as though he had transformed into a true dragon hunting its prey. Suppressing the void, he grabbed out at the godly face's demon eye's heart. Chapter 839. The spells of warlocks who cultivated ocular techniques and ocular secret methods were extremely strange. No one knew what kind of extraordinary power their ocular techniques possessed. Among infinity warlocks who cultivate eye techniques and eye secret methods may not be the strongest in head-on combat. However, if they hide aside and release all kinds of strange eye techniques to their heart's content, then even supreme infinity warlocks in the top 10 on the infinity list will be hit if they are careless. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body opened one by one, and the eyes of different extraordinary life forms suddenly erupted and barreled towards the purple true dragon Yunbo He. If you were given time to prepare, your eye technique would indeed pose a great threat to me. But after all, you aren't the true body of those eyes. Instead of hurriedly opening so many eyes, you might as well just open one eye. Yunbo sneered. Suddenly, purple dragon scales appeared on his body. It was as if he had transformed into a humanoid dragon. Rings of purple dragon aura wrapped around his body, exuding a terrifying pressure of a true dragon. When the light fired by the transcendent eye's eyes slammed into Yunbo, the purple dragon chi blasted through the purple dragon chi, hit the purple dragon scales, and scorched, twisted, frozen, and corroded the scales. Yunbo took this opportunity to slam his claw into the chest of the transcendent eyes, and fearsome dragon chi slammed into the transcendent eyes in an instant. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body exploded, and a copious amount of mucus flew into the air, and then evaporated. His head exploded and flew into the distance like a cannonball. The transcendent eyes is a battle-hardened powerhouse. When he was seriously injured by Yunbo, he decisively gave up the fight for the Empyrean origin force. Although treasures are good, but his life is more important. Instead of chasing after the transcendent eyes, Yunbo turned to the Red Moon Fairy and the other two and sneered. If the three of you leave at once, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if you don't have a fortuitous encounter, you'll die in 1,000 to 2,000 years. Red Moon Fairy's eyes flickered with panic as she gritted her teeth and said, Purple True Dragon, aren't you afraid that the three of us will join forces and kill you here? Yunbo smiled coldly and said in a domineering and confident tone, Even if the three of you join forces, you're still nothing in my eyes. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My true identity is Purple Star Dragon King Emochin, ranked 76th on the C roll. 76th on the C list. Red Moon Fairies and Red Mountain Bone Demons' expressions changed. The core world is a place where Tsangji Plains human warlock experts gather, and there are more than 5,000 Infinity Warlock. There are only 200 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity list, and the top 100 on the Infinity list are recognized as Supreme Infinity Warlocks or existences with Supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. If the Purple Star Dragon King Emochin goes all out, he may be able to insta-kill Junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses like the Red Moon Fairy and the Red Mountain Bone Monster with a single spell. I quit. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Shadow Killer suddenly jumped out from a corner, jumped out of a shadow and entered another shadow. Within a few breaths of time, he had jumped hundreds of kilometers away. The Red Moon Fairy's complexion changed several times, and she sighed in disappointment. I quit as well. Nothing is more important than your life. The Red Moon Fairy knows that she is not Yunbo's opponent. If she stays, only death will await her. Too late. A sneer suddenly came from the side, and a purple dragon chi instantly erupted from the Red Mountain Bone Devil's body. A dragon claw suddenly stabbed towards Red Moon Fairy's body. The warlock robe worn by the Red Moon Fairy burst out with countless runes in an instant, and all kinds of mesmerizing dance and illusory figures suddenly appeared, making people's blood boil and unable to control themselves. Layer after layer of seductive and enchanting fragrance wafted in all directions. Mixed with the mesmerizing dance and beautiful illusions, even an Infinity Warlock would find it hard to control themselves. The Red Mountain Bone Demon's eyes narrowed slightly, and purple dragon chi rose from his body. His whole body was covered with purple dragon scales, and a vast, ancient, and terrifying true dragon purple chi erupted from his body in an instant, broke through the Red Moon Fairy's illusory boundary, and blasted into the Red Moon Fairy's body, blasting her body into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. Yunbo stepped forward and uttered with a smile, Big brother, your purple true dragon claw has become even more powerful. The Red Mountain Bone Demon frowned slightly and said, The Red Moon Fairy is really extraordinary. She actually aroused my lust. It seems that I have to complete the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Yunbo said with a smile, There are humanoid archgods in the Black Emperor realm, and the females of those humanoid archgods are also very beautiful. If you can't control yourself, you can use those humanoid archgods to quench your lust in the future. The Red Mountain Bone Demon said solemnly, All right. Yunbo said, Let's divide the Empyrean origin force according to our previous agreement, 60% for you and 40% for me. You absorb it first. I'll stand guard for you. Okay. There was a flash of warmth in the Red Mountain Bone Demon's eyes, and then he looked towards a dark corner and said coldly, But before that, we brothers have to join forces to get rid of this hidden enemy. When Yunbo heard this, his eyes flashed gravely, and purple dragon chi surged all over him. He was full of vigilance. Purple Star Dragon King Emochin and Purple True Dragon Yunbo, two powerhouses on the Infinity list, are actually brothers. If this news gets out, it will shock the world. The void twisted slightly, and a strange existence that seemed to hover between real and illusory formed a trembling shadow that appeared in front of the two powerhouses on the Infinity list. Emo Chen's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed gravely. Ninth on the infinity list, Heart Shadow Zhou. Yun Bo's face suddenly fell, and purple dragon chi surged, ready to attack at any time. Heart Shadow Zhou. The top 10 powerhouses on the infinity list are monsters among monsters, geniuses among geniuses. Virtually all of them possess supreme infinity warlock rank battle prowess and have the potential to attack the Warlock Emperor realm. Although the experts on the infinity list are full of confidence and arrogance, but they are well aware that the top 10 powerhouses on the infinity list are not on the same level as them. Emo Chen said decisively, Heart Shadow Zhou, how about the three of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally? We brothers only want 50%. The other 50% belongs to you. The top 10 experts on the infinity list are extremely powerful. Since the Emo Chen brothers aren't certain of victory, they can only choose to compromise. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, Okay. Emo Chen probed. Then I'll absorb it first, then you, and finally my brother. What do you think? Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Okay. Emo Chen took a deep look at Zhou Yi, frowned slightly, and strode towards the Empyrean origin force. Emo Chen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sneered in his heart. Idiot, after I absorb enough Empyrean origin force, I'll attack the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Once I succeed, even if you are Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, who is ranked 9th on the infinity list, you will still die at my hands. The further along a warlock's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to challenge someone of a higher realm. There is a great realm between the Warlock Monarch and Infinity Warlock realms. Even the top 10 freaks on the infinity list may not be able to defeat the weakest human Warlock Monarch. In the depths of Zhou Yi's eyes, a ring of stars formed. Countless strange runes flickered in the boundless universe. Wisps of extremely strange fluctuations shot out of his eyes and entangled Emo Chen and Yun Bo, blinding their minds. Normally, with the cunning Emo Chen and Yun Bo, they would be able to detect that something is wrong. However, their greed was aroused by the Empyrean origin force, and they relaxed a little because of Zhou Yi's concession. Their minds fluctuated, which gave Zhou Yi an opportunity to take advantage of. When Emo Chen walked up to the materialized Empyrean origin force crystal, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he extended his hand towards the crystal. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a monster covered in black armor with sharp bone spikes, dragging a black tail behind it, suddenly flew out. Its torso was 90% similar to a human's, and its claw was shrouded in pitch-black demon chi, stabbing toward Emo Chen's heart. Emo Chen is indeed a peerless powerhouse ranked 76th on the infinity list. In an instant, purple dragon scales appeared on his body, and purple dragon chi gushed out. The dragon chi distorted the void and merged with his powerful life force field, which can even resist the attacks of many infinity warlock. When the monster's pitch-black claw stabbed into the magic force field formed from dragon chi, the magic force field was eroded by the demonic chi, and a large hole was opened. The pitch-black claw stabbed into Emo Chen, pierced through the dragon scales, and dug out an infinity core from Emo Chen's forehead. After the monster killed Emo Chen with one blow, it grabbed Emo Chen's corpse and stuffed it into its mouth, and it issued hair-raising chewing sounds. Its pitch-black vertical pupils turned and fell on Yun Bo and Zhou Yi. Yun Bo let out a roar of grief and stared at the monster in shock and anger, yet didn't attack. Big brother! Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile. Is this a powerhouse from another high-energy level universe? To be able to insta-kill a powerhouse ranked 76th on the infinity list, his strength is really extraordinary. This is a monster from a high-energy level universe? So strong. I wonder what level this monster is in the high-energy level universe. Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the darkness and blending with the shadows, was also slightly startled and stared at the monster. Chapter 840. Everyone, come out. The top 10 on the Infinity list are still hiding. Compared to the 8 Warlock Emperors when they were young, your courage is really lacking. Zhou Yi looked around with a faint smile on his face. With a flick of his finger, strange ripples spread out in all directions. A copious amount of flesh and blood of the Red Moon Fairy, who was blasted apart by the cloud wave, flew into the air, and formed a beautiful woman dressed in a silver-white warlock robe. She has a pure and beautiful temperament and a holy temperament, looking like a sacred and beautiful goddess. Empyrean origin force is of great importance. It's an opportunity for me to promote to a warlock monarch. It's a matter of course to be cautious. At the time, didn't the Star Lord also hide from the Nine Realms Lord? Streams of black dragon chi surged as a handsome and burly young man who gave off a domineering aura walked out. He was like a humanoid dragon as he spoke indifferently. Compared with the young man, the dragon chi of the brothers Yun Bo and Imochen is not worth mentioning. It's like the gap between a young dragon and an adult dragon. Zhou Yi uttered with a smile. Number 500 on the Infinity list, Queen of Change Luo Jiejie, and number 6 on the Infinity list, Dark True Dragon Moxen. The rumor that the two of you got a clue about the Black Emperor's treasure trove is true. Luo Jiejie smiled sweetly, looking like a goddess. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, legend has it that you know a lot of secrets. You are in charge of the most mysterious intelligence agency in the core world, the Eyes of Insight. It seems that the legend is true. Zhou Yi smiled slightly and flicked his finger, and strange ripples swept towards Yang Feng's location. The transparent tentacles of the Phantom Ruler appeared around Yang Feng and resisted most of the strange ripples. But some ripples still entered his body. Indeed, compared to the 8 Warlock Emperors, my courage is still too lacking. When the strange ripples landed on Yang Feng, his mind shook slightly, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Along the way, Yang Feng has relied on Shizu technology and battle robots to destroy countless powerful enemies, obtain countless resources, practice cultivation to the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and become an Infinity Warlock. However, hiding behind the scenes all year round, Yang Feng didn't cultivate the indomitable and invincible aura and confidence of a Warlock Emperor. Every top powerhouse had their own pride and confidence. That pride and confidence allowed them to perfectly unleash their strength, and even unleash 120% of their strength. As for those who lacked confidence, even if they had 100% of their strength, they would only be able to display 50% to 60% of their strength at critical moments. This was the power of the spirit. The Shizu's AI robots are able to display 100% of their strength in any environment. After all, I'm just a human, and the power of the soul is equally important to me. Yang Feng looked pensive, as if a layer of fog had been erased from his mind, and his body became even more relaxed. Distorted light flickered, and Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the shadows and darkness, appeared. Hiding in the shadows and darkness as a peerless assassin wasn't my wish. My wish is to be invincible, to roam the world, to settle debts of gratitude and enmity, and to suppress the Devata realms with absolute power. The Shizu's technology and power are just my tools and weapons for gathering resources. At the moment when Yang Feng appeared, his breath suddenly changed, and he broke through to the pinnacle Infinity Warlock realm from the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and he turned into a huge whirlpool that frantically devoured the surrounding life magic energy. Countless magic crystals suddenly flew out and turned into powder, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng. In this area, the powerhouses in the top 10 on the infinity list quietly watched Yang Feng break through. None of them took action. The eyes of the monster covered in black armor that just devoured Mo Chen shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly turned into a black bolt of lightning and flew towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the monster appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. "You want to kill me on your own?" Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at the monster and extended a hand. Runes appeared in an instant, and a primal chaos force field slammed into the monster like a mountain. Boom! The monster's black armor suddenly caved in, and it fell to the ground and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, seriously injured. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Not dead? What a powerful fleshly body! Without extracting the world force inside him, Yang Feng used 80% of his power in this strike. Even if it is an intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be torn apart and their soul will shatter, leaving only an infinity core behind. Although the monster was hit by Yang Feng, yet it didn't die. Its life force is simply terrifying. Seriously injured, the monster opened its mouth and issued a sharp and ear-piercing scream. With the monster as the core, fearsome sound waves spread in all directions. Even if it is a powerhouse below the Moonlight Warlock rank, once they are enveloped by the fearsome sound waves, their life force field will shatter and their soul will shatter. Along with the monster's scream, the earth trembled slightly. 9 huge black eggs with a diameter of 20 meters and countless runes engraved on them emerged from the ground. The 9 giant black eggs trembled slightly, and with a cracking sound they shattered. From the mucus, 9 monsters wearing black armor and exuding fearsome auras crawled out. Each of their auras is more than a notch stronger than that of the monster Yang Feng just injured. Zhou Yi sighed emotionally. This is the underlying strength of a high-energy universe. It can casually send experts on the infinity list. Besides, these monsters should be monsters left from the Black Emperor era. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he speculated, "It's impossible for these monsters to come from the outside world. They can only sleep in the Black Emperor realm and eventually be devoured by the core world. The only possibility for them to recover is that the Infinity Warlock rank power devoured in the demonic sea awaken them." Zhou Yi uttered with a smile, "That's right. Any intelligent life form above the Moonlight Warlock rank that enters the core world will be monitored by the core world. Only inanimate objects, existences sealed to the point of death, and existences shielded by the inner world of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can block the core world from spying on them." The core world is a powerful world that the Time Lord and countless generations of human warlock supreme geniuses spent countless resources and treasures to develop. It is the final base of human warlocks. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will find it difficult to discover it. However, the core world also has its flaws. Once it devours the remnant world of a Warlock Emperor, the life forms of that world can easily integrate into the core world and become a member of the core world. Zhou Yi glanced at Yang Feng and asked curiously, "I am Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Friend, how do I address you and where are you from?" Yunbo, Luo Jiejie, and Mo Xian focused their gazes on Yang Feng, revealing looks of curiosity. Every Infinity Warlock is extremely powerful. As long as the 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world don't deliberately hide their identity, they will be known by other Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng's sudden appearance as an unfamiliar Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse has a suspicious origin. Yang Feng answered calmly, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng from the Zhangji Plains surface world." Disdain flashed in Mo Xian's eyes and he sneered coldly, "An aborigine of the surface world. There is a big gap between the surface world and the core world's warlock civilization. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list, it is normal for Mo Xian to look down on the surface world's warlock. Each of these monsters possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank strength. Let's take care of them. Dark True Dragon Moxian is very domineering. Black dragon scales erupted all over his body, and he looks like the incarnation of a humanoid true dragon. He took a step forward, appeared in front of a black monster, and punched it in the head. The instant Moxian's fist landed on the black monster, the power collapsed. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the black monster's body. The black monster's body caved in an instant, and it spewed out a mouthful of black blood and was sent flying for tens of kilometers. Crack, crack. Along with crisp sounds, black gas filled the black monster's body, and its bones creaked. It recovered, blurred into motion, and rushed towards Moxian. The other black monsters blurred into motion and rushed towards Zhou Yi, Yang Feng, Yun Bo, and Luo Jiejie respectively. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi smiled faintly. His double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. Waves of strange ripples spread out from his eyes and swept toward the two monsters. Zhou Yi's figure was reflected in the eyes of the two monsters rushing towards Zhou Yi, and then their bodies stiffened. As if they were hit by a paralysis spell, black gas diffused from them and disappeared. Their bodies were also strangely crumbling inch by inch. Luo Jiejie smiled lightly, then flicked her lily-white finger, and silver-white ribbons suddenly flew out and wrapped around the two freaks. The silver-white ribbons suddenly shone, countless runes appeared, and wisps of white gas erupted and suppressed the black gas exuding from the two monsters. Yun Bo's figure fluttered, and he turned into a purple true dragon and rushed towards the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng. Chapter 841. The three intact black-armored freaks suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. Three quasi-warlock monarch rank black-armored freaks, interesting. In that case, let me see just how strong you guys are. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon, which looks like it can devour the world, suddenly appeared and swept towards the three black-armored freaks. The three black-armored freaks were instantly enveloped by the devour black moon, and power poured towards Yang Feng like a breached dam. Suddenly, a strange eye filled with countless runes opened on the black armor of the three black-armored freaks. As soon as the strange eye appeared, the power of the three black-armored freaks strangely linked together, and they broke through to the supreme infinity warlock realm in an instant. With a mad stab, they blasted the devour black moon apart with demonic chi. They can even combine power. These freaks are really scary. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of two black-armored freaks. With a palm strike, two spatial spells hit the two black-armored freaks and teleported them 100 kilometers away. When the other black-armored freak appeared in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed the other black-armored freak with his hand, and a berserk devour force broke out in a flash. The black-armored freak collapsed, and its life force flowed away frantically. In just a breath of time, it turned into a withered corpse, which turned into dust when the wind blew. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi exclaimed in admiration, "What an amazing spell! This is the essence of Devour. It can devour all the power of the enemy and turn it into nourishment for one's own growth." Luo Jiejie took a deep look at Yang Feng, raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. The essence of Devour. In the world of warlocks, geniuses are as common as clouds and powerhouses are as common as rain. In order to obtain formidable power, warlocks have created countless secret methods and studied the extraordinary powers of countless worlds. At the same time, information on countless essences has been circulated in the world. Before Yang Feng, there were peerless geniuses who comprehended the essence of Devour and walked the path of Devour. Among them, the one who cultivated the essence of Devour the most was the world-devouring Great Holy, who once competed with the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, for the throne. The realm-devouring great sage cultivated the profound meaning of devouring and was also a peerless demon. At the time, in order to improve his strength, he promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. The world-devouring great sage devoured 1/20th of the Tsangji Plains population, as well as many grade 9 and grade 8 planes in one go. The insane behavior of the world-devourer great holy angered the Holy Spirit warlocks of the human warlocks at the time, and the Holy Spirit warlock was seriously injured by the Holy Spirit warlock. After thousands of years, the Holy Spirit warlock was barely able to advance to a Holy Spirit warlock. Taking advantage of the thousands of years, the Golem Lord, who was only slightly better than the Realm Devourer Holy, took the lead in reaching the Holy Spirit warlock realm, and then left the Realm Devourer Holy in the dust. After the World Devourer Great Holy, the strength of the warlocks who cultivate the essence of Devour has improved rapidly, and they possess fearsome battle prowess. However, none of them has been able to cultivate to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. In the core world of warlocks, although the essence of Devour is not a taboo, but it is not popular either. After Yang Feng devoured a monster, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of another monster, stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. When the other monster rushed to in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. After Yang Feng killed the 3 monsters, he looked at Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and the other 3 experts on the Infinity List. After Yun Bo turned into a purple true dragon, he fought back and forth with the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng, gaining the upper hand. The reason why Mo Chen was insta-killed by the monster was that he was ambushed by the weird monster. Otherwise, in a real fight, Mo Chen would be much stronger than the monster. Zhou Yi suddenly laughed, the strange ripples in his double pupils suddenly strengthened by 10 times. All of you die. The 2 weird monsters trembled slightly, twisted, and their souls shattered, and they turned into 2 corpses that fell to the ground. Luo Jiejie smiled sweetly like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless strange runes appeared on the white ribbon. The 2 monsters trembled slightly, twisted, shrank, and entered the white ribbon and formed 2 imprints. Mo Xian roared furiously, and his strength suddenly doubled. He casually tore a monster in half, and a true dragon head appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and swallowed the monster in one gulp. Mo Xian's figure flickered and he appeared in front of another monster. He casually tore the monster in half. The true dragon's head reappeared and swallowed the monster. Trash, you're a disgrace to us experts on the Infinity List. Mo Xian looked at Yun Bo, who was fighting with another monster, smiled coldly, took a step, and appeared behind the monster. The true dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, opened its maw, and bit the monster to pieces in an instant. After the 10 monsters were wiped out by Yang Feng and the other 3 powerhouses, a tense atmosphere pervaded the space. There is only one portion of Empyrean origin force. If a person devours it, they will not only be able to promote to a warlock monarch, but also gain a large amount of accumulation needed to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. This kind of great opportunity may only come across once in a person's life. After all, the number of warlock emperors is very small. In the past millions of years, only 8 have been born in the human race. Even in the Archgod Age and the distant Eternals Age, warlock emperors were extremely rare. Only after a warlock emperor rank existence dies, and a wisp of origin force falls into the world inside them, can Empyrean origin force be born. Warlock emperor rank existences are divided into different races. For example, the kindred true ancestor doesn't have a world inside her. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses like the kindred true ancestor naturally can't produce Empyrean origin force. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the eternal god tree. It's a great opportunity that's hard to come across. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, How about the four of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally? Although it's a bit less, but if the four of us absorb the Empyrean origin force separately, we'll all gain the potential to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. She's a woman, so she should get a bit more. How about this? I'll absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, and you three divide the remaining 60% equally. Luo Jiejie suddenly smiled, and her entire body flickered with light. Layers of strange light enveloped her delicate body, causing her charm to increase by thousands of times. She was peerless and captivating. Yun Bo, who was standing quietly aside, suddenly felt suffocated. He stared at Luo Jiejie with adoration in his heart, as if he is willing to die for her. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. Layers of strange ripples twisted and trembled around his body. This is a charm spell. To be able to sway my mind, what a powerful charm spell. If it was before I entered the world of the light of eternity, I would have to cast all kinds of powerful mind defense spells in order to resist such a charm spell. Yang Feng took a look at Luo Jiejie and felt that she is extremely beautiful. Even the floor lord of the 777th floor, the succubus empress, is not as beautiful as her. It is almost impossible to refuse her request. With his hands behind his back, Moxian glanced at Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, Luo Jiejie, if you want to absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, then join forces with me to defeat the aboriginals of the surface world and Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. After we kill them and drive them away, I can absorb 60% of the Empyrean origin force, and you can absorb 40%. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and turned into a small black hole. Devour force capable of devouring stars and destroying worlds crushed towards Moxian. Lowly aboriginals of the surface world, you dare to attack me? Since you're so reckless, I'll let you see the gap between us. Moxian flew into a rage. Countless black dragon scales appeared on his body, true dragon breath gushed out, and black dragon chi revolved around him. Behind him, one after another, archaic black dragons filled with archaic breath and ferocious-looking archaic black dragons suddenly appeared. Of the dozens of archaic black dragons, some are devouring worlds, some are biting Qilins, and some are accepting the worship of countless intelligent life forms. Each one of them exudes formidable breath, far surpassing that of an ordinary infinity warlock. Moxian's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long archaic black dragon. The dozens of ancient black dragon silhouettes that emitted terrifying auras entered his body one after another. Moxian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon extended a claw, dragon chi revolved around it, distorted the void, and grabbed the Devour Black Moon. The Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour twisted slightly, entered a stalemate with the archaic black dragon claw, and frantically devoured the archaic black dragon's dragon chi. The power of Moxian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon is condensed to the extreme. Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, which can instantly devour all the power of an infinity warlock, can only devour the archaic black dragon's dragon force bit by bit. Shatter! Moxian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon roared, and tremendous world force spread from him, turned into a whirlpool, and evolved into true dragon force. His power doubled and forcibly crushed Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. Go to hell! When he broke Yang Feng's spell, Moxian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon appeared in front of Yang Feng with a cruel gleam in his eyes, and a claw descended from the sky and sealed the void. 10,000 dragons roared and crushed down. Chapter 842. The top 10 on the Infinity list have a well-deserved reputation. Each of them has formed a virtual world. Without using world force, if you want to defeat them, you must have a special secret treasure or a heaven-defying secret method. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds from the world ring inside him. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, runes appeared on his body, and primal chaos breath enveloped him. Then, he punched the claw of the archaic black dragon Moxion, has transformed into. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the claw of the archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into was distorted by Yang Feng's punch, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Bombarded by the tremendous force, the bones of the huge dragon body twisted, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. In the eyes of the onlookers, it looks like a small ant sent a huge elephant flying with a blow, forming a strange visual effect. Yun Bo's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he exclaimed, How is this possible? The fleshly body of a true dragon is the most powerful existence among extraordinary life forms. Even the fleshly body of giants is only slightly stronger than that of true dragons. He doesn't have giant bloodline, and the secret method he cultivates isn't a giant-type secret method. How can he be so powerful? An enigmatic ray flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. Amazing! The archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into exuded formidable world force. The tremendous world force revolved, and the injuries of the archaic black dragon healed by 70%. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared on Moxion's head, and stomped on Moxion's head. Violent world force erupted, and an extraordinary force blasted into the archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into. Moxion opened his mouth and ejected a mouthful of dragon blood that sprinkled on the ground. The entire earth trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. As if an ant bombarding a giant elephant, Yang Feng punched Moxion in his incarnation of an archaic black dragon over and over again, breaking the bones of the archaic black dragon he has transformed into. Powerful world energy revolved around the primordial black dragon, constantly healing Moxion's body. Lowly aborigines of the surface world, let us perish together. Blasted by Yang Feng, Moxion's avatar of an archaic black dragon trembled, unable to resist. His eyes flashed with despair and madness, and he opened his mouth, and a black dragon bead engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng. The black true dragon pearl was a king-grade secret treasure that Moxion possessed. It was originally a dragon ball born from a holy spirit warlock rank black true dragon, which is a holy grade secret treasure of the black true dragon. After that black true dragon fell, after countless years, it fell into Moxion's hands and became a king-grade secret treasure. That black true dragon pearl was also a king-level secret treasure that had the highest chance of becoming a saint-level secret treasure. It was extremely powerful and was Moxion's strongest trump card. As soon as the black true dragon pearl appeared, a premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. As if the whole world was enveloped by the black true dragon pearl, it repelled all non-dragon forces. Vast dragon force, which seems capable of crushing a world, diffused from the black true dragon pearl and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flipped his hand and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. As if supporting heaven and earth, mountain projections suddenly emerged and blocked in front of him. The black true dragon pearl descended from the sky and slammed into the mountains, and endless dragon chi gushed out. In the wake of the dragon chi, the mountains crumbled and shattered one after another. After shattering countless mountains, the black true dragon pearl finally slammed into the mountain's shield and sent it flying. At this moment, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and black light of devour emerged around him, devoured everything around him, and severed the lock of the black true dragon pearl. When the black true dragon pearl slammed into Yang Feng, it blasted him into pieces. Mo-Xian's face suddenly changed dramatically, and alarms went off in his heart. Dead? No. A blurry projection appeared behind Mo-Xian, and formed Yang Feng in an instant. A cold look in his eyes, a set of battle demon armor appeared on Yang Feng's body, and the world ring inside him extracted his power frantically. Shrouded in black light of devour, his hands pierced through Mo-Xian's life force field, tore apart dragon scales, and stabbed into Mo-Xian's body. The essence of devour erupted in an instant and devoured flesh and soul. The black true dragon Mo-Xian has transformed into possesses extraordinary resistance. Whether it is sealing spells, curses, or other spells, they have no effect on him. Only with peerless power and essence can you crush everything, suppress everything, and seriously injure and kill him. In an instant, a large part of Mo-Xian's body caved in, and bursts of severe pain spread throughout his body. His face suddenly fell, and he operated a secret method, contracted his body, and converged his power in an attempt to resist the devour force. Mo-Xian only persisted for a breath of time, when he felt that the power inside him was still disappearing like a breached dam, and his face fell at once. Yang Feng, you dare to hurt me! I won't rest until you're dead. Mo-Xian issued a world-shaking roar, then countless runes appeared on his body in an instant, and his life force field became chaotic. In an instant, a copious amount of dragon chi exploded. As if the whole world collapsed, violent dragon chi engulfed Yang Feng in an instant. A black true dragon head flew out from the explosion, grew a pair of wings, and flew away while riding the law of wind. Zhou Yi and Luo Jiejie glanced in the direction Mo-Xian escaped, and their eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and then their gazes fell on the center of Mo-Xian's explosion. A black ray of devour suddenly emerged from the smoke and devoured a copious amount of dragon chi. Yang Feng strolled out of the smoke and dust with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The battle demon armor is in tatters, and he is holding the monarch-grade secret treasure black true dragon ball in his hand. Yang Feng praised. To be able to injure me, a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list, is really extraordinary. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, Yang Feng, how about we divide the Empyrean origin force equally? Shit. Yang Feng refused decisively. His eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and he revealed a domineering smile. I want to keep the Empyrean origin force for myself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't give it up. I know that you won't give it up either, so let's fight. On the path of cultivation, there is no retreat. Every opportunity is very important. At a critical time, if you take a step back, you'll be one step behind. With the Great Tribulation approaching, although there are far more opportunities than in the past, but the number of opportunities that can be divided equally among everyone will become extremely small. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the only Warlock Emperor rank treasure trove that Yang Feng currently knows of. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the Eternal God Tree. Naturally, Yang Feng can't give it up. Yang Feng turned to look at Yun Bo, and killing intent swept towards him like a tide. Yun Bo, scram at once! Otherwise, this will be your burial place. Yun Bo trembled slightly, surged with purple dragon chi, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. In that case, let's compare notes on spells. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, then a double pupil suddenly appeared in his eyes, and countless runes emerged. Distorted, queer, and unpredictable light of the soul pierced through the battle demon armor and entered Yang Feng's mind. In an instant, Yang Feng's soul was pulled into an empty, silent, and empty world. After a dizzying sway, Yang Feng strangely returned to earth. Yang Feng, why did you fall asleep? Hand in your homework. Class is about to start. A clear and melodious voice sounded. Yang Feng raised his head to take a look, only to see the girl that he once fell in love with sitting in her middle school seat, pushing him. First love. A faint sourness pervaded Yang Feng's mind. The girl he once had a crush on in the past now seems to be just a cute girl full of youthful vigor, not too beautiful. Even the gifts given to him by many warlock families can't compare to her. Around his bedroom, the countless beautiful maids that could be plucked were far more beautiful and adorable than her. But when he saw her, Yang Feng seems to have returned to the past, and ripples set off in the tranquil lake in his heart. Following the traces of ripples, strands of incomparably strange power almost made him want to immerse himself in this world, never to wake up again. To be able to master such a queer spell, as expected of Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi. Unfortunately, it's not enough to make me immersed. Yang Feng sighed slightly. With a thought, he extinguished his nostalgic feelings. Strange tentacles fell from the sky and stabbed into the world. The world collapsed in an instant. At the moment when the world collapsed, the girl he fell in love revealed a miserable and desperate look in her eyes. When the world collapsed, Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi's spell was broken, and he bled from his facial orifices. Blood dripped from his double pupils, and his body trembled. He was seriously injured. A look of shock on his face, Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi exclaimed, "My Heart Shadow world has just begun. Even if you saw through it, but how could you break it so quickly?" Chapter 843. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Zhou-Yi and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes emerged on his fist and crushed towards Zhou-Yi like a world of primal chaos. Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi is proficient in psychic spells, which are strange, mysterious, and extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for the Phantom Ruler, it wouldn't be so easy for Yang Feng to break his spells. Warlocks who cultivate psychic and ocular spells are extremely strange, and are the most unstable variables. If they are careless, as long as there is a flaw in their mind, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may die to Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi's psychic spells. In a group battle, the first to be defeated or killed is the warlock who possesses ocular spells and psychic spells. Luo Jiejie took out the monarch-grade secret treasure divine transformation mask and put it on, then her figure fluttered, and she transformed into Yang Feng's appearance and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes shone, surrounded by world force, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Queen of Reinvention can even imitate more than 90% of my power. That's the Queen of Reinvention for you. With a flash of admiration in his eyes, Yang Feng frantically operated the essence of Devour, world force permeated the air, and a Devour black moon that looks like a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Break! The Yang Feng that Luo Jiejie has transformed into roared and sent a fist covered in primal chaos runes slamming into the Devour black moon in an instant. A tyrannical law of power wrapped around Luo Jiejie's fist. The devouring black moon was struck by her fists, but before its devouring power could explode, it was shattered by her fists. As soon as the Devour black moon collapsed, a swarm of Type 2 Undyings poured out like a tide and slashed at Luo Jiejie with their blade. Luo Jiejie sent a fist flying, and a terrifying force containing the law of force erupted in an instant and slammed into the Type 2 Undyings. Crushed by the peerlessly terrifying law of strength, the Undyings were all smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. At this moment, Yang Feng's fist slammed into Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi. Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi twisted and collapsed. In his place, a heart formed from shadows collapsed and shattered. 20 kilometers away, a pale Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi's true body appeared. Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi's true body has just appeared, when Luo Jiejie's domineering fist containing the law of power slammed into Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi, pierced through his force field, and slammed into his body. Luo Jiejie, wake up! Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's double pupils were sinister as he glanced in Luo Jiejie's direction. He saw many illusory lines that were invisible to the naked eye connecting to Luo Jiejie's body. He immediately let out an angry roar, and his double pupils flashed, turning into a sharp sword that slashed out and severed the phantom lines released by the phantom ruler. Illusion! I'm an illusion! Damn it! As soon as Luo Jiejie woke up from the phantom ruler's control, she became furious and rushed towards Yang Feng. As Luo Ling and Ling, Lun Luo of Luo Yi Feng, Long Luo Luo and Yi Out, the single attack of the Type 2 Undyings couldn't even break through Luo Jiejie's protective life force field. However, the attacks of tens of thousands of Type 2 Undyings could completely wear down Luo Jiejie's protective life force field and consume her power. They were like enlarged ants blocking in front of her. Devouring ultimacy! A cold light flashed in Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes, and a devouring black moon suddenly appeared. It was as if a terrifying black hole that could swallow the heaven and earth had suddenly appeared. The densely packed main battle robots were swallowed up by the black hole like a tide, all of their strength absorbed, and turned into piles of scrap metal. Yang Feng took a step forward. Like an invincible transcendent, his eyes indifferent, his fist shrouded in primal chaos runes and shrouded in world force barreled towards Zhou Yi with the might of a mountain. Zhou Yi waved his hand and a level, 9 secret treasure black skeleton demon shield suddenly flew out. A black light flashed and an incomparably huge black skeletal devil suddenly appeared. It spat out a black demonic light, and 6 skulls suddenly flew out, forming an incomparably strange defensive barrier in the void. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the barrier shattered, and the terrifying law of power crushed down and blasted the black skeleton demon into pieces. The black skeleton demon shield also shattered in an instant, and the broken pieces flew in all directions. Zhou Yi's body collapsed in an instant, and he disappeared. Did he escape? Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, runes appeared all over him, and he extended his hand, and 3 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, sealed the level 4-8 desolation, suppressed the starry sky, and swept towards Zhou Yi. Amazing! The Empyrean origin force is yours. Zhou Yi instantly appeared in front of a devouring black moon, took out a green leaf, and waved it. The green leaf burned, turned into a green sword that split the sky, and slashed the devouring black moon apart. His figure fluttered, and he flew out of the scope of the devouring black moon. Then, his body collapsed, and he disappeared after leaving a sentence. What a troublesome fellow! Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. When he turned around, he saw Luo Jiejie, who looks exactly the same as him, has the same breath, spells, and essences. A devouring black moon rose behind Luo Jiejie and frantically devoured Yang Feng's 4th-generation battle robot. In just a few breaths of time, 40,000 4th-generation battle robots were devoured by her, drained of their power, and turned into scrap iron. Luo Jiejie stared at Yang Feng with a ferocious gleam in her beautiful eyes. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. World force revolved around her, primal chaos breath pervaded the air, countless runes flickered, and she sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng with the momentum of a mountain. Interesting, you imposter. Let's see how much of my ability you've obtained. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and 6 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, turned into 6 black holes, devoured everything, destroyed the world, and pressed towards Luo Jiejie. Primal chaos breath surged around Luo Jiejie, and she smashed a devouring black moon with a punch. Then, she stimulated the law of power and punched another devouring black moon. In the void, devouring black moons suddenly rose, and then were blasted apart by Luo Jiejie's punch. As if a peerless god is destroying stars, heaven and earth shook. Infinity Warlocks are known as Almighty Warlocks. Each of them has the power to pluck stars and seize moons, and destroy a world. The power contained in the devouring black moon is stronger than that of a star, yet it was still destroyed by Luo Jiejie with a punch, demonstrating her tyrannical power. At the moment when Luo Jiejie destroyed the 23rd devouring black moon, her breath weakened for a moment. The 24th devouring black moon swept Luo Jiejie into it. Endless darkness enveloped Luo Jiejie and frantically extracted the power of her limbs and bones. The surroundings were enveloped by a terrifying devouring power, devouring all energy and preventing soul power from spreading out. Luo Jiejie operated a secret method and sealed every cell in her body, and the formidable life force field suddenly contracted and merged with her true body. After the life force field merged with Luo Jiejie's true body, the loss of her power dropped to a minimum. At this moment, the devouring black moon collapsed on its own, and the endless darkness disappeared. In its place, endless light descended from the sky, and a fist engraved with primal chaos and countless mysterious runes emerged from the endless light and barreled towards Luo Jiejie. Luo Jiejie hurriedly sent a fist flying, and primal chaos breath emerged. Enveloped by world force, the primal chaos breath formed runes that barreled towards the fist in the sky. Boom! Two formidable forces containing the law of power erupted. Luo Jiejie spewed out a mouthful of blood, flew back like a broken rag doll, and slammed into the ground, blasting open a large hole. She was seriously injured. Yang Feng, you win today. Rays of seven-colored light emanated from Luo Jiejie's delicate body, turning into rays of seven-colored light and disappearing from where she stood. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, Luo Jiejie has had countless fortuitous encounters and possesses many precious escaped secret treasures. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse would find it very difficult to kill her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, then whirlpools suddenly appeared on his body, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and filled the void. The fourth-generation battle robots can't even injure Infinity Warlock, but they can block most Infinity Warlocks for a short period of time. For a pinnacle Infinity Warlock like Yang Feng, so long as he has a short period of time, he can do many things. After Yang Feng released hundreds of thousands of battle robots, he strode to in front of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a scorching shade in his eyes, and extended his hand towards the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. In an instant, the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal erupted with terrifying power and swept towards Yang Feng as if a star exploded. Even a bright world warlock would find it difficult to resist this terrifying power. Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread his hand. Primal chaos runes churned, and he grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal's explosive force, and devour black light shone and devoured the explosive force. Infinity Warlocks, even in the era of the 8 Warlock Emperors, were powerhouses who dominated a region. They weren't small fries. They were powerful enough to explore various relic sites. Chapter 844. At the moment when Yang Feng grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a vast and fearsome force gushed out of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal and entered his body. If a bright world warlock is hit by this vast and boundless force, then no matter how strong they are, their soul will collapse and their fleshly body will shatter. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and mysterious primal chaos runes suddenly appeared on his body. Primal chaos runes appeared in every cell of his body. Yang Feng's body turned into a bottomless abyss that frantically devoured the primal chaos runes and absorbed the fearsome power contained in the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. With every breath of time, Yang Feng's body grew stronger by a fraction and evolved continuously. Suddenly, from the distance of the ruins, a purple true dragon rose directly and floated in midair. The dragon's eyes flashed with a crazy and ferocious light. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying dragon flame that could destroy the heavens and the earth condensed in its mouth. A strange transparent thread emerged on the purple true dragon Yunbo. He stiffened slightly, and then spewed dragon flames capable of destroying everything from his mouth in an instant. The violent dragon flames enveloped him and burned him wildly. "No! Stop! Don't kill me! Stop! I beg you!" A look of horror and despair on his face, Yunbo issued miserable screams and twisted his huge dragon body, yet he couldn't cast a single spell. The screams of horror and despair lasted for a full 20 seconds before Yunbo was burned to ashes by the dragon fire he spewed out, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure. The godly-faced demon Eye, who was hiding far away and using his eye ability to observe everything, felt a chill in his heart. What a scary fellow! No wonder Heart Shadow Zhou-Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, and Black True Dragon Moxian are not his opponents. The Empyrean Origin Force Crystal is a peerless treasure. Any Infinity Warlock would desire to obtain such a treasure. Naturally, no one will give it up. It seems that this is the only way. The transcendent eyes gritted his teeth and flipped his hand, and a ruby-like, dream-like blood, exuding a queer aura, hovering between the real and the illusory, appeared in his hand. Inside the transcendent eyes, a blood-red eye suddenly opened and radiated dreamlike light that shone on the blood. The strange blood immediately twisted and turned into a red mist that disappeared into the demonic eye. "Come with me to the dream world." The transcendent eyes came to a tall building and looked at Yang Feng 100 kilometers away from them. The queer eyes twisted, and queer dream force swept towards Yang Feng like a tide. The dream world is extremely weird, and its laws are very different from those of the real world. Only Holy Spirit warlocks with a trace of eternal characteristics can resist the erosion of the dream world. Otherwise, even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, if they don't have a special secret treasure, they will be pulled into the dream world and slaughtered. Bursts of distorted dream force pulled the transcendent eyes into the dream world in an instant. "What's this? Where's Yang Feng?" As soon as the transcendent eyes entered the dream world, he looked into the distance along with the queer dream force, and he was stunned at once. He saw that in the place where Yang Feng should be, there is a distorted phantom ruler that hovers between the real and the illusory. The phantom ruler suddenly opened a strange eye. The pitch-black eye seemed to transform into a terrifying black hole, frantically devouring all dream force. The transcendent eyes trembled slightly, and then was pulled towards the phantom ruler by the devouring force. The transcendent eye's face fell, and he operated a secret method. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long astral dream scorpion with a human face. The stinger on his back suddenly erupted and stabbed towards the phantom ruler. The astral dream scorpion's stinger contains dream poison. Once an intelligent life form is stabbed by the astral dream scorpion's stinger, it will be transformed into a dream life form and sink into the dream world. In a queer state that is neither dead nor alive, they will wander the dream world forever. The astral dream scorpion's stinger has just been stabbed, when it suddenly trembled and flew into the phantom ruler's strange eye. The phantom ruler devoured the stinger and turned it into pure dream force. In the real world, the transcendent eyes lost his soul, his eyes went blank, and he fell to the ground like a walking corpse. Once ordinary humans lose their soul, they will die immediately. Infinity warlocks, on the other hand, have terrifying vitality. Even though their soul is shattered, which is equivalent to death, but their fleshly body can still survive for a long time, just like a vegetable. There's no chance. Curses! Black True Dragon Moxion, who was hiding nearby, gritted his teeth, cast a secret method, and disappeared silently. Nourished by the Empyrean origin force, Yang Feng easily reached the quasi-warlock monarch realm, and then took another step and stepped into the supreme infinity warlock realm. Generally speaking, after human infinity warlocks advance to the quasi-warlock monarch realm, they can attack the warlock monarch realm. However, the infinity warlock realm is the most critical realm before advancing to the warlock emperor realm. Only after reaching the supreme infinity warlock realm can human warlocks have the potential to attack the Holy Spirit warlock and warlock emperor realms. In the supreme infinity warlock realm, the more profound your foundation is, the easier it will be for you to attack the Holy Spirit warlock and warlock emperor realms in the future. When Yang Feng is about to absorb the Empyrean origin force crystal and advance to the warlock monarch realm in one fell swoop, a karma spell suddenly shot out from the Empyrean origin force crystal and stabbed into Yang Feng. As soon as the karma spell entered Yang Feng, his warlock monarch realm bottleneck, which has already loosened, suddenly became more solid. Karma spell. What kind of karma is this? With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and tributaries of fate appeared in his eyes, reflected on himself, and peered into karma. Settle down all life forms in the Black Emperor realm, look for direct descendants of the Black Emperor's bloodline, and give them this box. After completing these two tasks, I will be able to completely devour the Black Emperor realm's Empyrean origin force and promote to a warlock monarch in one fell swoop. With a thought, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black box appeared in his hand. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and sank into his thoughts. Countless data flashed in his eyes as he performed calculations frantically. After countless calculations, Yang Feng finally made a judgment. It seems that it's more cost-effective to complete this karma spell. The power of the karma spell cast by the Black Emperor is extraordinary. But Yang Feng has mastered the peerless secret method fate algorithm, which allows him to sever karma without any restrictions. However, the moment the karma spell is severed, the remaining Empyrean origin force will collapse, and the entire Black Emperor realm will collapse in an instant, making it difficult for Yang Feng to obtain anything. Unless Yang Feng can promote to a warlock emperor, he won't be able to stop the collapse of the Empyrean origin force. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the crystal formed from Empyrean origin force flew into his hand at once. Holding the Empyrean origin force crystal, Yang Feng willed, and, as if the embodiment of the Archgod era's warlock emperor Black Emperor, his perception covered the entire Black Emperor realm. Shit, he has mastered the Black Emperor realm. Moxion, who is about to leave, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Without hesitation, he took out a small black mirror and pointed it at the void. A black passage suddenly took shape leading to the outside of the Black Emperor realm. Moxion's figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray flying towards the passage. Suddenly, a jade-white hand descended from the sky and pressed down on the black passageway. The black passage collapsed at once, and Moxion was strangely pulled out by a terrifying force. A jade-white finger descended from the sky like a giant pillar, crushing toward Moxion with the might of the entire Black Emperor realm. Yang Feng, do you really want to fight me to the death? Moxion roared. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a 1,000-meter-long black true dragon and sent a giant claw barreling towards the jade-white finger. Most of Moxion's body has already been destroyed by Yang Feng. But as a peerless expert in the top 10 on the Infinity list, he consumed several precious treasures to forcibly restore his body. But this hastily restored body is more than twice as strong as his original black true dragon body. Yang Feng had no intention of replying. In the sky, a huge jade-white finger touched the claw of the black true dragon. The 1,000-meter-long black true dragon Moxion has transformed into collapsed inch by inch and turned into ashes that drifted about, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure behind. Number 6 on the infinity list, Dark True Dragon Moxin has died. As if an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng scanned the entire Black Emperor realm, yet he didn't find Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list, they are very decisive. When they saw that they couldn't get their hands on a treasure, they immediately gave up. Let's return to the core world. If Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie didn't leave in time, then after Yang Feng takes control of the Black Emperor realm, he doesn't mind attacking them. Even if he doesn't kill them, he will make them stay. In the Black Emperor realm, Yang Feng's battle prowess is comparable to that of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, but he is still far inferior to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Once a Holy Spirit Warlock on the Holy List takes action, it is entirely possible for them to take the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal from Yang Feng. Chapter 845. The Black Emperor realm has really degenerated. It doesn't even have a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Through the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, Yang Feng scanned the Black Emperor realm and sensed the breath of Infinity Warlock rank archgods. However, he didn't see a single Warlock Monarch rank breath. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. With the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal in hand, Yang Feng is the main force of the Black Emperor realm. He can even suppress Warlock Monarch rank archgods. A Warlock Monarch rank archgod, whether killed or taken as a subordinate, is of great value. Yang Feng naturally feels a little regretful that he didn't see any trace of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod in the Black Emperor realm. The current position of the Black Emperor realm isn't safe move. With the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal in hand, countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, as if he has become the embodiment of the Black Emperor realm. The core world, deep in the Black Cloud Mountains, the cliff that carries the Black Emperor realm trembled slightly and collapsed in an instant. A blurry, pitch-black oval existence that looks like it can devour everything trembled slightly, blurred, and disappeared. It seems that he has really taken control of the Black Emperor realm and made it conceal itself. Even if the Holy Spirit Warlocks on the Holy List take action, they won't be able to lock onto his position. On a certain mountain peak in the Black Cloud Mountains, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi looked at the disappearing Black Emperor realm with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed. Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic light, and she said with a confident smile, "I didn't expect that such an outstanding figure could be born in the surface world. He is definitely my greatest enemy when it comes to ascending the Warlock Emperor throne in the future." Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove fell into his hands, yet you still have the confidence to defeat him in the future?" Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ambition. The Great Tribulation is coming. Another universe is about to overlap with our universe and devour each other. This is the greatest crisis of our universe, but it will also be the greatest opportunity for all life forms in our universe. If there is a victor when two universes devour each other, then the life forms standing on the victor's side will have a chance to become eternal sovereigns. With that, Luo Jiejie turned around, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared from where she stood. Zhou Yi sighed. "An eternal. How ambitious. My ambition can't even compare to a woman." The Eternals were only seen in legends, and there were traces of eternity left in some ruins, proving that they had existed. In human history, the most powerful beings were the 8 great Warlock Emperors. The ultimate goal of all human warlocks was to become a Warlock Emperor, to become unparalleled under the heavens, to suppress the world, and to shake the heavens with their might. As for Eternals, apart from the 8 Warlock Emperors, none of the other Warlocks set them as their goal, because it was too illusory and unrealistic. However, based on these signs, it seemed like many terrifying existences who should have died long ago were showing signs of recovering. Many of these bigwigs aimed to advance further and become Warlock Emperors. Those who were ambitious and had great foresight set their sights on eternal sovereigns. Zhou frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "It's not only us humans, but also the Archgod Age, and even more ancient monsters are beginning to recover. Can we compete with them?" The Tsangji Plain is not only the birthplace of human warlocks, but also the center of the universe. It has existed for more than 10 billion years. In this long history, who knows how many terrifying existences have been born? Human warlocks were able to develop taboo stones, a method to seal themselves and resist the scouring of time. The terrifying existences that had survived since the Eternals era naturally had similar means. Zhou Yi's origin is mysterious, and he knows countless secrets. He is well aware that in addition to the terrifying existences among human warlocks, some old monsters who have survived the Eternal Age have also begun to slowly awaken. Zhou pondered for a while, then sighed slightly and disappeared. In the Black Emperor realm, in the deepest part of the Dragonstone tribe, which is one of the largest tribes in the Black Emperor realm and has a population of 100,000, there sits a burly 5-eyes crocodile transcendent with a crocodile head, an eye on each arm, and an eye on the chest. Wisps of supreme infinity warlock rank breath diffused from the 5-eyes crocodile transcendent and distorted the surrounding space. If an infinity warlock rank powerhouse doesn't control their physical power, then just by standing in a city on Earth, the power they emit at will can easily kill all the humans in the city. A fragile plane like Earth cannot bear the existence of an infinity warlock. If an infinity warlock forcibly enters Earth, the entire planet will collapse. Only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can perfectly control their power. They can be strong or weak, and they can integrate with the plane origin will of various planes at will. No matter how weak the plane is, they can descend with their true body and exert the terrifying power that the plane can bear. All existences whose bloodline power has reached the 3rd step go to the Holy Pulse Mountain at once. A magnificent and tremendous voice echoed in the 5-eyes crocodile transcendent's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Most adult archgods possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, only human warlocks who have practiced to the Moonlight Warlock realm can fight against adult archgod. Among archgods, the first step of bloodline power is equivalent to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The second step is equivalent to the Bright World Warlock rank, and the third step is equivalent to the Infinity Warlock rank. The 5-eyes crocodile transcendent frowned slightly. Who's talking? It seems that I can't resist. As a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, the 5-eyes crocodile transcendent is one of the most powerful existences in the Black Emperor realm. He had extraordinary perception, and that extraordinary perception kept reminding him to follow his instincts and obey the owner of the voice. The 5-eyes crocodile transcendent hesitated for a while, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light flying towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. In the Black Emperor realm, rays of light flew towards the Holy Pulse Mountain like meteors. Following the guidance of the aura, the 5-eyes crocodile transcendent landed on a wide square in the Holy Pulse Mountain. He looked around, and his heart shook at once. There were more than 400 powerful ancient gods standing on the square. Each of these archgods possesses Infinity Warlock rank power. If this force appeared in the Tsangji Plain's surface world, it would be able to sweep through the 4 dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world. The 4 dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world have Empyrean-grade secret treasures to suppress their destiny. However, Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extremely powerful. If Infinity Warlocks want to stimulate their power, they have to consume their life and pay a terrifying price. Although the 400 Archgods are much weaker than human Infinity Warlocks one-on-one, but they all have queer innate abilities. In a large-scale battle, 100 Archgods can crush 30 human Infinity Warlock. In a field battle, the 400 Infinity Warlock rank Archgods can sweep through the Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlock Legion. Only a place like the Cloud Capital can withstand the siege of 400 Infinity Warlock rank Archgods. When the 5 Eyes Crocodile Transcendent arrived on the square, the surrounding Infinity Warlock rank Archgods revealed a look of fear in their eyes, and they retreated to the side. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Archgods are much stronger than ordinary Infinity Warlock rank Archgod. The 5 Eyes Crocodile Transcendent is usually a fierce bigwig. Infinity Warlock rank Archgods don't dare to get close to him, for fear that he will suddenly attack and kill them. Dragon, you're here as well. The 5 Eyes Crocodile Transcendent's gaze suddenly fell on a 3-meter-tall Archgod who no one dares to approach. The Archgod has a fiend head, a dragon horn, a 3-meter-tall body covered in dragon scales, and a fearsome aura. Dragon turned around and revealed an ugly and ferocious smile. 5 Eyes, you're here as well. Of the 3 of us, only Tyrant Monkey isn't here. 5 Eyes, Dragon, and Tyrant Monkey are the leaders of the 3 strongest tribes in the Black Emperor realm. The 3 of them are the only 3 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank experts in the Black Emperor realm. 5 Eyes frowned and said, "Who exactly summoned us here?" A dignified look in his eyes, Dragon looked towards the void and said solemnly, "He's here." 5 Eyes' heart stirred and he looked towards the sky. He saw a white cloud floating in the sky. On the white cloud there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. What's that? A new Archgod? The Archgods looked curiously at Yang Feng in the sky and commented spiritedly. In the Black Emperor's era, the Tsangji Plains humans were still ape-like, which was fundamentally different from modern humans. Furthermore, they were slowly changing. After the first Warlock dynasty's time Lord dominated the world, the form of human warlocks of that era was fixed, and they looked exactly like modern humans. In the Black Emperor's era, there wasn't even the concept of humans. There was only the concept of Archgods and slave. Yang Feng said flatly, "I am Yang Feng, the new master of the Black Emperor realm. According to the Black Emperor's will, you have 2 choices. The first choice is that I send you out of this world, and then we will have nothing to do with each other. The second choice is that you become my subordinates and work for me, and I will shelter you from the oppression of human warlock. Before you make your choice, anyone who disobeys my orders will die." Yang Feng extended his hand and entered the void. In an Archgod tribe, a huge hand resembling white jade fell from the sky, grabbed a 3-meter-tall, monkey-shaped Archgod exuding a violent and domineering aura, crossed the void, and appeared on the square. When 5 Eyes saw the monkey-shaped Archgod, his complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out, "Tyrant Monkey!" Chapter 846. Tyrant Monkey! That's Tyrant Monkey. How did he get captured? Tyrant Monkey is a pinnacle 3rd step powerhouse who may step into the 4th step at any time. How could he be captured without any resistance? The Archgods stared at Tyrant Monkey with a dignified look in their eyes. Tyrant Monkey is from the Tyrant Devil Ape race. When the Tyrant Devil Ape matures, it will possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank battle prowess. An ultimate form Tyrant Devil Ape can become an Infinity Warlock rank existence, while a perfect form tyrant devil ape can become a warlock monarch rank existence. In the Black Emperor realm, Tyrant Monkey is one of the top 3 peerless powerhouses. Only 5 Eyes and Dragon can match him in strength. Struggling frantically in the jade white hand, Tyrant Monkey roared with an unruly expression on his face. "Did you capture me, you bastard? Let me go. After I break free, I'll tear you to pieces. I am the ruler of the Black Emperor realm. From now on, those who refuse to obey me will die." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with indifference, and he closed the fingers of his hand. The earth-shattering jade-white hand closed its fingers and squeezed hard. It was as if the terrifying power of the entire Black Emperor realm was acting on Tyrant Monkey's body, trying to crush him into powder. "I, Tyrant Monkey, have spent my life fighting heaven and earth. If heaven wants to kill me, then I'll destroy it. You want to kill me by yourself? Open!" Tyrant Monkey roared furiously. Surrounded by golden light, his body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 10,000-meter tall tyrant devil ape god, who looks like an invincible being that can suppress heaven and earth, and forcibly broke the jade white hand. Boom! The moment the jade white hand was broken, the fearsome divine body of the Tyrant Monkey suddenly exploded. His soul, flesh, and blood collapsed and turned into powder. Then, they were collected into a jade box and sealed completely. Every part of a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Archgod is a treasure. As long as Yang Feng extracts the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Monkey and deduces a secret cultivation method of the Tyrant Demonic Ape race, he can establish an Infinity Warlock rank Tyrant Demonic Ape bloodline Warlock family. Dead. Tyrant Monkey was killed just like that. How is this possible? When the more than 400 Infinity Warlock rank Archgods saw Tyrant Monkey's broken body and shattered soul, they were struck dumb and filled with shock. They looked at Yang Feng sitting in the clouds with fear in their eyes. 5 Eyes quietly opened the eye on his chest and saw through Yang Feng at a glance, his heart filled with shock. He's just a rank 3 powerhouse, how can he be so strong? Casually killing Tyrant Monkey? Tyrant Monkey is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank existence. His fighting strength is comparable to that of the top 20 human warlocks on the Infinity list. It is very difficult for Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses to suppress him. When Yang Feng casually killed the Tyrant Monkey, fear flashed in the eyes of the Archgods present. Yang Feng extended his hand again, and the giant jade white hand appeared again, entered the void, and grabbed an Infinity Warlock rank Archgod with a centipede head from the Black Emperor realm. Rock Centipede. He is also one of those who did not come. That's a rock centipede. The Infinity Warlock rank Archgods looked at the Infinity Warlock rank Archgod centipede in Yang Feng's hand, and their hearts trembled. Yang Feng closed his hand, and the giant jade white hand closed. Rock Centipede unleashed various special abilities, but could not break free from the giant jade white hand. In the end, he was crushed to death, and all his flesh and blood were suppressed and stored in a jade box. In the square, an Archgod suddenly roared, "Everyone, let's join forces and kill him. Otherwise, we will all be killed by him. In the Black Emperor realm, those who oppose me will die." Yang Feng glanced at the Archgod with a look of ridicule in his eyes. With a flash of faint light, the Archgod appeared on Yang Feng's giant jade white hand. The giant jade white hand closed. No matter how the Archgod struggled, he was still crushed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that entered a jade box. These Infinity Warlock rank Archgods do not represent all life forms in the Black Emperor realm. If these Infinity Warlock rank Archgods resist Yang Feng, he doesn't mind killing them all. An Infinity Warlock rank Archgod is covered in treasures. Many Archgods are top materials and treasures that human warlocks need to practice secret methods. If all 400 Infinity Warlock rank Archgods here die, The wealth formed from their corpses may be exchanged for warlock resources that will allow Yang Feng to take the crucial step and advance to the warlock monarch realm. Shock filled Five Eyes' heart, and cold sweat trickled down his back. How can he be so strong? Not even a fourth-step powerhouse can be as strong as him. In the Black Emperor realm, warlock monarch rank archgods have been born in the past. But those warlock monarch rank archgods do not have Yang Feng's incredible heaven-defying strength. That is because Yang Feng has the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, which is equivalent to obtaining the power of the entire Black Emperor realm. Crushed by the power of the Black Emperor realm, these Infinity Warlock rank archgods are not his opponent. The eyes of a 10-meter-tall, three-eyed archgod shimmered with an unruly gleam, and he barked. Who do you think you are? Everyone, let's kill him. Die. Go to hell. Among the 400-plus Infinity Warlock archgods, the eyes of 34 irascible and unruly archgods flickered fiercely, and they unleashed their innate abilities barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, bone spurs, petrification, curses, and other extremely powerful innate abilities barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions like a tide. Even if it is a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, if they don't have a protective secret treasure, they will be blasted to pieces by the joint attack of the 34 Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng smiled faintly and instantly severed the lock on his soul by the 34 archgods. When the 34 innate spells slammed into Yang Feng, they blasted him into pieces. With a flash of light, spatial ripples enveloped the 34 ancient gods. In an instant, the 34 archgods disappeared, and were teleported to different corners of the Black Emperor realm. On the white cloud where Yang Feng was originally sitting, light flashed and quickly formed Yang Feng's figure. A jade-white hand traversed the void and grabbed randomly. An ancient god who had launched an attack was pulled out from the void. With a casual squeeze, he was crushed into minced meat and suppressed and sealed in a jade box. Sitting on the white cloud, Yang Feng looked at the Black Emperor realm's archgods with an enigmatic smile on his face. One by one, he grabbed the archgods that launched an attack, crushed them, and threw them into a jade box. In the Black Emperor realm, except for Holy Spirit warlocks, even warlock monarch rank powerhouses can teleport to any place in the Black Emperor realm with a thought if they don't have special secret methods or secret treasures to protect themselves. This is the terror of the Black Emperor realm's realm lord. When the other archgods saw the rebellious archgods being crushed by Yang Feng one by one, their scalp turned numb, and a chill filled their hearts. This method is simply unstoppable. Five Eyes smiled bitterly and looked at his old rival dragon. He saw that his old rival dragon was also looking at him, and there was a flash of helplessness in their eyes. Yang Feng's method of dividing archgods is simply heaven-defying. Even warlock monarch rank archgods don't have such heaven-defying methods. In front of this method, unless someone can defeat Yang Feng head-on, they are just ants that Yang Feng can crush at will. Okay, now tell me, do you choose to leave here? Or do you choose to stay, submit to me, and serve me? Yang Feng quietly crushed the 60-plus Infinity Warlock rank archgods that rebelled and didn't come here one by one, and then looked at the hundreds of archgods below with an indifferent gaze. The Flame Law Tribe's High Priest Shankingpu knelt on the ground and shouted, "I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit." The 300-plus Infinity Warlock rank archgods hesitated for a while, then knelt on the ground and uttered loudly, "Archgods are respected by the strong." When Warlock Monarch rank archgods passed by, no archgods resisted them. After Yang Feng displayed irresistible power, these archgods chose to submit. These archgods are the leaders of the major forces in the Black Emperor realm. When they chose to submit to Yang Feng, the entire Black Emperor realm fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Black Emperor realm is a complete world formed from the Black Emperor, who once dominated the world and even had several Warlock Emperor rank archgods as his subordinate. Even though the Black Emperor has died countless years ago, but there are still countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm. After the archgods of the Black Emperor realm were subdued by Yang Feng, most of the most precious treasures they accumulated fell into Yang Feng's hands. The bones of 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgods. Unfortunately, they ate their flesh and blood. The Black Emperor realm, in an exquisite and luxurious palace, Yang Feng looked at the bones of the 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgods with regret in his eyes. In the Black Emperor realm, more than 100 Warlock Monarch rank archgods have been born. However, when most Warlock Monarch rank archgods died, their flesh and blood were devoured and turned into resources for other archgods to evolve. The remaining skeletons could not withstand the erosion of time. All of their extraordinary powers would disappear, forming all sorts of strange phenomena in the Black Emperor's realm. In the Black Emperor realm, extraordinary plants and strange phenomena can be seen everywhere. It is very difficult for existences below the Starry Sky Warlock rank to survive in the Black Emperor realm. Similarly, all adult archgods in the Black Emperor realm are Moonlight Warlock rank existences and above, and the strange phenomena have no effect on them. The 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones are the only 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones left in the Black Emperor realm. Chapter 847. With these 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones, I should be able to refine at least 3 Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures. Coupled with these treasures of heaven and earth, I should be able to exchange them for 7-color Aurora Star Stone. Yang Feng looked at the various treasures of heaven and earth in the room with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth everywhere in the Black Emperor realm, including many treasures of heaven and earth needed by Warlock Monarch. For archgods, cultivation is different from that of human warlock. For archgods, only treasures of heaven and earth that can be consumed directly can have a good effect on them. Human warlocks, on the other hand, can use all kinds of extraordinary minerals and extraordinary plants to refine all kinds of incredible elixirs to enhance their strength. The Black Emperor realm, which evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor, is extremely rich in resources. Originally, even though it has been slowly weakening due to the erosion of time, but the essence of this world is still extremely powerful, and it can still give birth to Warlock Monarch rank existences. But archgods, who have evolved by relying on the power of their bloodline, only know some superficial cultivation methods based on instinct. Since they don't know the treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm, they can only give birth to Supreme Infinity Warlock rank existences. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. If the resources of the Black Emperor realm are fully developed, I can promote to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. However, compared to Empyrean origin force, those resources are not worth mentioning. It seems that I have to find a way to find the bloodline of the Black Emperor and give them this box. Before that, the most important thing is to improve my strength. I must get the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. The 7-color Aurora Star Stone is a core treasure for Yang Feng to upgrade Shizu technology to level 5. Once Shizu technology is upgraded to level 5, more powerful battle robots will be born, allowing Yang Feng to better deal with the upcoming Great Tribulation. The core world, in the center of the Linghai province, there is a huge white cloud covering an area of millions of square kilometers. Above the huge white cloud, there is a continent with no end in sight. The continent called the Linghai continent was the center of the core world's Linghai province, and it was filled with powerful life magic energy. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above could get a ticket to the Linghai continent. In the Linghai continent, except for the family members of powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank, if the family members of other warlocks aren't outstanding Starry Sky Warlocks or have made great contributions to the Linghai continent, then once they reach the age of 100 and haven't reached the Great Warlock realm, they will be sent out of the Linghai continent and settled elsewhere in the Linghai province. In the Linghai continent, experts were as common as clouds, great warlocks could be found everywhere, and Starry Sky was as common as a dog. Only transcendent rank powerhouses such as Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks have a noble status, but they are still common. In the Linghai continent there is a magic network of the core network. Warlocks in the Linghai continent can connect to the core network through magic balls. Through the core network, they can obtain better services and functions than those of Earth's network. Mo Fuxing is an ordinary student of an advanced Warlock college in the Linghai continent with level 3 Warlock rank strength. What he likes to do most is play with magic balls. Like internet addicts on Earth, he is addicted to the core network, unable to extricate himself. Mo Fuxing grabbed a blue magic ball, poured his spirit force into the magic ball, and entered an illusory world. In the illusory world, he formed another body and appeared in a coffee house. Through the magic ball, Mo Fuxing's spirit force entered the virtual network world constructed by the core network. In the virtual network world, even ordinary warlocks can possess all kinds of incredible abilities. Therefore, it is extremely popular among ordinary warlocks. In the virtual weave, everything felt extremely real. One could enjoy a life that was both real and dazzling, mysterious and incomparably convenient. The new issue of the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists is out. I wonder if there are any new Holy Spirit warlocks. Mo Fuxing picked up a cup of coffee and quietly took a sip. Then, a newspaper appeared in his hand, and his gaze swept the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists. There are no changes to the Holy and Monarch lists. This is a matter of course. After all, the cultivation time of those terrifying existences is calculated in hundreds of years. How can there be such a simple change? Infinity list Third on the Infinity list, Endless Darkness Yang Feng? Where did he come from? When Mo Fuxing saw the name that appeared abruptly, he was shocked at once, and then continued to read. Endless Darkness Yang Feng, from the Tsangji Plains Surface World's Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon Sect. Battle Record. In the Black Emperor's treasure trove, he defeated Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, slayed Black True Dragon Mo Xian, and occupied the Black Emperor realm. Accordingly, he ascended to the third place on the Infinity list. As Mo Fuxing read, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he muttered in a low voice, "Impossible, how is this possible? Black True Dragon Mo Xian, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie are all outrageous geniuses who formed a small world inside them and set foot on the strongest warlock path. How come they were defeated by Yang Feng? That's impossible." Information about transcendent rank powerhouses is completely sealed in the Linghai province's other continent. Only transcendent rank powerhouses can get first-hand information through the core network. But the Linghai continent and some special holy lands in the core world are not restricted at all and can get information about transcendent rank powerhouses. That was why the Spirit Sea continent and the many sacred grounds in the core world were so popular that many people wanted to go there. Endless Darkness Yang Feng. How could a warlock from the surface world defeat Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie? Is this information accurate? Heart Shadow Zhou Yi personally admitted it. The surface world can give birth to such a monster. Mo Fuxing's eyes flickered, and he entered the forum and immediately saw the discussions of countless warlocks. From the discussions, Mo Fuxing confirmed that Yang Feng defeated Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, he has already become an Infinity Warlock and is a peerless powerhouse in the top 3 on the Infinity list. People can't be compared at all. Mo Fuxing smiled bitterly, then exited the core network's virtual world inside, a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Mo Fuxing broke through and promoted to a level 3 warlock at the age of 70. In a small place like the Tarandit subcontinent, this kind of cultivation speed is definitely a genius among geniuses. But in the core world, this kind of cultivation speed is quite mediocre, and even somewhat low. The difference in resources between the Tarandit subcontinent and the Linghai continent is more than 100 times. If the great warlocks of the Tarandit subcontinent practiced cultivation in the Linghai continent, they would have a chance to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Mo Fuxing casually put the magic ball inside his clothes, then left his home and headed in the direction of Spirit Flame Advanced Warlock Academy. Black Emperor's Bloodline. Mo Fuxing had just left his home, when he saw a very young man in a white warlock robe come to his side and look at him. Mo Fuxing's body trembled slightly. He immediately felt that his entire body was exposed to the young man's eyes. There were no secrets at all. A thought emerged in Mo Fuxing's mind, a warlock above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Only a Moonlight Warlock can so easily freeze a level 3 warlock like Mo Fuxing, leaving him powerless to resist. Although the bloodline is a bit thin, but it is still the Black Emperor's bloodline. I can trace the true Black Emperor's bloodline through him. Yang Feng glanced at Mo Fuxing and operated the fate algorithm. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Mo Fuxing. The bloodline in Mo Fuxing's body suddenly started to boil, giving rise to traces of incomparably strange ripples that turned into many strange runes. In Yang Feng's eyes, he can clearly see thin bloodline threads spread in all directions and link to different warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline. As long as Yang Feng wants to, he can use Mo Fuxing as a medium to cast a bloodline curse spell and kill warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline through the bloodline threads. With the passage of time, most of the formerly powerful Black Emperor's bloodline has become extremely thin. This person has the highest concentration of Black Emperor's bloodline in the world. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline used a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, preventing my spell from prying into them. However, I can give it a try. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a box suddenly flew out and fell into Mo Fuxing's hand. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, but didn't find that the karma spell on him disappeared. Yang Feng frowned slightly. No, he isn't a Black Emperor's bloodline. In that case, someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline should use a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, making it difficult to sense them. Yang Feng retracted his pressure and asked lightly, "What's your name?" Mo Fuxing answered honestly, "My name is Mo Fuxing." Yang Feng uttered, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Your bloodline is a bit special. Are you willing to become my disciple in name?" Overjoyed, Mo Fuxing knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, I am willing. Teacher, please accept a bow from your disciple. Get up." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a stream of air lifted Mo Fuxing up from the ground. After Mo Fuxing stood up, a smile of excitement appeared on his face, and his eyes flickered with both excitement and incredulity. Becoming a disciple of an Infinity Warlock, even if it's just a disciple in name, is a great opportunity that countless Starry Sky Warlocks dream of. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.